Hello and welcome to the election coverage by the News Minute and Newslaundry. I'm Dhanya Rajendran joining you from the studios of the News Minute. And with me in the studio is Pooja Prasanna, the editorial head of the News Minute. We are being joined by our colleagues, Ahmed Shabir from Tamil Nadu. He's been covering the Tamil Nadu elections extensively. Also, Manisha Pandey from New Delhi. She will tell us what's happening in Bengal and in Assam. Joining us from Kerala is Lakshmi Priya, our colleague who's been covering the Kerala elections. I think Shabir will be online in a minute or two. Manisha, I'll come to you first. The one state where the trend is looking very, very clear is West Bengal.
Assam, I think West Bengal, we still have to wait a little bit. But Assam, it's a clear victory.
Assam feels more.
Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, there's a bit of a feedback loop that I'm getting. But anyway, I think, Dhanya, as we start the show at 12, the one state we can very clearly call is Assam. It's 126 seats. The magic figure is 64. BJP is well past that on its own at 78 seats. In fact, if I look at the latest numbers on the Election Commission website, it's going to be 79 seats. So BJP is leading in 79 seats. Its key allies are at 10 seats each. So there's a clear Himanta victory that we are seeing. And in fact, you were in on one of the haftas, Pooja, when Vasu had just come back from Assam. And we were talking about what he had seen, and it's pretty much what he was telling us, that the Congress doesn't really exist there strongly as an organizational force. And it is BJP all the way. Interestingly, this observation about cadre for the Congress that you have in Assam, you could have that for the BJP in West Bengal. Reporters who've been to West Bengal would tell you that especially in TMC bastions in southern West Bengal, BJP has a very beleaguered cadre. But if trends, if you are going to go by the trends right now, BJP is leading in 171 seats. Trinamool is leading in 83 seats. And if you look at the map on the Election Commission websites, it is stunning to see BJP make inroads in TMC bastions. You have, especially towards the south, South Parganas, Purulia, Bankura, Paschim Mednipur, where the BJP, which is supposed to be strongholds of the TMC, where you can see the map orange right now. Still early leads, but it's quite something to see them make these inroads, not only just hold the north, but also make inroads into TMC strongholds, places like Diamond Harbour, which are very strong, entrenched TMC, strongholds. There's no other way to describe it. BJP leading there.
So Assam and Bengal, two states where we are seeing the BJP forming the government. But the election that I think everybody is watching out for, and I see disproportionate amount of coverage across all channels, is Tamil Nadu. And joining us is Ahmed Shabir. I'm going to just look at the numbers from the Election Commission of India website as of now. So in Tamil Nadu, we are seeing across the greater Chennai region, TVK is leading. In fact, in Kolattur, where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is the candidate, 8 rounds of counting are over and Stalin is trailing by 6,500 votes. In Chepauk, where Udayanidhi Stalin is standing, he was trailing in the beginning. Now he's leading by 300 votes, but not a lot. That's round 4 in Chepauk. In T Nagar, where Busi Anand, who is
Anand N as his official name.
Anand N, sorry, not Busi Anand, Lieutenant General of Vijay. He is leading by 5,595 votes as of round 5. We are seeing Vijay leading in both the constituencies he's standing for, which is Trichy
East and Perambur.
Yes.
But Dhanya, what is significant is 32 of the 34 ministers from DMK are trailing presently. We're trying to figure out who are the 2 ministers who are not trailing. But was this on the cards, Shabir? We know that you've been saying this. This is by and large what we could see. But what are you picking up? What led to such a massive defeat?
And not defeat yet, but yes.
Yes.
Pooja and Nanya, it's primarily because of anti-incumbency, and there was a clear undercurrent on ground because people wanted to see change. They saw TVK as a viable alternative, and that is one of the reasons people went for it. People voted in large numbers. It's also because this election was unique. This election was unusual. It was very different. Because if you had asked me 2-3 months ago, I would have still said that DMK had held that perception that they are very strong, and they had this alliance, an umbrella alliance of 23 political parties. So they were clearly in a pole position. But things started falling apart for the DMK the moment the alliance talks began. That was the first indication that all was not well in the DMK. And then, during the candidate selection, the seat sharing talks, everything was becoming a problem for the DMK. So, whatever script that they had, they did not get it right, and it did not went as per the script. And the DMK's messaging was also like kind of problematic, because they were heavily banking on the welfare schemes and welfare measures, but they did not consider TVK as a threat. Though behind closed doors they may have acknowledged that TVK is a force to reckon with and all that, but in public they never mounted a challenge for TVK. And that clearly gave a perception that DMK is scared, and on the other side, AIADMK is also scared. And TVK's strategy was very clear from the beginning. They wanted to position themselves as someone who is taking on the DMK, because AIADMK was not a great opposition party. AIADMK had left the opposition space for many other political parties. At one point in time, you could remember, people would say that the BJP is, the principal opposition party. At some level, it was Anbumani Ramadas who was claiming that they have become the principal opposition party. The opposition party space was open, and that is the space that TVK had managed to gain and garner, and they positioned themselves as someone who is strongly opposing the DMK, and that has worked in their favor. And Vijay's popularity is something which is very huge. And at the same time, the manner in which Vijay campaigned, the manner in which his messaging was also very clear that he is a change, he is an alternative. And he made this entire fight, the election battle between DMK versus TVK, saying that DMK is an evil force, and TVK is a Tuya Sakti, which is a pure force, and all that. So these kind of messaging and all resonated with people, and more so, what did not go in favor of the DMK was the anti-incumbency sentiment that was huge. And the DMK did try to...
Shabi, just a second. We've been using the term anti-incumbency, but Dhanya, what would that mean? Because in terms of what are the factors you think worked against DMK?
No, so I'll come back to Shabir, but I just want to look at the numbers right now, right? So people have to understand that this is like round 6 or 7 of counting in most of the constituencies. We have around 15 to 22 rounds. That's a max, I think, 22, 23 rounds. So these numbers can change a bit here and there, but the trends largely will remain the same. So what we are seeing now is TVK leading in 106 seats, AIDMK in 65, DMK in 5. Now, Indian National Congress...
DMK in 43.
DMK in 43.
And Congress in 5, yeah.
So, Shabir, see, my point, Pooja, to you also is that if it was just anti-incumbency, then yes, DMK would have come down. Yeah. But this is not just anti-incumbency. If you're seeing AIDMK is number 2 as of now with 65, DMK is way behind AIDMK. AIDMK is a party which people have been saying that Erapadi Palaniswamy could not be the leader that Jayalalitha was, etc. So even if they lacked a leader, this is definitely a very decisive vote by the Tamil Nadu voters against the DMK.
Yeah.
Those votes have gone to both the AIDMK and the TVK.
Yeah,
like I said, if these trends hold, that is.
Yeah, but either ways, I think the fact that Shabir said that there was a space for opposition. But I think going by how ADMK has performed, given the fact that they didn't get that kind of space on media, they didn't have the star power for campaign. Because let's admit it, it looks like this is an election of personalities. And that ADMK was far behind the other parties. They've done exceptionally well on that count.
Yeah. Shabir, I know that you definitely believe that TVK will do well in these elections. I know that before the elections, 1 or 2 weeks before, a lot of people were saying that the TVK will go with 15% votes.
Yeah.
Then slowly people revised that to 20 to 25%. After elections, I've spoken to several strategists across parties who said they will poll more than 30% votes. And that's what we are seeing now. In fact, the numbers now look like it's 33% almost for TVK and 31% for TMK. Even the My Access polls, by the way, gave 98 to 120 for both. They are not predicted properly in one way.
I just want to add 98 to 120 is such a huge range.
Yeah.
You can't call this a victory for them. But yeah.
Did you also think that the AIDMK will do this well? I know that you thought the TVK will perform well, but or maybe that the within our office, of course, you were saying that there's a possibility of them forming the government too. Let's see what happens. But what about the AIDMK's performance?
See, AIDMK performance has been surprising because the initial opinion polls, everything suggested that AIDMK could not cross 45 seats. But I had this feeling that AIDMK will somewhere reach nearly 60 to 65. That's what my understanding was. But my entire focus was on how well TVK is going to perform, because that is where things could get altered. If TVK is going below 15%, or if it is saturating in 10% or 20%, then probably the DMK seats could go up. And at the same time, if TVK is not going to perform that well, then there is a chance that AIADMK seats could also go up. But one factor that has helped the AIADMK is its hold in the western regions of Tamil Nadu, because there seems to be a clear consolidation in favor of the AIADMK. People want to see Edappadi K. Palaniswamy as the chief minister because of various reasons. So one of the most important reasons is the caste factor, because the western regions of Tamil Nadu is one area where AIADMK has always performed well. So I think that is the reason why we see AIADMK is still holding on to its forte. AIADMK is still holding on to the numbers. The 68 is what I see on the TV screens. As far as TVK is concerned, it has taken majority of the votes from AIADMK and also from the DMK, and that is one of the reasons why they are able to surge ahead. And that is and then one big story in this election is DMK being pushed to third, to the third place. No opinion poll had captured that AIADMK will be the second largest party, or like will be in the second position. So I think that's where a lot of people have missed the story. But AIADMK is a party that cannot be underestimated, because it always had its magical symbol. Like Pooja said, that it did not have a charismatic leader. It did not have someone who can pull votes from all directions. But AIADMK has a base. AIADMK has a symbol. People still associate that two-leaf symbol with Jayalalitha and MGR. But but there is one flaw in AIADMK's strategy, is that they were unable to associate that symbol with EPS. Because a two-leaf symbol, the moment you think of two-leaf symbol, you can remember MGR, you can remember Jayalalitha, but you cannot remember there is some sort of a difficulty in recalling EPS's face. And I should say that EPS was the only person who had campaigned in all the 234 constituencies twice. First time he went alone and he campaigned in a lot of places, but that campaign did not take off. But closer to election, AIADMK had performed well, and TVK was also performing well, and the contest became TVK versus AIADMK, which a lot of people did not see. But in certain pockets, wherever you go, like the first time when I went on a tour, the first time I heard that people voted for AIADMK is in Tirupur. In all other places, people would say that we will vote for DMK or we will vote for TVK. And the strongest, the strength of AIADMK lies in the western regions of Tamil Nadu, and the western regions of Tamil Nadu looks like it did not disappoint the AIADMK, and there is also a huge consolidation that has taken place in favor of EPS.
Shabir, I'm going to come back to you, in which I think we must discuss a bit of criticism against the TVK, in the sense that if they do form the government at this rate, either by themselves or with the support, outside support of any party. We are very unaware of who the candidates of TVK are. In fact, even to profile candidates, we are not sure who they are. So who is going to become
Ministers who will form the
who will form
cabinet.
the cabinet? And will we have one more chief minister who never meets the media in Tamil Nadu? I'll come.
Indications are there, but
Yeah.
we'll discuss that in
I'll come to
detail.
Lakshmi. We'll go to Kerala now. Looks like VD Satishan's numbers of touching 100 may not come
Yeah.
through, but still
Close enough.
hover around 90 to 95, which is a stupendous win for the UDF, much better than.
But Tanya, of course, when we were talking to him off the record, he was confident of 85 plus. So I think by that they've done reasonably well. This wasn't a huge surprise, right, Lakshmi? Did you? But you know, one thing, when both of us did speak to some voters on the ground in Kochi, much like what we saw in Tamil Nadu, the voters who were voting against the incumbent were not very vocal. Do you think there was fear to say that we are not voting for LDF, which is why people kept saying we'll vote for LDF, but went ahead and did the complete opposite?
Yeah, that's very true. Because none of the exit polls had said that Congress, the UDF was, poised to win. But this kind of a majority was not expected by anyone, to be very honest. And what's happening right now is pretty clear. UDF is leading very comfortably. I think the current count is 99 seats. So we have to see if they'll hit 100 seats. LDF is at 39 right now. So this is a decisive mandate. It's not a close contest at all. But I think the most important story right now is happening in Dharmada, which, Pinarayi Vijayan is in a tight fight with UDF's VP Abdul Rashid, who was, the margin has narrowed right now. He has been trailing for quite a while, which is quite surprising considering how this heavyweight has been faring against this. Abdul Rashid is actually a second-time candidate who lost against, I think, Govindan Master last time. So it is very interesting how this has panned out. The margin has narrowed now. I think after the 7th round, we are standing at Pinarayi Vijayan is leading by under 700 votes. So CPM is recovering somewhat. But the key point is that here, this was never supposed to be this close, right? Even a close fight in Dharmadam, it is signaling quite a big erosion here. So this isn't a sudden swing in any way. This is the biggest symbol that something has been building against LDF here, that there is an erosion that is becoming visible. And across Kerala, we are seeing this. We are seeing multiple ministers trailing, and I think at least 15 to 16 ministers are trailing by significant margins. And many of the fortresses of CPIM are falling right now and, leaning towards the UDF. And that usually tells that it's not just some kind of local dissatisfaction that's happening. It's fully an anti-incumbent, tendency. Because it's not a coincidence. Even in Peravur, I think Sandy Joseph is leading by over 4,000 votes against Shailja Teacher. And that's also significant because Shailja is one of CPM's most recognizable leaders. And this is Kannur, which is a core CPM belt, right? So, yeah.
No, I think Peravur was a seat where there was already some indication that Shailja may not actually win the seat because Sandy Joseph is a very strong
Given
candidate.
that the margin is impressive as of now,
Yes.
of course, we'll see.
Pinarayi Vijayan's Dharmadam, 7 rounds of counting are over. According to the Election Commission, is leading by a narrow 1,500 votes. So I think there's a lot of narrow leads as of now for the UDF also. Therefore, these numbers may change a little bit in Kerala. It could go 10 here, 10 there, but largely looks very safe for the UDF. But what Lakshmi says, Pooja, when the elections were announced and the CPIM within, I think, half an hour's time
Announced the list.
One thing they were very confident about is even if there is anti-incumbency against a chief minister, it is very low against ministers and MLAs, which is why almost all the ministers were retained and many of the MLAs. But when you look at the results now, the anti-incumbency was against everyone, but I think it's more than anti-incumbency. In fact, I'm part of all party groups. In the party groups where the CPIM leaders are there, somebody put out this thing that perhaps party people itself have voted against the party. That's the only way in which you can see CPIM losing out in many of its strongholds, including in Kannur.
But why do you think that is?
I mean, there has been this first undercurrent of should the party come back to power again for a third time? But that's not a question which a normal voter is asking. Right? That's an intellectual level. How do you want the party to function? But I think the CPM has been at the receiving end for the past 2 or 3 months because of all these rebels coming out. and then these rebels being thrown out of the party. Very, very, like someone who's worked in the party for many decades, they say something and then next day they're out of the party. Pinarayi Vijayan even calling one of those leaders Chetta, which is a word in Malayalam, and then him saying that what is wrong with that word. So I think all that perhaps did bother the loyal vote share of the CPI.
But I think also, we kept asking this question, is this a referendum of Pinarayi Vijayan's governance directly? And I think the answer is a yes. The fact that such a popular leader is now struggling to save his own seat is very telling. And you can slice it, dice it how you want, because there were many supporters of his who said that they were shown a lesson, they were taught a lesson in the local body polls, and this time around it will not have such a huge effect. But if these trends are there, I think that will be a problem.
I want to also point out 2 different leads coming in from Kerala. The NDA, the BJP is leading in 2 seats. One is Karakutam, where V. Muralidharan, after 7 rounds of counting, is leading by 18,000 seats. V. Muralidharan is...
But his lead margin is just 8 votes. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh, yes. But they not lead by 18,000 votes. It's lead by...
Lead margin is 8, but there's also the party president who's this time looks like he'll have some luck. Rajesh Chandrasekhar in Nemam is leading by 4,234 votes.
So it looks like after O. Rajagopal's victory in Nemam many years ago, the BJP may open its account again in Kerala, Lakshmi?
Yes. The rest of the constituencies are still, kind of unsure. But for Rajiv Chandrasekhar, it looks pretty strong at the moment. With he has been consistently leading for a while now, and he's standing at after, I think, 7 rounds of voting. He's standing at 4,310 lead against V. Shivanguti, again, notably our education minister. In Palakkad, it is pretty close for Ramesh Pishardi and Shobha Surendran. Shobha Surendran has been leading there for a while, and Ramesh Pishardi just took over. Ramesh Pishardi from Congress just took over, and he has a lead of some 1,525 votes now. So it is very neck and neck at the moment. We can't say much there. Another place is again Karakutam, where V. Muralidharan is suddenly taking a lead. He hadn't been taking a lead for a while
But
now.
we don't know if that lead will hold because it's very thin. So we'll come back to that in a minute. Let's go across to Manisha. Manisha, what you had a question for Manisha?
Yeah, Manisha, you have traveled quite extensively. I mean, at least to a couple of places in Bengal. I know that the Bengal elections story has been SIR and how votes have been deleted. Murshidabad, Malda, and a lot of these places. When you look at the results and plus what you saw on the ground, is this really the mood of the people of Bengal, or is this a miracle of SIR?
No, I don't think we can call this a miracle of SIR. And honestly, I would still say, according to the EC website, till about 30 minutes ago, 10% of the votes were counted. So I think we should still wait to see exactly what happens in terms of data. As of now, what is very stunning for me is that the gap in the last elections between the BJP and TMC was 10%. BJP was at 38, TMC was at 48. Right now, even if we forget the seats and the leads, the percentage share is quite interesting because BJP is at 44% and TMC is at 41%. So BJP is leading with a 3%. So that kind of percentage gains, if it continues this trend, then you really can't, I mean, at least TMC cannot explain this by saying an SIR or whatever. Anyway, I think SIR deletions were in North 24 Parganas, Malda, Murshidabad, where you are, at least the leads right now are still going to TMC. Much of the gains are coming from districts where we didn't hear of many deletions, but also these were TMC strongholds, like I said before. Couple of things, Dhanya. There is no doubt that there was anti-incumbency in West Bengal. And you were hearing pretty much similar things that you heard also in 2021 against the Mamata government. Whether it is a complaint of TMC cadre, how they can strong arm you into things, whether it is education, access to schemes on the ground, that sense that somehow Bengal has been left behind. Especially in Kolkata, when we were meeting younger people, in urban centers, especially when we were meeting younger people, there was a deep sense that we have somehow been left behind. Among the bigger cities in the country, if you compare us, all of us have to go to either Hyderabad or Bangalore to work. We can't stay back and work. So these, sentiments, you were hearing them in 2021. You also heard them this election. The one question that always came to you, though, was that in a state like West Bengal, where the BJP does not have the support of an RSS in the way it has in Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh. It doesn't have that strong organizational cadre, and honestly, BJP workers there are the beleaguered force. It is the accusations that BJP faces in other states. The BJP accuses the TMC of doing those things in West Bengal. That, we are not allowed to rally, our posters are being pulled down, we are dhamkaod, we are threatened, we are unable to get out and clearly express who we want to vote for. So the big question for me through that was that, okay, we're hearing anti-incumbency and sentiments against the TMC government pretty similar to 2021. But how does the BJP win without that strong cadre on the ground? And I think in the last 1 week, with what the BJP has probably been able to do this time is supplement that lack of cadre through the centre, whether it's BJP ministers coming down, the Prime Minister, or even police presence, heavy deployment of CRPF, which can then, embolden at least the BJP voters to come out and vote and feel safe to vote. So that, I think, made up for the fact that BJP was pretty weak in terms of a cadre in at least the southern regions. We are, I think, if the trends remain, then at least the fact that there's a 3% gap with the BJP leading that percentage gap cannot just be explained away by SIR deletions. Of course, then that means that there was not only a large number of people dissatisfied with TMC, but also were confident enough to get out and vote on the day of voting.
Manisha, I know we keep saying anti-incumbency, but tell me, what is it that people were most unhappy about? Was women's safety something that people spoke a lot? Because that's what we picked up sitting far away here in Bengaluru. And women made up a large chunk of TMC supporters in the past. So is that one trend that changed the results?
Not women say, no, I wouldn't say that when I was talking to women voters, safety came up as one of the big issues. The big issues were that, you said bhata in Bengali, what you get in terms of cash, right? So TMC has this numerous cash schemes for women, Lakshmi Bhandar, the money had been upped. So the one conversation that women would have if they were not satisfied with the TMC would be that this bhata is not enough for us. Where are we? What's the future really looking like for us? Where are the jobs for our children? Education system, schooling, government school education, I think we didn't hear much of this conversation in the election analysis or ground reports, but I felt government school education and TMC ministers embroiled in that corruption case, that was one sore point. And women are most impacted by that, right? When you see your children go to school and you feel that, okay, schooling is not good, private is too expensive, government school teachers aren't coming, or, it's collapsed in terms of not just infrastructure, but also just they introduced a semester exam which wasn't really working. So I think schooling was one thing that a lot of women did speak about because they're directly impacted by it. They see their children suffer through it. Bhata, the question of whether it's enough to just get money, where is, real prospects for us. I think there was disappointment around RG Kar in urban spaces, around how the TMC government treated the protesters, calling them vested interests, saying that this is all political. The handling of the RG Kar protest in the beginning, that led to a lot of distaste among a lot of people who would say that we were raising legitimate issues. Why are we being targeted as political players? And again, this is a lot of the left there was taking on the TMC on RG Kar. BJP, you would hear the BJP more in national media, but on ground it was pretty much a movement led by the left.
So I think
yeah,
we couldn't hear Manisha properly, but I hope the audiences could hear her. I'm going back to Shabir now. Shabir, I'm looking at the Chief Minister's constituency, Kollatur, 9 rounds of counting over according to the Election Commission of India. He's trailing by 7,361 votes. That is really huge. But let me say that there have been reversals happening. Udayanidhi Stalin was trailing from Chepauk, but he's now made up. In fact, after counting of 5 rounds, he is leading by 1,770 votes. So there can be some reversals, but in MK Stalin's case, that gap is really increasing. If a couple of EVMs do not go in his favor completely, we are going to see a situation where MK Stalin will be losing this election.
He won't be in the assembly.
Yeah. Shabir, the question that I want to ask you is, let's say these numbers go a bit here and there, right? And we are still looking at the TVK touching around 100 or let's say even 95 to 100, if that is where the numbers stand. What is the likely possibility of who will go to the TVK? Because that is the big discussion now. I've been speaking to Congress leaders in the morning, those who really wanted to leave the DMK alliance and go to TVK, and they are mighty angry. They're saying that this should have been a call that was made before itself. One leader told me it was Mallikarjun Kharge who stopped it and not Rahul Gandhi. So they are very upset with what's happening. But Shabir, tell me, who can gravitate towards the TVK at this point? If they need outside
I'm
support.
guessing it's a long list.
Yeah.
See, at the moment, Danya, all I can say is the Congress had, their disagreements, internal disagreements about joining hands with TVK before elections. Rahul Gandhi was in for it. Rahul Gandhi was supportive of an alliance with the TVK. But there were other leaders in the party who did not want this to happen. And it was very clear from the beginning that the opinion in the Congress party was divided. There was one section that completely said that they have to align with the TVK. In fact, we have written stories. In fact, when I interviewed Girish Chodankar, he told me the same thing, that there is one strong section that wants, an alliance with the TVK, but we are trying to still talk and we are trying to figure out, but the high command is not willing to, react at the moment. But it was Kharge's decision, like you said. Kharge took a final call when he said in a meeting that as the president of the Congress party, I decide that I want to align with the DMK. I want to stay with the DMK, and Rahul Gandhi left it at that. But after the polling, I have been receiving calls from Congress leaders who are asking me about the numbers, who are asking me about the trends. And Congress leaders told me that they made a historical blunder. And that is a sense that is prevailing within the Congress party now. Now I see Congress party leading in at least 5 seats. So there is a possibility that post-poll, if Vijay reaches out to Rahul Gandhi, there may be some kind of talks, and Congress party may support TVK chief Vijay to form his government. I could also see DMDK and left parties in ahead in few seats. So probably that is also one option that they may support TVK if TVK falls short of the majority mark. But the biggest threat is that if you're hovering somewhere around 117, 118, that is definitely not going to be a good news for TVK. So they have to cross the majority mark, and they have to ensure that they are at least they are in a comfortable majority, because that is definitely not a good news for TVK. And if this trend holds, then probably they will have to get support from other political parties, particularly from parties which have aligned with the DMK. They are definitely not going to go with the BJP, because that is something which is very clear from day one. Even as talks were, even as there was pressure from the BJP, Vijay stood his ground and said no alliance with BJP at any cost. So that was a stand that was taken by Vijay himself personally. So I don't see BJP, coming into the picture. But if AIADMK, leaves the NDA, and if AIADMK wants to reach out to TVK, probably if that tie-up happens, that we will have to wait and see. But clearly, I see a lot of DMK alliance partners may be reaching out to Vijay at this moment. And this election is going to go down the wire, because there are still several rounds of counting. So the victory margin is going to be very narrow, or the margin is going to be narrow in many places. So we have to still wait and see how TVK performs in all of this, how AIADMK performs, and how DMK performs. That is going to be something that we have to watch out for after 1 p.m.
Okay, so this is an election which will go down to the wire. I'll go to MD Radhakrishnan, but I just want to tell all the viewers that the last time a single party failed to get a clear majority in Tamil Nadu was in 2006, but the DMK's pre-poll alliance was able to form the government. It has also happened in 1952 when it was still the Madras presidency and not Tamil Nadu. So very unclear mandate as of now. If the TVK is not able to get the over the
120,
halfway
yeah.
mark, then they're going to be at the mercy of other parties or one party or whoever it is.
I think it's a bit harsh to say at the mercy of, given the kind of performance. I think they'll be spoiled for choice. They'll have multiple people
some
coming
time,
to
right?
them.
For some time, but then
yes.
you get the mercy.
Yeah.
We have a package to play, but quickly I'll go to MG Radhakrishnan, who's joined us, senior journalist from Kerala. MGR, looks like whatever has been thought of will come true in Kerala. We are seeing the UDF making a government. But what is standing out for you as you look at the results trickling in? Unmute. You have to unmute, right?
Okay, we'll just quickly play a package and come back to MGR.
തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിന്റെ കേളികൊട്ടുയർന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥികൾ ഇരുപക്ഷവും അണിനിരന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആ പ്രകടന പത്രിക നടപ്പിലാക്കാനുള്ള ആർജവത്വം ഏതേത് മുന്നണികൾക്കാണുള്ളത് എന്ന് വ്യക്തമായി പരിശോധിച്ചും മാത്രമേ ഇനിമേൽ ഈ സമുദായം വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ സന്നദ്ധമാവുകയുള്ളൂ എന്ന് മൂന്ന് മുന്നണികളോടും മുന്നറിയിപ്പ് തരാനാണ് ഈ സമ്മേളനം ഇവിടെ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്.
The man making this strong statement is Joseph Pamplani, Archbishop of Talasheri Diocese of Kerala's Syro Malabar Church. And he is not alone. Even before elections were officially, leaders across parties were reaching out, trying to gain what is called the Christian vote. But how real is this idea of a unified Christian vote?
According to the 2011 census, Christians constitute more than 18% of Kerala's population. That is more than 61 lakh people. That's a significant number, large enough to influence outcomes in several constituencies. But does that automatically translate into a single cohesive voting bloc?
Do bishops and priests really have the power to influence how people vote?
ക്രിസ്ത്യൻസ് എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ബ്ലോക്കായിട്ട് ഒരു പാർട്ടിക്ക് വോട്ട് ചെയ്യും, അങ്ങനെ തോന്നുന്നുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ബ്ലോക്ക് ആയിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നണില്ല. ഓരോ വ്യക്തികളും ഇപ്പോൾ ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയാണെങ്കിലും ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
അങ്ങനെയൊന്നുമില്ല. അതിപ്പോൾ നമ്മളുടെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാര്യം കൊണ്ട് നോക്കിയിട്ട്, അതായത് ചിലപ്പോൾ സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥിയുടെ ഗുണം അനുസരിച്ച് ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പാർട്ടി അനുസരിച്ച് ചെയ്യും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരിക്കലും ഇല്ല. പണ്ട് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടോന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ചിലപ്പോ അവര് പണ്ടുകളിൽ.
Okay, so we're going to go live again, and MG Radhakrishnan is joining us, a senior journalist from Kerala. MGR, you are seeing the trends coming in. Looks like a comfortable victory for the UDF as of now. What are your first thoughts as you see these results trickling in? Okay, Azifa, I'll quickly put that question to you. You have, of course, covered both Tamil Nadu and Kerala, but limit yourself to Kerala now, Azifa, and then we'll quickly go back to MGR. What are your first thoughts, Azifa? MGR will come to you.
Okay, he's a.
Yeah, Azifa, go on.
Yeah, my first thoughts are like we saw this more or less in the exit polls, right? But Pinarayi Vijayan trailing by for these many rounds is a bit. It shows that the anti-Pinarayi wave has succeeded and it is very strong in the state as well.
MGR, what are your thoughts? Now, of course, Pinarayi Vijayan is leading in Dharmadam seat, but we are seeing KK Shailaja trailing in Peravur, and we are seeing a lot of ministers also really losing out. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a complete rout because this is much more than what was expected.
So, and such a troubling left has not faced in the last maybe 50 years, because the last 2009, 2001 was election when it lost 90. I mean, the UDF got about 99 seats. But this looks far worse, because the kind of seats which the CPM lost are quite surprising, because these were seats which the left has never lost in its ever in history. And as she said, even in Dharmadam, which is supposed to be the citadel of Pinarayi Vijayan, where he was trailing until the sixth round, speaks volumes about the huge route that the left has faced. So this is beyond every sort of prediction. So I think the left has not faced such a defeat, and the last 20 years definitely, after 2001 definitely. But I would compare this to the defeat that the left faced in 1977, as far away, when when the UDF won about 111 seats. And even though the UDF may not win 111 seats, the gravity of the weight of the defeat is almost similar, especially considering that even Pinarayi Vijay was trailing in his constituency in Kannur. So I think this is beyond all expectations, beyond all predictions.
I think it isn't just the Congress as far as UDF is concerned. We've been talking so much about left losing. We are not looking at UDF winning. So let's quickly come to that. I think the allies have also all performed well, including IUML. Tanya, how much do you think the Islamophobic comments made by certain people and Pinarayi Vijayan not condemning it, almost endorsing it, and some of the statements that he made, for example, what he spoke about Malappuram and people from Malappuram bringing in gold and all that. How much do you think this has helped Congress consolidate the minority votes?
No, I think from the very beginning, we are seeing in all the by-elections and the local body polls, the Congress was doing better. And that was an indication for the LDF, right? But they thought that last minute social engineering will change something for them. But what we are seeing is a consolidation of minority votes against the LDF. But I wanted to ask you, MGR, I was just saying before you came live, in one of the groups that I am in, which has a lot of ministers and thinkers and all that, one person said that this kind of a loss, if these trends hold, and LDF is going to lose in some of their hardcore seats, would that mean that even the party people have gone against the party?
Definitely, that is what is being shown, because even in the so-called party villages, constituencies like Talparam, Payanur, so many other constituencies in Kannur, including Dharmadam. If these seats are, if the LDF actually has lost in these seats, it's very clear that there has been a significant shift of traditional left votes towards the UDF, which is a very clear message being sent to the present leadership of the CPIM, especially to Pinarayi Vijayan, that something terribly rotten is happening within the organization. So everybody suspects such a shift, but even critics like us did not expect this kind of a major, significant kind of tsunami-like result.
I know it might be a bit too early for this, but a quick point. Do you think it's time CPIM will now start looking at somebody beyond Pinarayi to take this forward? Of course, age is also not on his side. And given the kind of routing we've seen, do you think they'll start looking at other leaders now?
Absolutely. It is actually a bit too late for that. Actually, this is the height. I mean, even before this, the last time also, it was very clear that he was the only person who was given another chance to contest and become chief minister, even in spite of the CPM's that actually gives a age bar of 75 to contest elections. So in fact, this is what this is the most important reason for this troubling. CPM in Kerala became too dependent on one single person, and which led to the hollowing out of the entire organization. And the leader himself, the supreme leader who he was, he completely lost touch with what is happening on the ground. And he he lost complete, relations with with reality, and he never expected. In fact, Pinarayi Vijayan was too optimistic even at until yesterday that he was going to win, and it was not just it was not just a show, but actually he actually believed, and this happens to all dictators in history because they will be completely cut off with reality because nobody tells him anything bad, nobody tells him any criticism, nobody has any dissidence. So what happens is he will be completely in a sort of complete cocoon where the reality was completely out of he was completely out of touch with reality. So I think it is high time for the CPM, and it will be very difficult also because in the last 10 years what you have seen, it's a systematic sort of wiping out of the second line leadership after Kodiyeri Balakrishnan's death. There's not a single person who can stand up to the stature of Pinarayi Vijayan. So definitely the party is completely is a complete vacuum as far as leadership is concerned. So maybe sometime later it might happen, and people like Shailaja, what happened to her? People who were somehow were capable were actually marginalized, and so I think this will take quite a long time for the CPM to recoup from what it has faced.
But you know what they say, right? CPIM and CPI are parties that need to be in opposition every now and then because it is these are parties of protest. So it's about time.
MGR using very strong dictator, and somebody saying in the comments that fun time to have an MGR in the panel. I just want to quickly go to Azifa. Azifa, the NDA must be having palpitations watching what is happening in Kerala because from 5 in the morning leads, now it's come down to 2. Which is we are seeing in Chatanur a very slight lead for the NDA candidate, BJP candidate BB Gopakumar, and in Nemam.
But I know one person who will be very happy. Rajiv Chandrasekhar at least is winning his seat, looks like.
How does it look for the BJP now, Azifa?
Yeah, Nemam was expected, right? Like we were expecting Nemam, Rajiv Chandrasekhar had put in the work, and we saw a lot of support for him from Nemam's side. And there was also a strong anti-LDF wave in the south as well. But the other seats, it is a shock to NDA because the prediction was very strong, like at least 5 seats they would win. But we still have half a day to go, so.
No, but MGR, do you think these trends will hold? I see that the leads are quite small in many of the constituencies and they are keeping on changing. For example, in Dharmadam, we did see Pinarayi Vijayan's lead change. Now, after round 8, he is leading by 3,600 votes. So if the leads are very small, then we may see a reversal after a point of time, at least in 10 seats.
Not quite likely. Because Dharmadam, this is a seat where Pinarayi Vijayan won by more than 50,000 votes last time. So 3,000 votes is as good or as bad as a complete defeat. So I think this 3,000 majority win should be seen as a defeat. So I don't think that if at all something, some kind of reversal happens, it will be only in the places like Dharmadam. But other than Dharmadam, it'll be very difficult. But Nemam, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar's margin might come down in the last 2-3 rounds because that is where the left has some kind of strength that happened last time also. He might win, but he might win with a lesser margin than what we see right now. It looks like for some 4,000 plus right now. It could come down to something less than that, but in the end he might win. That is another point. But other than that, I don't think there could be a reversal as such in any maybe 2 or 3 seats. But you're talking about 100 seats compared to 100 or 101 that the UDF won. Vis-a-vis the left, which is hovering around 50 or 60 or 50 or even less than that. So even if there is a reversal of margins or some kind of reduction in margins in a few seats in the final ends, it is not going to affect the final outcome at all.
UDF must be discussing who will be the next chief minister.
I'll come back to MGR on that because we must close the discussion with him with the chief minister who will be. I want to ask Azifa one thing. Azifa, one question that everybody must be asking now is why is there so much anger against the DMK, right? that they are going to be reduced to the third
Largest coalition, not even the party.
largest coalition in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. I know that Shabir has given whatever he thought. Of course, according to Shabir, there are a lot of hyper local issues. There is, of course, a huge thrust for Vijay himself. Vijay is very popular. And he also made a very important point the other day that there was a lot of ridicule of those who were supporting TVK, which perhaps added to more ground swell for Vijay. But Asifa, what did you see? You traveled to a couple of districts in Tamil Nadu and you've been speaking to people today also.
So one major thing is what Shabir exactly said, the ridicule point of it, the calling people Tarkuri, the word itself angered a lot of people in a sense that a lot. Okay.
Continue, Asifa.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So a lot of youngsters were forming the vote base this time, right? And calling them Tarkuris and telling them you don't know politics, you don't know what to do. It is we who are teaching you what to do. Obviously angered a lot of people. And another major point of contention that I saw with a lot of people is the job opportunities thing, right? Even in government employment and in private employment, though there is this narrative of we are increasing jobs and we are trying to bring in more companies and industries and everything, jobs has not increased considerably. And another sub point of that is the entrance examinations or TNPSC examinations that they conduct. And a lot of people say that the standards have increased, yes, but again, a lot of rules and regulations have made it very difficult for people to enter the system itself. And that has angered a lot of youngsters. On the other side, on the counterpart of it, Vijay has been pushing himself so much, and TVK has been pushing Vijay as its sole face and saying that we will be the solution. We will give you the solutions. Though they haven't said what solutions or how exactly they are going to bring it, a lot of youngsters have hope on Vijay that he will bring things, and that has also transferred to the families that anyway it's my child who is going to live in the next couple of decades or whatever, and if Vijay can provide for them, if Vijay can provide protection for the women, it's going to be well and good. And the another point that we were discussing the other day on the drugs usage and the increase of drugs, the narrative of increase of drugs has worked so well that even in smallest villages we see people talking about how drugs have increased manyfold. And when we ask what drugs are you talking about or where exactly are you getting this information, there is no explanation to that. It's just the idea that drugs have increased and our kids are being influenced by that, and that in turn leads to safety issues for women. This narrative has a very strong base in Tamil Nadu is what I feel.
I think I want Shabir to also weigh in on this. Shabir, is it more of a perception because data like what Azifa was pointing out, be it the increase of drug usage, be it women's safety, is it more a perception battle against DMK? Or do you think on ground there was actually data to prove all these charges? Because mind you, this is not just TVK that has made these allegations. AIDMK, EPS has been leading this for at least 2 to 3 years now, much before TVK jumped on it.
See, Pooja, there is a sense that law and order has been one of the weakest links of the DMK government because time and again there are reports about some incident that some gory incident that happens, and what has happened over the years is it has been amplified on social media. So it becomes a talking point. It gets into your WhatsApp groups, family groups. Everybody keeps talking about it, and then you have a leader. Someone who is very popular, and he is coming out in open and he is making those statements. People are they are able to relate to it. Everybody has that sense of fear. That those are the things that has resonated with people. See, Vijay did not speak about issues like federalism. He did not reveal what is his idea. How is he going to fight the BJP? How is he going to fight the union government? How is he going to address issues like center-state relations? These are all issues that Vijay did not even talk about. Vijay did not even address. Even in his entire ecosystem, nobody was able to talk about these issues. But what Vijay's candidates did was they were talking about hyper-local issues. And most of the times, I kept telling my friends, my journalist friends, that most of the times the campaigns with regards to Vijay did not take place on the streets or in the open. It happened inside their homes. It happened inside the residences of people where the families were discussing and debating about these issues. One of the key reasons why Vijay had got, why votes consolidated in favor of Vijay is because people who are like youngsters in their homes were persuading their family members to vote for Vijay. They were campaigning on behalf of Vijay. And also adding to the point where Azifa made that point, that there was a lot of ridicule. And I would say that political parties underestimated Vijay's film persona, Vijay's, the infrastructure that Vijay has built over the last 30 years. See, Vijay Makkal Iyakkam, like I said, BJP has an RSS that does the invisible work. Like that, Vijay Makkal Iyakkam has also done a lot of invisible work in. I know Danya is laughing, but I know it's a very wrong, what to say, a comparison. But I would say that Vijay Makkal Iyakkam has done a lot of invisible work. Like during COVID, they were distributing milk, bread, and egg for throughout the year, for more than a year. And that is those kind of welfare measures, the pailagam that they have, all these welfare measures that they had carried out at area level, they were all very popular and people were responding to it. Like when these kids go and ask for votes, the mothers and the sisters would say, உங்களுக்கு தான் போடுவோம், வேற யாருக்கு போட போறோம், உங்களுக்கு நீங்க எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்க, நாளைக்கு ஏதானா நீங்க வருவீங்க, if something goes wrong tomorrow you will be there to help me. They have worked during the floods, they have worked during natural calamities. I think it's that link, that bond that the Vijay Makkal Iyakkam had created in these areas, in remote villages, has helped Vijay in creating that kind of that sense of trust that, okay, these guys will be there no matter what, they'll be there for our rescue, they'll be there for helping us. So I think that is something that has worked in Vijay's favor.
Just
Okay,
to
so
add
a
a point
lot
to
of
that,
yeah.
just to add a single point to that about the welfare measures, one perception that has stuck strongly to the people is that when it comes to DMK or ADMK, it's about the party, right? The party is doing, it's our money, it's coming back to us. But when Vijay did it, it is strongly about how Vijay spent his money, his energy, and he's sacrificing himself technically and doing this for us. And that sentiment has in a way worked out in favor of him.
Yeah,
But,
is,
Danya,
I
you
think,
were-
the sum total of this election, that
Yeah.
DMK could not relate to people on an emotional level, and Vijay reached out to people, I think, primarily on an emotional level.
Okay, we have to let MGR go. Shabir,
Yeah.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
MGR, listening to all this, will we ever see a Mammootty or a Mohanlal forming a party and coming to
Do you
power?
want one?
Tamil Nadu has shown that cinema matters. Now, while, Tara, who's also going to join us live, has been telling me that don't compare MGR and Jayalalitha to
And
Vijay.
rightly so, yeah.
Yeah, because they were part of party structures. Vijay is an example. Vijay is also a smaller example that cinema's power does work in Tamil Nadu. MGR, I know that you also reported from Tamil Nadu. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the battery has gone down from my phone. Am I visible to you?
Yes, very much.
Just okay. So you are asking about film actors taking over Kerala also.
Yeah, if that is ever possible.
You never know about that because people are almost similar everywhere. And but at this point of time, I don't think that's a possibility in Kerala because it does not happen. The Kerala's history and tradition are different. So I don't think that is possible in Kerala, at least for a long time now. But what's happening next time, you never know. I mean, after some time, you never know.
And now
But
to the
now-
golden question, MGR, if
Yeah.
the UDF, I mean, not if, the UDF is coming to power now, what
Yeah.
happens to who the chief minister will be?
I'm sure those conversations have already started.
Big
Absolutely, it started even before the voting happened. Yeah, I think it is now since the UDF is pretty, in the sense that they have about 100 seats and more. I think it will be the redisposition definitely because if the UDF did not get this many seats, if it was a kind of a touch and go or something like that, then there would have been problems. But now that, VD Satish said that he will win 100 seats, and if he was not going to win 100 seats, he would go He'll take Vanvas and all. So I think he has a legitimate claim. I don't think that there will be any challenge right now, but things can change immediately afterwards. Because Chennithala also has a legitimate claim to be the chief minister because he is more senior to VD Satish, and he lost that chief ministership between the cup and lip in 2016 and 2021, and he has been in all other positions, so he is likely to be a major challenger. But right now, since the UDF victory has been pretty strong, I think VD Satish would not face any problem to be chosen as the chief minister right now. But after some time,
Quick,
and maybe immediately, things can change. Problems can happen as it happened in Karnataka and now.
Before
Quick
you go to the question to MGR, so Tharoor actually gave a very sensible bite yesterday saying that this is a party where first the central observers will come.
Exactly.
They will ask the MLAs, who do you want as a chief minister? The MLAs can give a name or the MLAs can say the high command can decide. That's how the Congress functions.
Yeah.
And then the high command can, of course, discard everything, what the MLAs are saying also, and then just choose their own person.
No, but if history is anything to go by, Congress High Command has not completely dismissed the popular voice of MLAs. But I don't know if we have MGR still with us. I don't see him on the screen.
Go to Tara. Tara is joining us. Tara, we have taken you off from the studio and kept you in one of the rooms in office. You are seeing the results coming from Bengal and from Tamil Nadu. My question to you is larger. I want to zoom out a bit now, because we have been speaking a lot about seats and who's trading and who's leading. Mamata Banerjee and MK Stalin, two voices speaking up for federalism, for states' rights versus the union. Two of them may not be the chief minister anymore. In fact, the DMK may be relegated to a third party. How does this play out in a national scene?
There's definitely a lean towards, I hesitate to say nationalist, because nationalist is actually a union of states, but more kind of a homogeneous, centralized governance is what I should say. There's definitely a lean towards that, but I wouldn't read it like that. I don't think people are voting based on states' rights or regional parties and things like that. I think if you look at the way the BJP has expanded from, the number of seats it's had in, say, Bengal or in many other states, the BJP keeps bringing on board. I mean, I'm not talking about defections and things like that, but the BJP brings on board various sections of voters. For example, they have specific appeal to Dalits, they have specific appeal to tribals, they have specific appeal to the middle castes, intermediary castes, and so forth. I think in the case of DMK, they have hit a wall. The fact that they are so BC based, and the BCs and the Dalits, they have been the oppressor caste for the Dalits. The DMK is hitting a wall on all sides. They can't expand to Dalits. They can't expand to even including religion the way Jayalalitha could include a religion, or the way Vijay is seemingly including religion while claiming that he is still Periyarist. So I think the DMK is hitting a wall. And as far as Mamta is concerned, I think she's lost the women's vote. And in fairness to Mamta, 15 years of anti-incumbency anywhere is very, very, very difficult to overcome. It's, just the sheer voters being tired and wanting a change will overwhelm. The other thing is that DMK, if you look at it, is an outstanding opposition party and has always been an outstanding opposition party. When they are in opposition, they raise the people's voices like nobody else. And they fight for states' rights like nobody else. And of course, they're also from a parliamentary perspective, they are very well versed. Therefore, they set up the party in that way, a cadre-based organization, that kind of a thing. That said, when they are in government, they don't get a second term. Right? They don't, the history shows that they are not able to, after they govern, get a second term every single time. If you roll back to before DMK formed government ever, when Karunanidhi was still working on forming the party, Anna was the leader of the party, the left at that time was fairly strong in Tamil Nadu. And there was a question as to why the left is waning and the DMK is gaining seats at the local body election level. And some of the left leaders pointed out that they are mirroring our policies as far as pro-poor policies, land redistribution policies. But the only difference between the left and the DMK, this is what the left said, okay? The only difference between the left and the DMK is they have an emotional appeal due to Tamil, because they are using the language as an emotional pull towards voters, and we are not using any emotional pull towards voters, so it's very dry. Now, the thing is, Tamil has run its course. It's no longer giving you anything you do, whether it is trying to get women's loyalty, whether it is trying to get farmers' loyalty, everything has a sort of a ceiling. You can't keep mining it for election after election after election. That is why the BJP adds to their vote bank. As they mine Hindutva, they don't stall on their vote bank. They keep increasing the kinds of voters they attract, which to me, the DMK has a kind of a wall that it has hit in terms of trying to attract voters, and they don't have an emotional appeal, a charismatic, they haven't had a charismatic leader in a long time. Anna was the last charismatic leader, I dare say, right? Karunanidhi was a superb administrator. It's a different matter that he could lead the party, that policy-wise he was, quite a stalwart. But charisma is not something that one associates with him, and it is important to people. So if you look at the history of Tamil Nadu wanted the rationalist Dravidian movement, but the charismatic version of it. And today that is no longer available. I'd go even further to say that the DMK, in kind of controlling a lot of the media, just the way the BJP does in some ways, and having a very strong cadre base that dumps down everything else, it's an echo chamber that they create around themselves and are unable to be in touch with the pulse of the people. I'd even blame the media. The media themselves, why is media surprised today? Why is News Minute surprised? Why is anybody surprised, right? Because we are so far away from the pulse of the people. I'm not media, I'm saying we, but still, because everyone is so far away that you feel like I've been in spaces every night, the TVK spaces, DMK spaces, ADMK spaces, and just citizen spaces, cine lovers spaces. And other than the TVK, everyone is trashing Pradeep Gupta and saying, where did he get money from, right? It is, we are so sort of drinking our Kool-Aid, and especially so within the DMK, that we have solved the social justice issues. We know exactly what policy. In fact, the best example is the study that I did in Karnataka, presented it to the Karnataka government, also had a chance to present it to the Planning Commission in Tamil Nadu. It was full attendance. Kudos to the ministers, to the MLAs, and the Planning Commission of Tamil Nadu to come out and full and listen to it. But somebody at the end, one of the young people there told me, you can never do an independent study like this in Tamil Nadu. It's possible in Karnataka, it's not possible. It will only be a sponsored study.
Okay, Tara, a couple of things. One is that I feel what you said about DMK mining the Tamil and all these issues. Vijay is not standing opposite to any of them, right? People are not seeing as a threat to Tamil or as a threat to federalism, because we are not very clear as to what he believes in. But till now, the indications are that he's almost following the same politics.
The language and the grammar that he uses is that of Dravidian politics, because he knows that he cannot possibly win without that.
Therefore, we can
what does that mean?
That people are voting for the same things. They just don't see Vijay standing diagonally opposite to any of this. Right? Now, if BJP wins a lot of seats in Tamil Nadu, then we can say, okay, fine. People are no longer caring about these issues, which is
But he adds a layer of emotion over all of this, because these have become abstract. For a lot of voters, they don't know what it means for their lives.
I want to go to Sukanya, but before that, two more quick things. One is that, Tara, not everybody at the News Minute is surprised, because Shabir has been saying from many weeks
months
that
now,
TVK will do really well. I have, of course, thought that they will do about 20%. That's about it. To be very truthful, after the elections, I still thought that this is a very online phenomenon. As someone who's really watched the online phenomenon of TVK, I kept thinking, I've not been on the ground, so I kept thinking that perhaps this is just an online frenzy they are creating, but clearly it is not. Before I go to Sukanya, to all those watching us, thank you very much. Do send the links to people you know, because this is independent media bringing you coverage of the elections. And remember, we work through subscriptions. The links are there. Do subscribe, keep our election coverage going, because the story of Tamil Nadu is not over. It's going to go on for many days now. We do not know who will form the government and with whose support. Sukanya, one of the constituencies that you went to is Peravur, where KK Shailaja is contesting from, and looks like he's trailing currently. Tell us what's happening in Kerala.
Hi Pooja, hi Danya, and hi to everybody watching. Yes, like Danya said, Peravur is a constituency which has been a UDF bastion, and that is the sense that I got even when I went on ground. Because I just want to say a couple of things. Sunny Joseph, who is KPCC president, is also a very grassroots person in Peravur. Now, when we look at Peravur, he's been an MLA for the last 15 years, and he's still leading by over 4,500 votes, by a margin of 4,500 votes there. Shailaja did manage to have some steady lead in the beginning, but that's all turned against her now. And in fact, I'm I was very disappointed after I came back from my election reporting in Peravur, because KK Shailaja is also one of the few formidable names, women who have risen up to that space, that stature in politics, or been allowed to rise up to that state. Allowed or not is questionable, but still, people have been talking about how they want a woman chief minister and how they see Shailaja in that stature. So Peravur was a particularly disadvantaging constituency for her. One, it's a UDF bastion. Two, our colleague Harita John has done a detailed report on how Irikur and Peravur are constituencies that have heavily migrant Christian populations. And even the BDJ's candidate, the NDA candidate in Peravur, was a Christian. So there is the Christian vote consolidation that has worked against Shailaja. But the biggest factor, I still think, Dhanya, in Peravur is anti-incumbency and also this anti-Pinarayi sentiment that people had. Because a lot of people I spoke to said that Shailaja, who was, she's a resident there, people know her, and they all said, we all love Shailaja teacher, we all know her, her house is here, we know her like she's one of our own. But the problem is that if we vote for her this time, I also want to tell our viewers, just to refresh your memories, that she was brought in from Matanur. And the reason given by the party was that Matanur is a sure shot party seat. So why not have a younger leader there so that they can cultivate leadership? And that is the reason they used to shift Shailaja from Matanur to Peravur. That was the official reason given. And people said that they know Shailaja teacher and they like her like one of their own. But then a few questions that they asked me were that the last time, for the people who voted for Shailaja, who came to power with a whopping majority that superseded Pinarayi Vijayan's, she was not given a ministership in the cabinet. So people are like, now if she's not going to be given any position, then why should we vote for her? That was one question. Another major question was that even if we vote for KK Shailaja, if the front is going to be led by Pinarayi Vijayan, we are very unhappy with it. And we're unwilling to give him that opportunity.
Sara, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing in Kerala? Of course, you are also part of Shakti, an organization which wants more women to contest elections, no matter which party. We have, of course, talked a lot about what has happened to KK Shailaja, but just going away from that too, what do you think about what's playing out in Kerala?
I think the thing that worries me most about Kerala is, on the one side, of course, women are not being represented in with tickets and in political positions. But even that apart, the entire electoral conversation, there is very little advocacy for women. Even if you look at Bengal, even if you looked at Bihar, if you looked at Tamil Nadu, there is talk about women as voters, women as, women going to work, women's mobility, women as students, women's higher studies. The focus given to women is significant in the context of elections, electoral politics, manifestos, and outcomes, governance outcomes. We just don't hear that in Kerala. It's almost like women don't exist except, to come and cast the vote. Nobody, the CPM hasn't talked about it, the Congress hasn't talked about it, forget giving a share of power. They don't even talk about women as anything, as students, as potentially working, labor class, their earnings, their autonomy, their mobility, nothing. So women as an object of a conversation, as citizens, as individuals, as constituents, that is missing, and that to me is very scary, because there's a trajectory to this. It typically starts at the lowest end and only then does it climb up, and it hasn't started. So that is very worrisome.
We'll get back to Shabir. Shabir, yes, we spoke about what worked, what TVK did right, but there are a lot of things where things are still not very clear. We spoke about it earlier. Vijay speaks about Dravidian politics, but we don't know what that exactly means. Manifesto is not a great indication because he's spoken about welfare schemes much like the other Dravidian giants there. How will the money come? Because he's promised much more than DMK and ADMK have, which means that yesterday I heard some analysts say that they'll need over 3.5 lakh crores to fulfill some of the basic promises that he's made. Now it's time, because it's looking very real that Vijay might form the government. Where will he bring the money from? We don't know. So tell us, what do we know about what we can expect? What style of governance will be there? Who will be possibly there in his cabinet? Because it's all one big enigma right now.
Hey, Pooja, frankly speaking, we have no idea what Vijay is capable of. Yes, he's capable of pulling a victory, but we don't know the composition of his cabinet. He has some sound advisors, I would say that, because I know that there are people who are helping him behind the scenes. From the very beginning, he has had good advisors who have given him some sound advice: what to do, what not to do, what to avoid, what to say, what not to say. All these things are fine. But governance is altogether a different ball game, right? So I think if Vijay is prepared for that, I don't know. But what I would say is that he has a certain amount of people who can be good ministers. But the one thing that Vijay has been stressing upon is that he wants to give a clean governance. He wants to ensure that there is integrity. And the first thing that he is going to crack down is on corruption, because that is something that he has promised in his election speeches and election manifesto. So I think there will be some out of the box ideas. Like, see, governance is something it's going to continue regardless of who is there in the chief minister's chair or who is going to be the council of ministers. It's going to be, the policy is going to be in a different perspective. But governance is all about continuity, right? Like whatever the DMK has done so far, or whatever the AIADMK has done so far in the state, Vijay cannot undo everything. All he can do is he can give his own touch, or he can make it clear to the authorities, the bureaucracy, that what are his priorities. The few things that Vijay is very particular about is one, to try and control drug menace, to try and address the problem.
But is there a drug menace at all?
No, there is.
Menace is a very strong word, right?
Huge.
No.
There is 100%.
There is
but
drug
it's
issue.
just-
It's just that it's not being reported. It's just that you don't see it on the NCRB report doesn't mean that it's not there. There are cartels that are operating out of Tamil Nadu. There are synthetic drugs that are prevalent. The cool lip is one thing that we get to hear about a lot in schools. The teachers are complaining about it. So there is a genuine problem that needs to be addressed. So these
Fentanyl problem as well.
Vijay is going to focus, and Vijay should be focusing on these areas because these are his major promises. And about job creation, what is he going to do to bring jobs? What is he going to do to ensure that there is transparency in governance? How is he going to take criticism? Because Vijay fans are very I don't know if I can use the word. Vijay fans are very young people, and they would immediately react in a very different manner. So what is he going to do to address all these issues? What does like I said, Vijay's political party is just a fledgling political party. They don't have a proper structure. They don't have a working plan for the party, regardless of who is there in the government or not. There has to be a working plan for the party. So all these things needs to be addressed. So he has a daunting task ahead of him. So it all depends on whether Vijay crosses the majority mark or if he is hovering around 105. Because definitely things will change. A lot of other political parties will come in, and a lot of people are ready to support him as well. Because I can say for sure that during Vijay's campaign at grassroots levels, what I saw was people from AIADMK helping him, people from Congress parties, helping him, because they were all unhappy with the stand that their own parties had taken during this election. So there are a lot of people who have switched to his side, and I think he is getting a lot of invisible support. So I think it's time for Vijay to think what are his priorities are going to be, and whatever he has promised.
Shabir, I want to just cut you there. Shabir, the number, Tara, before I come to you, the numbers are actually looking quite strange now because the TVK is leading in 108. The DMK and the AIDMK are almost neck to neck, which is AIDMK. I'm just talking about the party, right? AIDMK is leading in 57 seats and the DMK in 44. Now, even if Vijay has to pull in a few numbers, who is he going to get? DMDK has only 1 seat, which is leading now. MDMK is in 2 seats. Who is Vijay going to get?
You know, what I'm also interested in knowing is, will it be an alliance with a party or will it be defection? Will individual MLAs jump ship and join Vijay?
Or it has to be either the DMK or the AIDMK supporting him from outside. One Dravidian major just stopping the other Dravidian major.
I think we can take it for granted. I know we keep saying that never say never in politics, but this time around, I think we can put good money to say that DMK and TVK alliance will not happen. Simply for this, you know, he has already identified DMK as his political opponent and BJP as his ideological opponent.
What about DMK and AIDMK coming together to
Oh my God. No, the point I was making is that we've time and again seen that even though two ideological opponents can come together, but two political opponents coming together is disastrous. We've seen it in Karnataka, JDS, Congress versus JDS and BJP. We've seen it even even Congress and CPIM were technically ideological opponents.
The numbers are not going to be easy for Vijay, but because if you want the smaller parties to come, including the Congress or the MDMK, you're talking about just 1 seat, 2 seat here and there, and then you have to cobble up a lot of them together, right? Tara, yes, you're bursting to say something. Yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that the first thing we need to do is to stop underestimating the newcomer. And I don't mean that just about Vijay, because it's always difficult to predict how well a newcomer will do. But that said, we have had NTR, a ranked newcomer who won a state much larger than Tamil Nadu when he did. He had much fewer resources at disposal in terms of, you know, the internet and all the resources today you can get to learn much faster. And he ended up governing a bigger state. And it is not that his first term was bad or anything. His first term, you know, went quite well.
But again, he had administrative experience. He was not a newcomer in the sense Vijay is. That has to be said.
How do you mean he had administrative experience?
He was part of politics for a while before he formed his own party. Vijay has started his party on his own.
NTR?
Who, NTR? No,
he was with Congress for a while. Politically, he was much more active than... He was associated with Congress for a while. Then he formed his own party.
No, maybe he may have been interested in Congress, or he maybe have been he have been an observer. But he never had any administrative experience. In fact, if you read NTR's biography written by a couple of judges, particularly Maverick Masaya, I forgot the name of the author, but he writes that before NTR entering politics, he would not even read newspaper.
Yes.
He would not know what exactly is happening in politics. He was completely away.
Not only NTR.
No. He was associated. He campaigned for us. What I mean.
Okay, Tara, go on. Yes.
So he had no administrative experience. The second is, of course, AAP. You know, and when AAP won as well, they didn't have administrative experience. Although, you know, some of them, Arvind Kejriwal in particular, had been an IRS officer. The point is that as far as Vijay winning goes, there was a lot of underestimation that he cannot do this well. Now, again, for governance, there is a big question that says, what is he going to do? Well, the state is run by the bureaucracy. When Jayalalitha died, and there was this impasse for a long time, and the governor didn't even bother to invite anyone to form the government, the state was just for 2 years, just run by the bureaucracy. So between the bureaucracy and, you know, the fact that there's been precedents of brand new parties doing this, Vijay could completely botch it, or he could do reasonably okay using a set of people that defect, using a set of advisors, using the bureaucracy as his, as his fulcrum, all of the above. So one is, I don't think we should underestimate what is going on. This has happened in India before. It has happened in a bigger state before, and it hasn't fallen flat. That is definitely one thing to remember.
I think underestimate is really the phrase that we must use, because DMK and the CPM underestimated the voters also.
Possibly.
No, Danya, one more thing I want to say is that the TVK cadre are very, very emotionally upset at this underestimation, right? When you listen to them, that is what bothers them the most. And in a sense, it's natural that it bothers them because he is an actor with no experience who's come into politics. And everyone is saying that you're an actor, you don't know anything about politics, you've come into politics. But it's really bothering them that people say that, which means that you're setting up a whole bunch of people, what Shabir said. The cadre is already emotional, plus they are now in a situation where they are sensing victory. It's a combination that can, it's not the ideal combination to have in a mature democracy. You want to have a combination where people win, they go off and they govern. You don't want to have this emotional tinderbox where one side has been terribly hurt, they win, the other side is now really angry, the DMK cadre. You don't want that combination. I think part of it is also fueled by this whole underestimation and putting people down, which we need to stop doing, I think.
I think, in fact, I was keeping on telling Pooja that both the DMK and the CPIM's campaign seemed to me like India Shining of the BJP. I was a first-time reporter when India Shining campaign
2004.
was going on, and I really thought, oh, they're going to win because India is shining, right? And I don't understand what is happening around me, but just that overconfidence and just completely writing off that there is any anti-incumbency. So, Kanya, coming to you.
Was it true of LDF though?
Yes, LDF slogan was LDF illengal aar. Like as if there was no other option if it was not for LDF, right? That is way beyond Indian times. India is shining only with us.
No, but this is, if not Modi, who?
Yeah.
No, I also want to say that this is the people putting parties in their place. Because in a democracy, everything you do is exposed. Right at the time when Pinarayi 2.0 cabinet came into power, there was severe criticism about how power was consolidated to the single leader. M.J. Radhakrishnan sir went as far as to call him a dictator. And this was said right from the time the cabinet came into power. Shailaja not being given ministership was one aspect of it, but there was also this whole campaign that the LDF said that now we have all new ministers. The cabinet is full of younger ministers. But the problem with that is that there is nobody who can stand up to Pinarayi Vijayan in the cabinet. So the sense that people got is that the victory has gotten so much into their heads that Pinarayi Vijayan has taken over the cabinet. And that sentiment has snowballed, and that has really led to the downfall of this party. I also feel that, in history, Pinarayi Vijayan could have been a tall leader who could have led the party ahead and retired gracefully. I think he should have done that. I think this whole haughtiness about, we will rule you, we will decide what's best for you is not the language of democracy. And people are very, very perceptive to that. Sentiments are very... I was speaking to P. Rajiv, who's also unfortunately trailing from Kalamasheri. He was our industries minister, and I was talking to him, and I asked him, even in the LDF campaign posters this time for the election, there is the face of Pinarayi Vijayan, and there is so much talk about the Wayanad rehabilitation, about how the LDF allengil mattare, like Danya said, who else is there to rehabilitate the landslide victims of Wayanad? That is a very wrong language to use. That hints at consolidation of power at a party. That looks like the party is doing something out of charity. While as this is money, this is public money, and it is a designated government's job to make sure that rehabilitation is done, to make sure that they serve the people. So this whole attitude of we are above people and we are going to get through with this, I think the LDF was also in denial for the longest time, which has really caused them. So people give you the power, like the constitution says, we draw our power from the people. That the party was not cognizant of it at all. And also, I think none of us expected the UDF to make so much gain, at least by the leads that we see now. LDF is at 36, UDF is at 101, and NDA is at 3 right now. I think this is the 7th or 8th round of counting, and none of us expected the UDF to make as much gains because the UDF is also equally starved for strong leadership, equally squabbling for power. They have issues over who's going to be a CM candidate and all of that. Despite the UDF also being that weak, if the LDF is abysmally shrunk to 36 states, that is because they have really, really not understood the place of people in a democracy.
Tanya, two quick things.
Yeah, Tara, we'll wrap up with that. Yes, tell me.
Yeah. One is that we are not talking about the fact that Vijay has pushed everyone else out. The BJP did not grow. NTK is at 0, others, right? So he's kind of scooped up everything that did not go to the ADMK, but also alliance, but he has also scooped up, of course, the anti-incumbency vote and the youth vote and all of that stuff. So the BJP, which might have otherwise imagined that it would grow in the state, has been, so far has been like just a couple of seats and that's it. The other thing that I think the DMK has not seen and is costing it is the fact that Chennai itself is an aspirational city for Tamils and they have let it wither. So for a lot of young people that I spoke to, they're really upset that Chennai boys who grew up in Chennai, went to the US and are leading the Googles, the Zoom Infos and so forth, choose not to set up in Chennai and go to Bangalore. They are upset about the fact that IIT Madras, the incubator success story after success story, IIT Madras incubator produces the success story, which they then go to Bangalore for the next stage of the startup. So the fact that the city is not, glitzy, is not an aspirational city, is not the place where young people can make big money, is something that bothers a certain section of the population who have to go to Hyderabad or Bangalore in order to fulfill their dreams. So there isn't like it's not the Tamil Nadu dream is not there for young people. There's a lack of an aspirational value, which is extremely important.
Thank you for the Tara and Sukanya, but I think a lot of takeaways from this one, of course, is that don't underestimate the voters. Joining us in the next leg is journalist Shivapriyan, who, like Shabir, has been saying that the TVK will do well, but not as much as Shabir thought they will. Thank you for the Tara and Sukanya. We'll come to our next round of guests. Haritha John also joins us and Sudipta Mondal. But like Tara was saying, Chennai has 37, the greater Chennai region has 37 seats, which is Chennai, Kanchipuram, Chengalpet and Tiruvallur. DMK won 36 seats in this zone last time. And we are seeing the DMK is trailing in almost all these constituencies, except, of course, now I see Udayanidhi Stalin leading in his.
By a thin margin, just over 1,000 votes. Yeah.
Stalin is still trailing by
7,900
almost 8,000 votes. We are seeing all the DMK big-wigs really going down. And even in this Pradeep Gupta's Access My India poll, imagine we have to go back to an exit poll.
As we speak, I also want to tell you that most of the channels are showing live visuals of Pradeep Gupta celebrating, cutting a cake and all of that, no longer crying. He could burst into a dance very soon.
But remember, he did not release the numbers of
the breakup.
West
He did
Bengal.
not release.
No,
Yes,
West Bengal
he did not. Yes.
So I'm sure I'm not a person who trusts in exit polls at all. But at least in Tamil Nadu, I don't think he still went right? Because I get the AIDMK doing well compared to the DMK.
Correct. No, but I think the larger point, our problem with exit poll is much larger than one or two results. But Dhanya, let's look at what this means for the India Alliance, if there is one at all. Will there be an India bloc? Because Mamata Banerjee now will be upset with Congress and this CPIM. Of course, CPIM, she cannot ally, but they would have taken a large chunk of her votes. What happens if there's no DMK, there's no Pinarayi Vijayan? So what will happen now?
Well, the Congress will come to power in Kerala, right? So that is not a problem.
So now Congress will be in power in 3 states in the country. So
yes. I think now we can go to Shivapriyan. Shivapriyan, you can hear us?
But we can't. I think you're muted.
Okay, I think that they're just wiring up Shivapriyan and Haritha. Just before that, I want to go to a few more numbers now. We are getting more, we are going by the Election Commission numbers in which Bengal is BJP in 192 seats leading, and Trinamool Congress is in 94 seats. In Tamil Nadu, we see the TVK leading in 110. In fact, according to Election Commission side, TVK is doing much better. DMK is stuck at 49. The PMK has 5 seats.
5 seats. PMK is a ADMK ally, part of the greater NDA, as it's called.
And I think most of the channels, of course, as expected, they just surge ahead of all the Election Commission of India numbers. If you look at Asianet, one of the biggest Malayalam TV channels, Rajesh Chandrasekhar, who used to own,
still owns, I think, a majority.
His company owns. He is leading in Nemam constituency, 2 seats in Kerala that the BJP is leading. The UDF is leading in 101 seats, which means both the Congress and the IUML are doing really well. And the LDF has been brought down to 37 according to Asianet's leads. There are no exit polls which predicted this. I don't think journalists in Kerala predicted this. Everybody I spoke to said that UDF will win. There was no doubt about it.
But the margin was
60. Nobody was giving below 60.
So I think that is also one of the lessons, right? People were scared to say that they're voting against LDF. That's the kind of atmosphere that was created. That's something that the party will want to look at, CPIM particularly, that if people are voting against you but not willing to say it openly, then there is something you've done.
But I remember when you came back from Tamil Nadu, you told me that one reason why all our reporters who were traveling in Tamil Nadu, they would come back and say that is the TMK winning? TVK winning? I remember Haritha John from Kerala asking me again and again, do you think that Vijay will become chief minister? Because everybody is saying TVK, TVK. And at that time when I posed the question to you, Pooja said that perhaps, you know, when we go as journalists and we take vox pops from people, the reason why we are overwhelmingly thinking TVK is because TVK supporters are more vocal.
They're very vocal. Also, see, they don't have anything to be embarrassed about. A lot of ADMK supporters, I feel, did not come out and say openly that we are voting for ADMK because somewhere they were reluctant because of the alliance. Also because they didn't get that kind of coverage. So they thought maybe we are in minority. We don't want to come out and say that we are voting for ADMK. So they were quiet. It was mostly the TVK supporters who were loudest. Also given the fact that whistle was their symbol and they kept going on and on. And DMK supporters were also vocal. Now it looks like not all of them did end up voting for DMK, but the emotional appeal was very much visible. There were mostly kids saying that, in fact, some of in Perambur itself, when Nazifa and I went and spoke to many people, mothers were saying, my son is a huge fan of Vijay. He doesn't miss a single movie. So he's insisting that I vote for Vijay. So I'll vote for Vijay. We are otherwise generationally, we are voters of DMK.
Megha, our producer, before we let Shabir go, I want to just have a Shabir and Shivapriyan. Shivapriyan, you can hear us.
The Yen and Raquel we do.
I remember talking to you just after polls. I mean, I think just before polls, and you said that Vijay, in your estimate, they've gone up from 20 to 25% is what you said. But the results that you're seeing now, is it much more than what you expected for the TVK? You have to unmute, Shivapriyan.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yeah. So like last time we did that South Central, I gave you an estimate of 15 to 18%. But after I went to the ground and I also wrote a reporter's diary where I spoke about change is the buzzword in Tamil Nadu. Is it sweeping across the state? So like even then I was not very confident that TVK will breach the 25% and reach about 35 to get to power. So as a journalist, I had my own doubts and misgivings because I did not want to jump the gun and say that the TVK will win. But I also didn't feel that they are actually coming to power because a lot of men above 45 who I spoke to were actually dismissive of Vijay. So I thought maybe unless this section comes with Vijay, his seat converting capability and capacity may be very less, but I think I was wrong. So like 25 plus vote percentage I did expect, but I didn't expect the TVK to sweep the polls and win them. Because me and Shabir, we have had a lot of arguments also. Shabir would keep telling me like, no, you don't know, you don't underestimate the people. And I will always tell Shabir, I'm not underestimating the people, but let's see how it turns out. I think Shabir was right because he's stuck his neck out to say, and probably I didn't want to take that risk.
Okay, so I guess Shivapriyan and Shabir will come for a Mottamadi episode of Yenindra Kelvi. Shabir, I'll let you go now. Manisha will be anchoring the next bit. I can see on Twitter, people are congratulating Shabir for understanding the ground pulse. I would truthfully say that I did not think that you are right. But
not to this
extent for sure. And we kept trolling Shabir quite a bit. But yeah, thank you very much, Shabir. We'll come back to you after 2. Shivapriyan, just stay on. Also joining us is Sudipto Mondal from Bengaluru. Sudipto will speak to us a little bit about Bengal.
And also Puducherry.
Yes. Haritha, quickly to you. What are the trends in Kerala? We see that Ramesh Chennithala has won the seat. Is it some kind of an inkling? The first seat to be announced is Haripad for Ramesh Chennithala, future Chief Minister of Kerala, or not?
Ramesh Chenitala and VD Sadishan and KC Venugopal, I think all three of them has equal chances here at this point of time because and KC if it's KC Venugopal, he has to prove himself. He has to contest in some constituency, and I think he is prepared for for a contest in Kerala.
This one thing.
Go on, Harita.
I can continue. Okay. So the trend in Kerala is clearly visible now. Now I don't think that any magic is going to happen. It's already a UDF wave. It's not even an edge as predicted by the exit poll. It's a UDF wave. It's clearly visible, and now UDF has crossed more than 100 seats. It's 102 at present now, and there is clearly, and I also feel that this anti-LDF, like only the 36 seats, LDF has performed one of its poorest performance in the history, which is also an anti-Pinarayi wave, because even when we see that in the elections they pitched the campaigning was a single face Pinarayi.
Oh, yeah.
When we see at the posters, at the banners, if everywhere, like in the big posters, it was just Pinarayi. So when we pitch one person as an election face, obviously that person will be responsible for the victory as well as the failure. So in 2021, it was a Pinarayi factor. Pinarayi factor was one major factor that led to the LDF victory. Same as now, the Pinarayi factor is something that led to the LDF's failure this time in 2026. That's we saw how he's trailing in Dharmadam, which is a reflection of all other constituencies in Kerala, across Kerala. Yeah, you want to
I
ask
want to
something?
go to Shivapriyan, but just one thing. I think elections are also humbling experiences for journalists because after coming back from Kerala, a lot of people thought that though there is anti-incumbency against the LDF, the UDF has not really sort of captured it,
Yeah.
cultivated it. The UDF itself was saying the numbers at 100 max, right?
No, they were saying 80. Off the record, they were saying 80.
I think this is unexpected
Even for them.
Shivapriyan,
That is-
one party that I think we did not touch upon is the NTK.
Yeah.
Looks like even Seaman is now trailing in
yeah.
Karaikudi. So Vijay has not only taken the DMK's votes, he's also eaten into AIDMK's vote. In some places, he seemed to have helped the AIDMK, but he may have also eroded the NTK's vote, right?
True. See, like Dhanya, Vijay was expected to eat into each and every party's votes. So, like the kind of star is, the cult image that he enjoyed, because, like, let's be very frank, Vijay did not campaign like MK Stalin or EPS. Vijay hardly campaigned this election even during the peak election season. What he did was he outsourced the entire campaign to his fans, to his supporters, to the Gen Z generation, and then he told them to go and campaign for him. That is what I think has happened here. I think someone has to do a case study of how to do campaigning in a modern day election. That is what Vijay has done. Because as a journalist, I think Pooja was also in Madurai and other places. Shabir was there in the field. I was there in the field. I could see the TVK surging, but not to this level, because journalists also speak to a very limited number of people. We can only give a sense. That is why I don't actually get into predicting elections. So, like, also NTK, it was expected because a lot of youngsters who voted to NTK were tired or had grown fatigue with the DMK and the AIADMK. What is surprising here is the comeback of the AIADMK. Though the AIADMK was expected to be submerged in the tsunami of Vijay, they have risen above the DMK. So I think we'll have to wait and see how the AIADMK did this. Maybe Vijay helped them. Vijay seemed to have taken the core vote bank of the DMK, contrary to the expectations that he will only take away the anti-incumbency and the anti-DMK votes.
Okay, Shiva, I'll go to Sudipto now. Sudipto, I'll have to oscillate from Bengal to Puducherry for you. First, quickly about Bengal, we are seeing that the BJP is going to form the government in the state. In fact, when Mamata Banerjee's video came out 2 days ago, it did look like they were not confident anymore. Mamata Banerjee, of course, will turn to Sir. She's going to say that SIR was responsible for what's happening. Your quick take on what's happening in Bengal, Sudipto?
Well, this is the second partition of Bengal, the third partition, if you call it. 1905 was the first, 1947 was the second. This polarization that we have seen in this election, the result, to my mind, and the people may ask me, oh, well, how do you know, and how you're sitting in Bengaluru? I want to remind them that I'm sitting in Bengal, Uru. There are lakhs of Bengali migrants whose lives and work I've been following over here, based on which I feel I have an insight into what's happening out there in Bengal. This is nothing short of, I mean, just as a headline grabber, if you like, this is a partition kind of a moment in Bengal's history once again. But Dhanya, can I please hello? I mean, I need some kind of throwaway comments, for Tamil Nadu, if you'll allow me. Now we should all know. I mean, I for one believe that the DMK in the long run will revive, given that it's a cadre-based party and it is, ideologically, it has an alternative which is far more sustainable than what Vijay may be offering. So, yeah, I have a lot of hopes of a DMK kind of revival, because I think one of the things that they have worked a lot in the last few years is on their on building a kind of an intellectual base amongst younger people. So there's that element I just feel about Tamil Nadu.
Shivapriya, you actually had a directly opposite view of what Sudipto says. You thought that young people do not know about Dravidian politics. The DMK has failed to actually educate. But is it just that much? Now, a couple of things which stood out for me. One is the arrogance in the campaign, right? Whether it's a DMK or the CPIM, this continuous dismissal of any anti-incumbency. That is one. Second is the poor reaction to criticism. I want to come to Harita after that, because we are seeing in Payanur, what a fantastic election. We are seeing that the rebel candidate of the CPIM, the person who left the CPIM party, V. Kunyikrishnan, he is winning the elections in Payanur. This is a man that the CPM stood against, Pinarayi Vijayan himself stood against, but he's winning. So that arrogance, right, in dealing with problems, in reacting to problems, has all that really culminated in what has happened to the DMK today?
Yeah, like true. And also like they thought the anti-BJP politics will pull them through. So that will help them win. They thought like bringing Hindi, bringing delimitation, all these things. I think the DMK misread the situation about Vijay. So like I pointed out in one of my copies that Karur incident was actually helped the anti-incumbency visible. So like till then the anti-incumbency was invisible. Even in my 2024 election coverage, I did write and say that there was an anti-incumbency against the DMK government, but it is being hidden only because the BJP and the AIADMK were in two different fronts. So like it was the split of the opposition votes and the anti-incumbency votes that helped the DMK score a 40 out of 40 in 2024. So now what happened was the DMK was not, the DMK was thinking that Vijay would only take away votes of the anti-incumbency and the anti-DMK votes. They never thought that he will actually make inroads into its core vote bank. That is one. And again, yes, arrogance, the kind of control that the DMK had on the local media, that is also one thing. And also about their agencies. So like their strategy teams calling up journalists and asking them to pull out videos, pull out a lot of things. Actually, like, so like these may have contributed, and also about the local councillors' actions. And also in Chennai, if you take, so like the DMK has never lost Chennai even during MGR's rise. So when MGR launched his party and like he rose to power in 1977, the MGR's AIADMK won only one seat. So now I think the DMK will only win 1 or 2 seats in Chennai. Vijay contesting from Chennai is a gutsy move for him, because that has caused a ripple effect that even the chief minister might lose from his seat in Kolattur, and Udayanidhi might scrape through. That is what the initial trends tell us. But it is not just about anti-incumbency. It's about a lot of factors, the nepotism, the corruption and other things. See, like 2024 itself, it was visible. If the AIADMK and BJP were together, maybe they would have won about 15 to 20 seats, and it would have been kind of a situation where the AIADMK would have won 15 to 20 and the DMK 20. Maybe that would have helped the DMK regain the lost ground. But since that also split like anything, So Vijay rising to power, they were actually very dismissive of Vijay from the beginning. Not just the DMK was dismissive, but the AIADMK wanted to ally with Vijay, but they couldn't. So they at the end, like in February, Edapadi Palaniswamy started criticizing Vijay, but I think that also didn't sit well with the people.
No, I think that's something which Shabir also has been pointing out, right? Underestimating. Sudipta, I know you're putting your hands up, but I want to ask you one thing. One story that you did for the elections was tracking the Martin family. I can't see there is Puducherry trailing and leading in the Election Commission website, but Lalgudi, from where, for those unaware, Santiago Martin is a lottery king,
Yeah.
South India of India. When the electoral bond data was released, he was one of the largest donors to all political parties, cutting across to the
TMC to YSRCP, to BJP,
DMK, all
less to
parties.
BJP comparatively. Yeah.
This time, 3 of his relatives, family members have contested. His son, Jose Martin from Puducherry, Kamaraj constituency. His son-in-law, Adav Arjun, who's also one of the most trusted people for Vijay. He was contesting for Villivakam.
Which is the adjoining constituency to Vijay's Perambur.
And Lalgudi, from where his wife, Lima Jose Martin, was contesting, that also an AIDMK seat. Sudipto, I'll tell you the update. The Election Commission of India says that Adav Arjuna is leading from Villivakam and Lima Jose Martin is leading from Lalgudi. I think Jose Martin was anyway going to be a walkthrough mostly. 3 members of Martin's family in 3 different governments. If Lima Jose Martin becomes part of the government, that is, yes. Oh, we can't hear Sudipto, yes.
We should, if we can, we should
come back to
that Vegas. You have these plot. You can't. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, go on, go on.
Hello. To me, Sudipto, or the
Yes, go on, Sudipto.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. No, I was just trying to say that we should use a graphic in this case of that in Vegas. Now you have these slot machines, no, where you have 3, 4 things which will come all aligned, ting, 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 all 3, like, you know. So, and who knows, we might see JCM, they call it, no, Jose Charles Martin, emerging as the Chief Minister of Puducherry. By you know, who knows what, all kinds of things can happen. But I think for those who haven't yet read that story that Shabir and I put out, please, if there's a chance to go read that story, what it talks about is the kind of resources that the family, I mean, the mother and the son, Adav Arjuna has kind of split from the family, allegedly split. Now, that will be interesting to see. So that how that split plays out, because one of the things that people were saying is that, oh, well, this is just for show and to spread bets, that they are trying to create an impression that Adav Arjuna is separate from the family. But for now, at least the mother and son seem like cock a hoop. And yeah, I mean, going back, the only thing that I can remember from that whole campaign was how good the event management was, how good the speakers were, how good, you know, generally in elections, even good parties struggle with mic systems. This seemed like it was some, you know, a Michael Jackson concert. That was, the sound quality was so good. The food was very good for the workers. So I'm just saying that a lot of money, less hard cash was spent on that campaign in both in Puducherry and in Lalgudi. That is the lasting impression that I got from that. Because then also, it's not like they were offering anything. Besides the fact, the only thing they were offering is, we are millionaires. Give us a list of your complaints. Oh, you have somebody in your family who's ill, somebody who needs education. We will solve your problem with our own money, irrespective of whether we'll come to government or not. That was what.
No, we'll send them our subscription link.
Subscription, exactly. Thank you very much.
For those of you who are watching, make sure that you become subscriber. We are not asking millionaires and billionaires here.
Danya, can you?
Yeah.
Danya, can you allow me to? I just want to respond to what Shripriyan was saying, just out of turn, sorry, but about Tamil Nadu and overall politics. You know, I think that one of the things that Shripriyan was talking about, how the core base of the DMK has shifted, and that is a good thing, if you ask me, from based on what I saw in Madurai when I was looking at this protest that was put up against the Tirupura Kundram mobilization of the Sangh Parivar, in which a cross section, whoever you can think of as an ally of the DMK's ideological project. Minority groups, Christian groups, Dalit groups, communist groups, all sorts of organizations had gathered over there to protest against the Sangh, except the DMK, and all of them criticized the way the DMK had handled that particular issue. So perhaps my hope for a DMK revival comes merely from this, long shot kind of thing, expectation from this progressive crowd, that perhaps they have done this to teach the DMK a lesson. They are not going anywhere. They have given us a very big reminder of the fact that the BJP over there is still not an alternative. That is a relief, I suppose. I mean, I can openly say that it's a huge relief that it is not swung the other way. It just shows that there was anger against the DMK, and it is the progressive anger has translated into a sort of progressive result, because Vijay has so far always invoked progressive icons. I don't know if I'm exaggerating.
No, that's exactly what was the point that we were pointing out when Tara was there. That this is not a vote for the BJP or any kind of communal politics that way, because Vijay is not seen as someone who will stand diagonally opposite to what the DMK was doing. Right? Ideologically. Haritha, I want to come to you. The Payyanur result, is it very reflective of the route that the CPM is going through? We are having a rebel win in Payyanur, a constituency which is for the CPM, it's just an easy walkover most times.
Yes, not just Payyanur, Taliparamba, and all the dissidents have been winning in the all the CPM dissidents have been winning. So this is actually a reflection of this, what I was talking about, like anti-Pinrai or the anti-LDF wave that is already there. So this is, I feel that this is all against because Kunyikrishnan has raised allegations against Madhusudanan, the sitting who was the sitting MLA, the CPIM MLA, and at the same way, all the allegations which was raised within the CPM was against how this autocratic rule, how this single person, like everything was concentrated to one single person. Thing has been criticized by multiple dissidents within the party, and all those dissidents have been winning, like what we see now. So people, I think that we have underestimated the voters here. At many levels, we have underestimated them. That we thought that there will be a tight fight for the UDF, but that was not there. That was not there just because of this criticisms against CPIM, and which is actually will benefit the LDF in future. That's what I feel, that because this will be a time for them to think, because party the CPIM's motto is that just focus on the party, not just an individual, but which CPM has completely diverted in last 5 years. They have completely focused on one single person, which has been which they should shift back to the party motto. And also the another thing is that the vote, I said that the underestimate the voters because of the NDA votes too. We can see that there is as of now there is in two constituencies NDA has been have a majority, but it can change. But so when we see the majority, also when we see the margins, even the LDF margins in many of the LDF strongholds like Matanur, like Aranmula, and in Tritala, on all these places which are the LDF strongholds, where the majority proves this waves. And I think that is also a lesson for this autocratic rule they had in last 5 years.
As we wrap up, Tanya, just hedging my bets here, I know that we all said that KC Venugopal is very much in the mix for the Chief Minister. I think we can rule him out because it sets a very bad example, one that Congress cannot afford at this point, that it could be a cumulative effort of multiple leaders, but at the end of the day, will paratroop somebody from Delhi. And I think one good news for VD Satishan will be he very categorically repeated that if we don't win this time, if we don't get a certain number of seats, 80 and above, I will quit politics. He's definitely not going to be quitting politics.
As we hand over the anchoring to our friends at Newslaundry, I want to just give final updates, like what Haritha is saying. One trend to watch out in Kerala is what happens to BJP's vote. The BJP polled 11.3% in 2021. We have seen the BJP really working on the ground. The BJP and the Sangh Parivar, have they been able to increase their vote share in Kerala? In Tamil Nadu, it is Vijay all the way. He may not be able to form the government on his own, but the single largest party is definitely TVK. Two stories emerging out of Tamil Nadu other than Vijay. Stalin trailing in his seat in Kolattur, and the DMK is going to come third most probably, and not even second. That's a close call now between the AIDMK and the DMK. And that's all from me and Pooja here. We'll hand over to our colleagues in Newslaundry, but we'll keep coming back to all the states.
What happened? Bengal, what happened? Hello?
Across the world, we've seen what happens when news is left to those in power.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school?
That was done by Iran.
आज आपकी दुकान मैं ही चला लेता हूँ.
Conflict, violence, and abandoning democratic principles is all very clear now.
The crisis is here, playing out in front of our eyes. For years, television news channels chased one thing: ratings, at the cost of journalism.
Republic TV, of course, by far the leader in
India's #1 English channel.
The government says ratings are the problem. They are. We have said so for many years. But that raises a bigger question.
Who will pay for journalism that simply tells the truth? It cannot be advertisers or political patrons. It certainly cannot be billionaires with interests to protect, which are often the same as governments.
It can only be you. The News Minute and Newslaundry exist because thousands of people like you choose to support independent journalism. You have more power than you think.
Show your love and support by subscribing to Newslaundry and the News Minute. Get access to journalism that speaks for you. No shouting matches, no advertisers scrambling for your attention.
The crisis of news and democracy is here. The
We are at a rally of Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister and BJP leader in the Barpeta region of Assam. We've been following him. Yesterday we were at a Himanta event in Hoja in central Assam. Now we are in lower Assam. At these gatherings, Himanta Biswa Sarma says that his search for a successive term is a done deal because of all the extraordinary work he's done. But there is a darker side to the Himanta mandate, the manner in which he and the BJP have weaponized the idea of illegal immigration. Now, illegal immigration has always been a hot button, a sensitive subject in Assam, the fear that millions of Bangladeshis, Hindus and Muslims will come into the state and alter its culture and its population. But under Himanta and the BJP, the question of immigration has been exclusively used to demonize Assam's Muslims in an unprecedented manner. In this ground report, we'll unpack some of the divisive claims made by Himanta and the BJP and ask what a potential Himanta 2.0 could mean for the future direction of Assam. Even before the star campaigner arrives, the mood at the Himanta rally is charged.
आज के तारीख में सुपर पावर चलता है हमारा जो सीएम है ना ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर हिमंता बिश्व शर्मा उनका जैसा लीडर आप इंडिया में ढूंढ लीजिए उनका जैसा लीडर असम में तो क्या इंडिया में भी नहीं है उन्होंने ने बहुत काम किया उन्होंने एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में काम किया हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट में काम किया
हिमंता बिश्व में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है
The excitement, a culmination of 5 years of brand building. Himanta has crafted an image of a leader ruthless with so-called enemies, a fun-loving mama to his followers. There's even a Himanta campaign song, Super Mama.
दीदी हम लोगों का माँ है। भारत माता जैसे माँ वो माँ है हमारा। बीजेपी हटाओ देश बचाओ। ধোকা ধোকা বিজেপি কিচ্ছু করে না না কিচ্ছু করে না খুব ভালোই লাগে দিদিকে দিদি সবার উপকার করে খুবই উপকার করে
ঝালমুড়ি খাচ্ছেন মাছ খেয়ে একটু দেখান দেখি আমি তো আপনার ধোকলা খাই আমি তো ধোসা খাই আমি তো লিট্টি খাই
मेरे ठीक पीछे पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी अभी मौजूद हैं। बेले घाटा में वो संबोधन देने के लिए आई हुई हैं। यहाँ पर भारी तादाद में लोग उनको सुनने के लिए आए हुए हैं। अभी इससे ठीक पहले हमने लोगों से बात करी कि ममता बनर्जी ने उनके लिए क्या कुछ किया है, लोगों ने उस पर क्या कहा, ये सुनते हैं।
दीदी सब है हम लोगों का दीदी हम लोगों का माँ है
अच्छा
भारत माता जैसे माँ वो माँ है हमारा जन्म से लेकर मृत्यु तक सब देखता है सब देता है।
हाल ही में उनपे कुछ चीजों को लेके सवाल उठा था, जैसे आरजीकर केस है।
बेकार का बात है आरजीकर का माँ भाजपा सरकार में घुस गया दीदी तो सब बहुत ट्राई किया लेकिन दीदी के साथ विश्वास नहीं है इसीलिए वो साथ घुस गया। देखे क्या करता है मोदी जी।
माहौल क्या है यहाँ पे?
ভালো
ভালো
বিজেপি হটাও দেশ বাঁচাও অনেক কিছু করছে লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডার যুবসাথী অনেক কিছু আমাদের জন্য
वो सब बीजेपी भी तो बोल रही है कि वो भी लेके आएगी। बीजेपी भी बोल रही है
বিজেপি কিচ্ছু করে না না কিচ্ছু করে না
দিদি আর টিএমসি অনেক নিউজে ছিল এই গত 2 বছরে আরজি কর কেসের জন্য। ইনফ্যাক্ট যে ভিকটিম ওনার মা এখন বিজেপি হয়ে লড়ছে পানিহাটিতে। আপনার কি মনে হয় এটা নিয়ে একটা ফিমেল সেফটির উপরে যে একটা প্রশ্ন চিহ্ন উঠেছে?
আমাদের অভয়ের মাই বিজেপিতে ঢুকে কিন্তু বিচার চাইতে গেছে, কিন্তু বিজেপিতে ঢুকে যে বিচার চাইতে গেছে, কার কাছে বিচার চাইতে গেছে, কিসের বিচার চাইতে গেছে, তাই না? তা এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে মিঠুন চক্রবর্তীও আছে, তার ছেলের জন্য সেও ঢুকেছে। তাই সে এখানে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে উনিও গেছে, যেহেতু একটা কেসে মিঠুন চক্রবর্তী এসছে গেছে, তাহলে সেখানে কি আমার ঢুকে লাভটা কি হলো?
খুব ভালোই লাগে দিদিকে দিদি সবার উপকার করে খুবই উপকার করে সব লক্ষ্মী ভান্ডার করে দিয়েছে।
अच्छा कुणाल घोष जो यहाँ से प्रत्याशी हैं वो अच्छे हैं, इससे पहले वाले अच्छे थे? पहले
তো এখন নেবেছে কুণাল ঘোষ এখন কাজ হোক তারপরে তো আচ্ছা বলবো।
आप अभी जो ममता बनर्जी का पोस्टर लेके आए हैं, वोट फॉर कुणाल घोष।
हम काम पे आए हैं इधर।
काम पे आए हैं, आप हैं कहाँ से?
हम बासठ से
बंगाल से ही हैं आप?
बंगाल से।
आपका नाम क्या है?
विप्लव पाल।
आप भी बंगाल से हैं? आप दोनों साथी हैं?
हम काम पे आए हैं इधर।
किसने काम पे, पार्टी ने काम पे दिया आपको? तो आप हर रैली में जाते हैं, वहाँ पे जाकर यही करते हैं?
यही काम करते हैं।
तो इससे क्या होता है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग देख पाते हैं?
हाँ देख।
अच्छा
আমাদের তো সংসদ ভবন রয়েছে, আমরা সবসময় কি এখানে করবো? আমরা 20-25 বছর ধরে আমরা ভোট দিচ্ছি, তারপরেও যদি আমাদের এখানে হ্যারাস করে তাহলে আমরা কোথায় যাবো?
आप कितना बार यहाँ मतलब ट्राई कर चुके हैं, पहले भी ट्राई कर चुके हैं?
আমরা 4-5 বার এখানে ট্রাই করেছি।
She is here with her baby. How long has she been standing in line? 2.5 घंटा से है। बेबी के साथ आया है। क्या एज है इसका?
কত বছর? 2.5 বছর।
कितना बार आ चुके हैं आप?
এটা নিয়ে 3 বার এসেছি।
3 बार आ चुके हैं।
ছোট বাচ্চা রেখে বারবার আসা যায়?
तो इनको बार बार क्यों बुला रहे हैं? Like why are they asking them to come again and again?
আপনাকে কে বলছে বারবার আসতে?
We have come to Basirhat in North 24 Parganas in West Bengal, a few hours east of Kolkata. We've come here to witness firsthand the chaos caused by the Election Commission's special intensive revision. Hundreds of people queuing up like this, desperate at the last minute to try and scramble and get their names back on voters' rolls. Not just here, but we've seen images like these flooding in from across the state. These images expose the stark reality of the SIR, which the Election Commission claims is an attempt to clean up voters' rolls, but in reality has turned out to be an exercise, an unprecedented exercise of mass disenfranchisement. The deletions do not appear to just be random. Mounting evidence points to how the design and the nature of the SIR has led to the disproportionate exclusion of West Bengal's Muslims, who are key voters of the ruling Trinamool Congress, and hence the growing chorus of the possibility of a political motive behind the SIR. Clutching documents, even sometimes their children, these men and women hopeful of winning back their right to vote. The deletions have hit voters of all faiths. The longest queues, though, are in Muslim-dominated areas. In the eyes of the BJP, the high Muslim presence proof of the party's accusation of large-scale Muslim infiltrators on West Bengal's voter list, enabled by Mamata Banerjee.
साथियों, टीएमसी के नेता, टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट सालों से यहाँ घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है।
এই দুটো কাগজে ভরবো বাবু, এই দুটো করে দিলাম তো আমি আপনার সুবিধার জন্য।
என் நெஞ்சில் கொடியிருக்கும்.
குழந்தைகளுக்குலாம் அவர் தான் தாய் மாமன். கண்டிப்பா vote for Vijay. ஆனா நீங்க தான் சிஎம்.
உங்க விஜய் நான் வரேன்.
விஜய் டிகே ஓட் இருக்கா? ஓட் இல்லையே.
உங்க விஜய்க்கு, உங்க அண்ணனுக்கு, உங்க தம்பிக்கு, உங்க பிள்ளைக்கு ஒரே ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கொடுங்க.
ஒரு வாட்டி முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன்னா என் பேச்சை நானே கேட்க மாட்டேன்னு வந்துக்கிறாரு. அந்த மாதிரி தான் அரசியலுக்கு வந்துக்கிறாரு.
அந்த ஏரியா, இந்த ஏரியா, இந்த இடம், அந்த இடம், ஆல் ஏரியா. ஐயா இல்லையா?
In Tamil Nadu, cinema and politics go hand in hand. Many film personalities have built successful political careers. Now it's Vijay's turn. But will that journey work for him too?
தம்பி கீழ இறங்கு. தம்பி கீழ இறங்குப்பா ப்ளீஸ். கீழ இறங்குப்பா. நீ இறங்குனாதான் முத்தம் கொடுப்பேன்.
For some voters, this is not even a question. If Talapati is asking for votes, the answer is already a yes.
டிவி கேக்குதே ஓட்டு. ஓட்டு.
விஜய் அண்ணா. நீங்க தான் ஓட்டு. vote for Vijay.
எங்களோட எல்லா ஓட்டு விஜய் அண்ணா மட்டும்தான்.
மோஸ்ட்டாக வந்து அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் பற்றி நிறைய சொல்லியிருக்காரு. ஆல்சோ லேடிஸ்க்கெல்லாம் வந்து நிறைய சலுகைகள் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அப்புறம் வந்து பிறந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்குலாம் கோல்டு அந்த மாதிரி சம்திங் நிறைய திட்டங்கள்லாம் நிறைய கொண்டு வந்திருக்காரு. மெயினாக லேடிஸ் பாதுகாப்புக்காக நிறைய ரூல்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க.
டிவி கேட்கணும் ஆச்சுன்னா தெரியும், அவருக்கு எதுவுமே தெரியாது. தெரியாமல இவ்வளோ போட்டு வருது அவருக்கு. அந்த நம்பிக்கை தான். ஒன் அண்ட் ஒன்லி டிவிக்கு அவ்வளோதான். ஆட்சி வந்துடும், ஆட்சி வந்துச்சிருவோம்.
इस देश में इस समय उबाल है। कोलकाता की एक 31 वर्ष की महिला डॉक्टर
आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज हॉस्पिटल में महिला डॉक्टर के साथ
गैंग रेप्ड एंड मर्डर्ड। आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज के खिलाफ एक बड़ा सबूत सामने आया।
पूरा एक नोटोरियस हिस्ट्री है इस हॉस्पिटल का। आरजीकर
The RG Kaur rape and murder case shook the country. Protesters in Kolkata hit the streets and demanded justice for days on end. Now that anger is colliding into electoral politics.
আমরা চাই সঠিক বিচার হোক। একটা মা সন্তান হারিয়েছে, সে যেন সঠিক বিচারটা পায়। ব্যাস।
I don't feel like a lot of the accused got
what they deserved.
If there's one massive challenge that the Mamata Banerjee government has faced in West Bengal in the last 10 years, it is the RG Kaur case and the perception that justice was not done in that case. We are here in Panihatti constituency. From here, the BJP has fielded Ratna Debnar. She is the mother of the RG Kaur victim. We are here to catch her do the door-to-door campaign and understand if RG Kaur is still a big issue for voters here. Will it translate into a sympathy vote for the BJP here?
আমি যতদিন বেঁচে থাকবো ততদিন বিচারটা পাবো তো এই জন্য এই ভরসাটা পাওয়ার জন্যই আমি রাজনীতিতে জয়েন করেছি
Ratna Debnath's sari border says, our spine is not for sale. She goes door to door, meeting people, hugging them, making a case for why the people should vote for her over TMC. Her campaign is built around one word, justice. But what does justice actually mean in this case anymore? A conviction has already happened. And yet, the feeling that justice is incomplete refuses to go away.
A lot of my friends were parts of the protest, but we did not think that the correct justice came out of it at the end of the day. I don't feel like the accused got what they deserved.
When we spoke to people, it was clear that there was major sympathy for a mother who lost her daughter in the most brutal way.
It's election time, and women are everywhere, in speeches.
സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് ഭയരഹിതമായി ജീവിക്കാനാവണം.
ஒவ்வொரு பெண்ணும் சுதந்திரமாக வாழ.
In promises.
महिलाओं के बैंक अकाउंट में भाई और बहनों जुलाई में देखेंगे 8,500 रुपए.
3 करोड़ महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी बनाने का.
And in the campaigns.
என் சிங்க பெண்கள் உங்களெல்லாம் யாரும் எதையும் சொல்லி ஏமாத்த முடியாது.
But there is one place they're missing from, the candidate list. Tamil Nadu and Kerala pride themselves of being liberal and progressive. But when it comes to making women contest in elections, almost all the parties compete to be regressive. In both Kerala and Tamil Nadu, women voters continue to outnumber men. But almost all the parties have fielded badly when it comes to women candidates. CPM in Kerala has only 10 women candidates out of 86. Congress in Kerala is contesting for 92 seats, and out of that, only 9 are women candidates. At the same time, BJP in Kerala has only 14 women candidates. When it comes to Tamil Nadu, DMK has given 18 seats to women out of 164. ADMK has given 19 seats. TVK, the new entrant, fielded 23 women out of 234. BJP in Tamil Nadu has fielded 5 women out of 27. NTK is the only party which has fielded equal number of women and men.
Very difficult even for the political leadership to convince people because in the districts or whatever it is, and it's a big struggle. That is why we say that 33% women's reservation is the answer. I think 18 seats is a big improvement from our previous years. Same thing with the AIADMK also. And these are winning seats. So I think it is an improvement, but definitely there's a lot of space for improvement.
Madurai for the News Minute and Newslaundry election coverage. And behind me is the famous 185-year-old St. Mary's Cathedral, which is in the heart of the city. The visuals you saw were from Christmas in 2025, when children dressed up as Lord Murugan, Madurai Meenakshi, Santa Claus, and cut Christmas cakes and distributed them to Muslims. So why did the church initiate such a unique celebration? Because just a few weeks before that, the same city had seen unrest when BJP leaders, cadres and members of various Hindutva groups had tried to barge their way on top of the Tiruppurunkundram hill, which is just 9 kilometers from this very church. Babri Masjid in Ayodhya, Baba Budangiri in Chikmagaluru, Idgah Maidan in Bengaluru, or Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi. These groups have always used the same pattern: find a communal angle and polarize. But this is Madurai, a place that celebrates its syncretism, where Hindus donate to Dargah festivals, Muslims distribute buttermilk to Hindu pilgrims, where Muslims wash the streets for Kavadi, where people, even now, quote ancient verses, Yadum Ure, Yavarum Kelir, meaning all towns are our own and everyone is our own people.
மதுரை வந்து ஒரு மதசார்பற்ற எல்லா இதுவுமே இருக்கும். நாங்கள் இப்போ மீனாட்சி அம்மன் கோயில் அந்த ஃபெஸ்டிவலோட நாங்களும் போவோம் வருவோம். அதே மாதிரி எங்கள் சர்ச் வந்து இது வரைக்கும் எந்த கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டிலையுமே இந்த கிறிஸ்மஸ் அன்னைக்கு கிரிப்பு சந்திக்கிறது வந்து கிடையாது. எங்கள் சர்ச்சில் தான் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 10,000 பீப்புள் 25th அன்னைக்கு அதில் வர்றது மோஸ்ட்லி ஹிந்து பீப்புள் தான். ஸோ எங்கள் சர்ச்சு வந்து அதுக்கு ஒரு உதாரணம். நாங்கள் எல்லாருமே அது பிஜேபி வந்து அது இப்போ வேறு மாதிரி மாற்றுற மாதிரி ஒரு கோணம் இருக்குது. நம்ம அது சர்ச்சில் அது படித்தவங்க நிறைய பேர் இருக்கிறதுனால அது புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு அதை நடந்துக்கிறோம்.
We feel like we should be all united together. As our pledge saying goes, all Indians are my brothers and sisters. We should have this unity, fraternity. So all these things should be there as a human being. And now what is lacking among us is definitely unity. Getting into religious concepts, clashes, community related doesn't seem to be like a good phase.
The partition of India is the most artificial partition in the history of the world, culturally, geographically, in every way whatsoever. और ये आपको दिखता है.
We don't say West Bengal and Bangladesh. We say Epar Bangla and Opar Bangla, which means Bengal this side and Bengal that side. West Bengal has been a spirit of inclusivity, and we are not willing to lose it.
West Bengal and Bengali, you will say this side Bengal.
Epar Bangla and Opar Bangla.
Jadavpur University has always been the hub of the voice of the students. The state government has put on this kind of veil over the whole state that if something comes out of Jadavpur, it would be a huge thing.
As a woman, safety is my primary concern. And our chief minister, who claims herself as a feminist icon, says why women are out at night after 8. So that's her assertion about women's safety.
This election is primarily based on identity. Identity of a Bengali to a so-called non-Bengali force, but that the Bengali identity that I'm stressing on has all kinds of communities living in Bengal. It's not only Bengali Hindu people, Bengali Muslim people or Bengali Sikh people.
You go to any sector of the government jobs, you will see corruption, and there is any case on any exam. So this government has really institutionalized corruption.
Isn't the party, isn't the government supposed to provide education, job, health facility, and every other requirement of the public? Then why is it that every end game comes down to what bhata we give?
Ghoti are the people who lived in India. They are Ghotis. So Bangals ka food thoda alag hota hai. We prefer hilsa. Ghotis prefer prawn.
Okay.
Basic sabse zyada difference.
Fine.
So ab wahan pe jo baat food it unites everyone under the BJP that is also divisive.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं अतुल चौरसिया.
हमारा 5 राज्यों का विधानसभा चुनाव की कवरेज का आज आखिरी दिन है और नतीजे करीब करीब साफ होते जा रहे हैं। और अगले 2 घंटों के दौरान हम और मेरी सहयोगी मनीषा, जिन्होंने काफ़ी इस दौरान चुनाव को कवर भी किया, ये नतीजों के बारे में बात करेंगे। और अभी जो हाल है, जो नतीजे, जो रुझान सामने आए हैं, मैं एक बार जल्दी जल्दी उनको बताऊं और उसके बाद उन तमाम राज्यों से तमाम जर्नलिस्ट हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे और ये जो नतीजे आए हैं उनके बारे में, उनके जो निहितार्थ है वो भी हम समझाने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि कुछ ऐसे नतीजे हैं जो बहुत चौंकाने वाले और बहुत सरप्राइजिंग हैं। तो मैं जल्दी से इन नतीजों के बारे में बता देता हूं, अभी के जो रुझान है, नंबर्स हैं, और उसके बाद फिर हम और विस्तार से इस पर बातचीत करेंगे। ये नतीजों के नज़रिए से असम का जो सबसे पहले मैं अगर बात करूं, और ये सारे आंकड़े जो चुनाव आयोग की वेबसाइट पे अभी आ रहे हैं, हम उन्हीं की बात कर रहे हैं। असम के जो नतीजे हैं उसमें 126 सीटों में से 122 के रुझान आ चुके हैं और 122 में से 78 सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी लीड कर रही है और 3 सीटें वो जीत भी चुकी है। तो काफ़ी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी है इसमें असम में बीजेपी को। दूसरे नंबर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी है, आईएनसी 21 सीटों के साथ बहुत पीछे रह गई है। दक्षिण में केरल इकलौता एक राज्य है इन 5 राज्यों में जहां पर कांग्रेस को थोड़ी सी राहत है, थोड़ी सी सांत्वना मिली हुई है, और यहां पर 127 सीटों के रुझान 140 में से आ चुके हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस को 54 सीटें और कांग्रेस के सहयोगी आईयूएमएल को 21 सीटें मिली हैं। इनमें से 10 सीटों के नतीजे आ चुके हैं। दूसरी तरफ यूडीएफ एलडीएफ है, जो कि वामपंथी जो मोर्चा है उसकी सीटें हैं, और वो करीब 24-30 सीटों के आसपास सिमट गया है इस बार। तो ये केरल के नतीजे हैं। पुडुचेरी के नतीजे, पुदुचेरी के नतीजों में अभी कोई खास रुझान तो आ गए हैं, लेकिन कोई एक तरफा नतीजा जाता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है। एआईएनआरसी को 9 सीटें मिली हैं और 9 की 9 सीटें वो जीत चुकी है। और इसके अलावा कांग्रेस को 1 सीट मिली है, बीजेपी को 2 सीटें मिली हैं। यहाँ पर तमिलनाडु की बात करें तो तमिलनाडु की 234 में से 224 सीटों के रुझान आ चुके हैं और इसमें से टीवी के, ये सबसे बड़ा सरप्राइज तमिलनाडु से हमारे सामने आया है, टीवी की जो विजय की पार्टी है, जो सब विजय की, उनको 108 सीटें मिली हैं अभी तक, मतलब लीड कर रहे हैं, वो रुझानों में आगे हैं। एडीएम के 54 सीटों पर, ये भी अपने आप में एक बड़ा नतीजा है और बड़ा एक चमत्कार, चौंकाने वाला नतीजा आ रहा है। डीएम के, जो कि इस टाइम के स्टालिन की पार्टी है, जो वहां पर अभी सत्ता में थी, उसको 53 सीटें मिली हैं और पीएमके को 5 और कांग्रेस पार्टी को 4 सीटें। तो ये तमिलनाडु की अब तक की स्थिति है। और चौंकाने वाले नतीजे वेस्ट बंगाल से भी हैं। पश्चिम बंगाल के नतीजों के बारे में भी हम आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और विस्तार से बात करेंगे। 294 में से 291 सीटों के रुझान आ चुके हैं और इसमें से बीजेपी 192 सीटों पर आगे है और तृणमूल कांग्रेस को 95 सीटों पर बढ़त मिली हुई है। इसके अलावा 2 सीटों पर 4 सीटें अन्य के खाते में जा रही हैं, जिसमें 1-1 सीटें सीपीएम और कांग्रेस के खाते में हैं। तो ये बंगाल की स्थिति है और बड़े चौंकाने वाले नतीजे। हमारे साथ वरिष्ठ पत्रकार, राजनीतिक विश्लेषक नीरजा चौधरी भी हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका यहाँ पर। जो अभी तक के नतीजे हैं उसमें सबसे पहले मेरा सवाल मनीषा आपसे है। आपने वेस्ट बंगाल में ट्रेवल किया और इस दौरान जो बातचीत हुई, देखा आपने, जो दिख रहा था वहां पर ग्राउंड पर, और एसआईआर की बहुत चर्चा थी। एसआईआर के अलावा जुडिशियल कमीशन बना था, उसको लेकर जो बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का उसमें से निकाल दिया गया वोटर लिस्ट से, उसके भी असर के बारे में कहा जा रहा था कि काफी पड़ सकता है। लेकिन ये नतीजे जो हैं बहुत एक तरफा हैं एकदम। हाँ। और जाहिर सी बात है इस तरह के नतीजों के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत सारे फैक्टर होंगे। तो थोड़ा सा अगर आप हमें बताएं और फिर हम इस बातचीत में और आगे।
फिर हम नीलांजन के पास जाएंगे क्योंकि कुछ ऑडियो की दिक्कत हो रही है, तो आई वांट कि वी गेट हिज इनपुट एंड देन वील ऑफ कोर्स कम टू नीरजा। I think now it is clear, if you look at the EC website, there's a clear 3% difference. The BJP is at 42% and 44% and TMC is at 41%. This has been the same for about 2 hours now. So we can be sure that this vote share at least will not change dramatically. This is stunning because, like I said before, there was a 10% gap in the previous assembly elections, and now BJP is ahead 3%. So I want to, I'll talk about everything that I saw on ground with Nirja, but I want to just come to Nilanjan because he has to go and we are having some audio issues, so I want to make sure we get him in. Your piece today has gone completely viral, so congratulations on that. The fact where it's an HT piece where you talk about two parallel kind of systems that have emerged in West Bengal. One is the TMC system with its IPAC. The other is BJP with its central agencies. So I have two questions for you. One, I travelled in Bengal in 2021 too during the assembly elections. I didn't go for the Lok Sabha. To me, the anti-incumbency factor was pretty much similar to what I was hearing in 2021. Same sort of disgruntlement, unhappiness with Mamata, education, corruption. I didn't think it was something more than what I heard back in 2021. And so the one question that I asked myself during the election campaign was that, okay, there's still that lingering unhappiness, anti-incumbency, the same as 2021. Has the BJP now become organizationally stronger to use that anti-incumbency in its favor? I wasn't sure because especially the areas that they've flipped right now that you're seeing in southwest Bengal, even in 24 North Parganas, even in, places where they've made inroads, the organization still seemed pretty beleaguered. There's no other word. They were the weak kind of guys there. So my question was also, okay, there's unhappiness, but can the BJP really use it? Given they don't have, like you said in your piece, an RSS, the way they have RSS in Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh. So explain this to us. Are you shocked by these results or do you feel like this is what you were expecting?
So, I'm not sure what I was expecting, but definitely, and I had some access to some survey data, it was clear that BJP would come around 44-45%, right? Now, I think some of us had TMC at around 45-46% as well. Some people had it a bit lesser, and clearly it's come out a bit lesser. What I will say about organizationally is let's think about breaking Bengal into about 4 spaces, right? So one is the western part or southwestern part of the state, which, as you mentioned, the BJP has swept this time. It also swept in 2019, actually, right? That was part of the surge that the BJP had in 2019. That borders Jharkhand, has a large tribal population. The RSS actually has been present in those regions. A second location is the northern part of the state. Again, with it, in 2019, the BJP had come into power and actually been holding on to power for some time. And actually there you saw the BJP had been able to consolidate power in certain places, but was not able to get into rural areas to the same extent. Then a third set of stories is, on the Bangladesh border, where there's been a lot of Hindu-Muslim polarization. Contrary to what people think, these are not very rural areas. They really are peri-urban, right? Because Kolkata has really expanded out quite a bit. And then the fourth bit is what we've thought about as the TMC stronghold. So parts of North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Birbhum, parts of Kolkata, right? So in the fourth, if you look at the map, the TMC has actually still been able to hold a lot of its map. Where it has faced a lot of difficulties, been swept in the southwest again, like it was in 2019. And in that third zone, which was this peri-urban, susceptible to polarization, there we've seen a massive jump in the BJP's sort of performance. So what I would say, and then in the northern zone, things have looked like they have before. In very north, the BJP has won. As you come in the central belt, there the BJP is losing, where the Muslim populations are larger. So what I would say is when we look at the aggregate data and aggregate impressions, and then I'll tie back to the organizational point, we've seen a huge urban-rural gap emerge, and that rural-urban gap is largely explained by Hindu-Muslim polarization, right? So unlike other states, the Muslim population is disproportionately rural in West Bengal. And without the level of ground counter the BJP has in those rural areas, we didn't see that kind of polarization. The moment you came into peri-urban or urban areas, and you can see parts of Kolkata the BJP is also broken into, you are seeing massive polarization and even some of the language that was being used. So I agree that the level of anti-incumbency was similar to what was before. But the net impact of having something like SIR and the confusion, and having areas where Muslims were being thrown off the electoral rolls, but Hindus not, side by side, created a lot of questions in the minds of voters about why the Muslims were being thrown off, right? So there was genuinely a polarization effect that was being created by this documentary mess, and that you saw quite a bit along the Bangladesh border. Now, organizationally, it is true there was a huge amount of corruption in the TMC. There was a huge amount of anti-incumbency, and one of the things that we sort of talked about that bringing in IPAC gave us a central line for Mamta and Abhishek Banerjee to the ground, but people no longer had a ground connect or an accountability connect with their local party workers. And in this time, that level of anti-incumbency frustration with local party workers created a lot of problems. On the other hand, the BJP genuinely had weaker organizational strength, but they brought in a lot of central machinery. They made themselves present with SIR. It is clear that there were preventative detentions. So even at the time of voting, it was clear that the central state machinery could be mobilized in favor of the BJP. And I think that actually helped show something about the BJP's capacity to generate an organization when it doesn't have party cadre on the ground.
Nirja, you traveled in West Bengal. You had a very clear understanding on the women voters, at least, who were clearly saying, that they wanted to change. First, are you surprised by the scale of the victory for BJP, 3% ahead? And what are the factors, according to you, that worked for them?
Yes, I'm surprised by the scale of the victory. I thought it was it would be a close one. I wouldn't have been surprised if Mamta had just got through. I wouldn't have been surprised if BJP had got through. But this kind of, but a lot of people in Bengal said Bengal votes one way.
That was also like
always
very
decisively. But I felt there was a parallel streams of thinking and commitment, and which was voiced, even in Mamta's own constituency. I don't know whether she's leading or trailing.
She was leading, but I'll just take on that.
She's leading. That's being watched very carefully. But there were two kinds of voices. So that's number one. Yes, I particularly tracked women because minority plus Mahila plus others, and that others make up various factors, is what gave Mamta Banerjee the edge last time. Now, minority seemed to be pretty solidly with her for a variety of reasons. I wanted to see whether the Mahila was solidly with her. And I did areas of Kolkata, including her constituency. I went to South Parganas, 24 Parganas South, and a few constituencies there, randomly looking at, talking to women. And I found, yes, her vote had been dented because there were voices speaking for her in the 1500 Lucky Bhandar scheme and so on, Kanyashri and this kind of security and, she was a presence, she was going to be there for them, pro-poor, pro-women, pro-Bengali, Bengali identity, they spoke on that. They feared Delhi would rule Bengal. But there were also women, like a woman said to me, yes, we've been helped by 1,500 rupees, but my daughter's become a graduate. I wanted to get 20,000 rupees and a job. We are going from place to place, but there is no job for her. So this joblessness was a big issue with poor and the middle class alike. Therefore, I asked a woman in a village in Canning, one of the Canning, Purava Paschim, one of these constituencies, and I asked the same question to a woman in slum in Mamta Banerjee Bhabanipur constituency. I said, out of 10, how many do you think would have moved away this time? How many women would have moved away this time? The answer was the same. 1 to 2 would have moved away out of 10. That's a 10 to 20%. No, that's a manner of speaking, you say. But certainly I found women who spoke about, wanting change, village areas as well as. So that had been dented was very clear. Now the third aspect, minority, Mahila, the third aspect of Mamta was, the hawkers, the rural people, the poorer sections, and those who you know, the voters who got disenfranchised. There are two views of looking at it. The BJP side says that Mamta's TMC army would go, as used to happen during the left time, and the missing voters, ek ghanta in every booth, they would go and tappa maro. That tappa maro facility was taken away this time. Some people calculated it would add up to about 8%. I don't know whether that's true or not, but certainly. So, and the 27 lakh people, forget the 60 lakh who died or migrated.
The 27 lakh voters.
27 lakh who had papers and who did not get a chance to vote, only 1,000 of them have voted. So that is, you know, who would it help or hurt? That was a question mark, how that would play out politically.
Clearly it hurted TMC.
Yes, I think it hurt. My own feeling is talking to people and the agitation on it. Yes, it hurt the TMC. Now, what worked for the BJP? I would say SIR worked for the BJP. Number one, anti-incumbency worked for the BJP. 15 years of rule and dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction more with the TMC. Mamta was still bhalo because of this presence, a fighter. And then, of course, there was a different anger against what are called the TMC goons, the system. They are the ones who mediate between the government and the citizen. They are the ones, if you want to, many people said this, if they get to know I need a bank loan and I'm not getting it, they will intervene, I will get it done. If I'm renovating my house, they will come and say, give the contract to me. You have to buy cement, this, that from me. So this kind of, you know, strong arm methods, and also preventing them from doing ABCD, preventing them from even voting what people said. Now, that was an anger, the fear and anger of this TMC system. And then, of course, government servants were dissatisfied. And that is a very important element in any election. Security forces being there was another element. Hindu-Muslim, not polarized, at least the places I went to, not polarized in a way that hits you in the face. But even the Muslim women say, pehle Hindu-Muslim nahi hota tha, ab zyada ho raha hai. And it's not a Hindutva of the type that you see in Hindi heartland, but there is an element of anti-Muslim. I suppose there is, the people say it's because of the history, because from the times of partition of Bengal, it's been there dormant. It wasn't politically correct to talk about it. People are talking about it that much more now. And then, of course, hard work. Hard work of the BJP, let's give it to them. In 10 years, they have come to this stage. It's not the left that's revived, that was in power for 34 years. It's not the Congress that is revived, which was in power for 30 years. They had the organization, they could have done it. It's this newbie with this killer instinct.
Two things I want to go to Nilanjan and then we can go to others. One is this thing of Modi as the central face. When we're looking at crediting this election victory in West Bengal, the posters, the hoardings still pretty much had Modi. West Bengal BJP was divided, you know, it was a divided entity. There was this, you know, Dilip Ghosh versus Suvendu Adhikari that everyone was talking about. There wasn't this one leader that was bringing everyone together, to my mind. So, when you look at this stunning victory without a very strong regional face to counter Mamata, how do you explain that?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
Lost the volume.
You should be able to hear me now. Okay, can't hear? Okay, let's go to Smita and then we'll come back to... We'll go to Smita. Smita, you travelled quite a bit.
Hi.
In fact, we met there also. So, one, are you surprised or not? Second, winning such a mandate without that towering regional figure, like we were discussing this also, that Assam has a Himanta. You know, BJP doesn't have that equivalent in West Bengal. For all practical purposes, it was Modi's face everywhere in the hoardings like it was in 2021. And so there was that question of what is the local face. But it seemed like people haven't cared about that. The regional force was seen to be too oppressive to go with a force that may well be from Delhi. And the impact of SIR. What is your understanding of the impact of SIR? I know that we have to look at granularly what has happened in terms of data, but the deletions were staggering. In fact, that is the only thing that I was able to focus on when we were there. The scale of the deletions was just the biggest story to my mind in West Bengal, continues to be, but tell me what you think.
No, I think I agree with you on the last bit. And I was, just talking to, I think, Tamal Saha on his show, where he asked me that what was your takeaway from the election. And I did mention that for me, the takeaway was that this election was cruel because of the SIR, because of the way and manner in which it was done, because of the kind of trauma that people had to go through in an election, which otherwise should be an inclusive process, which was what the vision was of, the electoral body when elections were first conducted in the 50s. Now, having said that, coming to whether I'm surprised by the sweep, this is something I've actually stuck my neck out on previous shows and said that whoever wins in Bengal will win very decisively. That was something that was very clear to me. Even if the Trinamool Congress were to win, I would have expected them to win handsomely. So
I'm totally not able to connect on that number. No.
1 second.
Okay, I'll just yeah. Okay.
Nilanjan, can you just
mute your
the
audio? Go ahead.
Sorry. So, I was actually very surprised to see kind of the exit poll numbers, because it didn't look like it would be a scenario where you would have a BJP at 100 and a Trinamool at 125 or vice versa. It felt like people were voting decisively whichever way they were voting, and this has been a kind of a pattern. If you see in the last couple of elections that we have been seeing in state across state, or maybe if I could bring in my foreign policy to here, even across the region, beyond India, in the South Asian neighborhood. I was just having this interesting conversation about the rise of of Vijay in Tamil Nadu, where he is reminding me as if it's an Arvind Kejriwal phenomena, but a Balan Shah kind of an enigma. So in West Bengal, I do feel that with the disclaimer that, of course, I did not travel as much as I would have wanted to tour. You are right. I did see a lot of urban apathy also against Mamata, particularly on issues of education, for instance. People thought that the government education has gone into a decline. Private education has become expensive. Employment was continuously a talking point. And somehow I feel like, when we see so much of our transactional competitive welfareism across states today, there's also a lesson perhaps to the limits in terms of the return on investment when you look at the welfare schemes over a period of time. In 2024, in Lok Sabha elections, when we were traveling to villages, those villagers who were otherwise happy in 2019 or in 2022 with the free subsidized rations being given over by the center or by the Yogi Adityanath government, those women were coming to us and saying that now what we need is actually jobs for our children. Because 2019 and 2022, perhaps they were not a working age. By 24 elections, they had turned a working age, and the women were complaining that, look, I'm spending 10 lakh, 11 lakhs on giving them an education, on sending them off to maybe a tier 2, tier 3 city BTech college, but they get a 10,000 rupees of a contractual job, or they do not have any job and they are coming and working in brick kilns. So I feel there is that larger message also in elections, and plus add to it that Prime Minister Modi's core constituencies, when you look at it pan-India, of course, the BJP has significantly expanded its presence across the country. One of the core constituencies is actually women voters. So maybe the fact that the BJP chose to make this election into a Didi versus anti-Didi, a Didi versus Modi, the kind of women voters that Mamata Banerjee has really worked on, and it's not a dole out that she has given just in the middle of an election or overnight. That's something to be different. We should look at differently from what happened in Ladki Behan or the 10,000 rupees dole out, because these were long-standing schemes that did give a lot of benefit to a lot of households, but maybe they had just run sort of, their expiry dates, and people were hoping to look beyond just these dole outs. And the larger issue finally of, what was happening with the TMC lower rungs. At the end of the day, these are cadres that had moved from the left front, which had been in power for 34 long years, into the TMC. You're in the lower rungs, you're there for another 15 years. That's almost 5 decades for a lot of those voices. That makes them perhaps feel like, they can get away with extortion, they can get away with a certain sense of lawlessness imposed on people that did not go down well.
Nija, this whole thing of explain this to me, like you must have seen this on ground also, the fact that there's no strong regional force that can rival Mamta in the way that I said in Assam you have Hemanta. Would you then look at this as people choosing Modi's leadership and trusting in that, or do you think it was just the idea of BJP? Like the fact with the cash handouts is that now people know that whichever government comes, they're not going to stop it. You know, we know that in Assam, Hemanta has a series of like cash incentives that he's giving. We know Uttar Pradesh it happens. So maybe there's also that sense that the good that's happening will continue. Every government will continue for it. So in terms of crediting BJP's victory, apart from the organizational, structure that you mentioned, the face, you think it's still Modi's face, which kind of...
when people talked about it, they talked about Didi and Modi.
You
They
felt
didn't
that?
say BJP, they didn't say Suvendu Adhikari, they didn't take anybody else's name. So Modi was equal to BJP, Modi was equal to change. Now, because when women talk, particularly when they would say, I'm for change, put that.
Parivartan.
Yeah, Parivartan.
That's a code word ki we are voting.
It is BJP. They didn't, very few said BJP by name. But when they in the narrative, they would talk about Modi versus. So is it Modi's leadership they have endorsed? Partly, I would say, but I felt at that, going through and the hearing people talk that the biggest drawback for the BJP was not having a Bengali chehra. To project, to lead from the front, which have created confidence, which have countered Mamta's campaign that, Delhi would rule us and so on. And young women, one young woman said to me, she said, first time voter, she said, we have problem, we go to Didi. Tomorrow if BJP comes, will we go to Delhi? It was a question mark in the minds of many. But, I think it is, I feel it is I call it a Generation Z vote in many ways. The younger people have opted, and they are aspirational. Remember also, women are aspirational. They are the most aspirational group in the country today, women. They have voted for, as I also say, Dil Mange More.
So one quick question, and Atul, you can come in. This makes the succession questions in BJP very interesting, right? And, there is this whole thing of Modi, will he continue or not? What's going to happen? Is there a succession plan? Will there be a change midway? With these elections, he's kind of made sure that can now wait.
Well, certainly,
What will happen inside the BJP now with these results?
this is people ask, why is West Bengal very important for BJP? It was the mother of all battles. One, if you get the better of a phenomenon like Mamta Banerjee, and she has been a phenomenon. You can say whatever you like. She's brought her party to this stage. Fought with her back to the wall. If you get the better of her, you've got what Amit Shah called Anga Banga Kalinga. You've got Anga Bihar, your leader there. You now will get Banga there. Orissa already government there. Hemanta very strongly in the saddle in Assam. The entire East is with you. Solidly with you. West is already solidly with you. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, of course Gujarat and Goa will have elections next year. Heartland with you, barring Himachal and J&K. Okay. Now the South is left. So, if you look at the, having won that kind of a victory, any voices of dissatisfaction within that you're referring to, and they will grow. Because with the Gulf War not ending, oil prices will go up, inflation will go up, economic hardship will go up in the weeks and months to come unless something gives way. And that will lead to dissatisfaction. Those voices will be stilled.
Great. मेरा छोटा सा सवाल निर्जा आपसे है, अभी पहला रिएक्शन आया है जो ममता बनर्जी का इस नतीजे के बाद। उन्होंने कहा कि एक तो जो उनकी स्टाइल है, उन्होंने इलेक्शन कमीशन के ऊपर अटैक किया। उनका कहना है कि बहुत स्लो काउंटिंग हो रही है, बहुत कम राउंड्स की अभी तक काउंटिंग हुई है, 2 राउंड, 5 राउंड, 4 राउंड, 3 राउंड। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन इसको रोक रहा है, इसलिए टीएमसी कार्यकर्ता अभी होप ना छोड़ें और काउंटिंग सेंटर्स पे डटे रहें। एक उन्होंने कहा और सनसेट तक का इंतजार करें वहां रुक के। आपको लगता है कि ये केवल अपने कार्यकर्ताओं का मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, या उनको एक उम्मीद देने के लिए, या कुछ उम्मीद इसमें उनको लगती है अभी?
मुझे लगता है दिशा तो अब साफ है, कुछ सीटें इधर उधर हो जाए। हालांकि एट वन पॉइंट इलेक्शन कमीशन के आंकड़े जो आ रहे थे, लीड्स नेक एंड नेक थी, पर 5,000 का डिफरेंस है 90 सम सीट्स में बीजेपी के लिए, 50 कुछ के लिए तृणमूल के लिए। लेकिन दिशा एकदम साफ है। मुझे लगता है बहुत कन्विंसिंगली बीजेपी जीत रही है वहाँ। लेकिन ममता बिंग ममता फाइटर है, वो अपने कार्यकर्ता का मनोबल तो ऊपर रखेंगी ही। तो अब ममता कैसे आगे जाके पेश आएंगी, क्या उनका रोल बंगाल में रहेगा एज एन ऑपोजिशन लीडर, अगर ये होता है तो नेशनली, ये तो बहुत चीज।
इंडिया अलायंस के लिए भी तो अब कितने सारे सवाल उठ जाएंगे।
के लिए बहुत सारे सवाल, क्योंकि ये पूरा पांचों नतीजों को देखा जाए तो एक लार्जर सवाल ये होता है कि इंडिया अलायंस जो ऐसे भी बहुत बिखरा बिखरा, एक बहुत लूजली बॉन्डेड था, उसमें उसके नजरिए से इन नतीजों को अगर हम देखें तो इंडिया अलायंस कहीं आगे बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से बढ़ता दिख रहा है आपको?
देखिए, एक चीज मुझे लगता हो सकती है, इंडिया अलायंस जो अटका हुआ था लीडरशिप के सवाल पे, अब शायद रीजनल पार्टीज कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप को मान जाए। इंडिया अलायंस की मरता क्या ना करता की बात।
कांग्रेस के लिए अच्छा है ये रिजल्ट, कांग्रेस
के लिए अच्छा हो सकता है, पर कांग्रेस ये मजबूती से अपॉर्चुनिटी को हाथ में लेगी कि नहीं लेगी।
असम में एक्चुअली अगर आप देखें तो भाई इट इज अ वेरी बैड रिजल्ट फॉर
बंगाल। तो कांग्रेस के लिए ठीक हो सकता है,
बंगाल में बहुत खराब है। मुझे तो किसी ने कहा कि शुरू में जब ये सारी चुनाव का स्टार्ट हो रहा था मामला कुछ समय पहले, कुछ लोग तो ये भी कह रहे थे कि कांग्रेस क्या विकल्प के रूप में उभर सकती है तृणमूल के खिलाफ। उसका तो कोई चांस ही नहीं है ना, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं, विल नहीं, जो भी है। अब तमिलनाडु में क्या राहुल गांधी चाहते थे विजय की टीवी से अलायंस करना, अब क्या वो उनको सपोर्ट करेंगे?
उनका टीवी की भी तरफ से अच्छा रिलेशंस हैं, जो हमने सुनने में आया कि वो काफी टच में थे।
पर वो उनके नंबर्स कुछ खास नहीं है ना तमिलनाडु में।
कांग्रेस के नंबर 4-5 है मेरे ख्याल से, 4 या 5 है।
So Suvindhu Adhikari is leading, no doubt there.
अच्छा, नंदीग्राम से
भवानीपुर से नहीं, भवानीपुर से कर रही है लीड अभी।
ओके।
रत्ना देवनाथ भी पानीहट्टी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से लीड कर रही हैं। आरजी कर रेप विक्टिम जो है उनकी मदर हैं वो। एंड अगेन दिस इज व्हाट इज फैसिनेटिंग फॉर मी, बिकॉज आई फॉलो रत्ना देवनाथ कैंपेन फॉर वन डे। बहुत ही मॉडेस्ट कैंपेन था, बहुत कम लोग थे, बहुत मतलब यू कुड टेल कि वो बिल्कुल एक मतलब शी रियली हैड टू फाइट in that sense in terms of ground swell and everything, but if she's leading that's really amazing, because then
ये मैंडेट वाला रिजल्ट है ना मनीषा। हाँ, जब स्वीप होता है हाँ, तो फिर वो मेन नेता के चेहरे पर ही जो है लोग वोट देते हैं। फिर वो लोकल एमएलएस को देखकर नहीं दे रहे हैं, फिर वो नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं,
फिर वो कमल पे एक्चुअली वोट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि
कमल दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो शुभेंदु अधिकारी भी उतने स्टॉलवर्ट नेता नहीं है। इनफैक्ट शुभेंदु अधिकारी, दिलीप घोष, ये सारे नेता जरूर हैं, लेकिन वो मास इमेजिनेशन कैप्चर करने वाले लीडर्स नहीं है। वहां पर इमेजिनेशन को कैप्चर खुद नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं किया। जो मुझे लगता है कि इस दफा जो 2-3 चीजें बीजेपी ने थोड़ी अलग की अपनी कैंपेनिंग में, जो 2021 में शायद व्यक्तिगत हमले ममता के खिलाफ ज्यादा किए थे, जिसमें कैटकॉल्स वगैरह भी शामिल थे, इस दफा कुछ बहुत अभद्र बयान टिप्पणियां आई कुछ बीजेपी के लोअर रंग लीडर्स से। थोड़ा सा इन लोगों ने ममता के खिलाफ अपने अटैक्स को थोड़ा कम पर्सनल रखा। दूसरी बात है, बंगाली जो कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी है उसको इस दफा अपीस करने की कहीं ज्यादा कोशिश की गई। इसीलिए आपने देखा कि वो अनुराग ठाकुर मंगलवार के दिन आकर मछली खा रहे हैं, वो तेजस्वी सूर्या आकर जो है बंगाल में जॉब्स की बात कर रहे हैं, हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा, सबने पूरी ताकत तो जरूर झोंक दी। तो ये जो 2-3 चीजें हुई, और जैसा नीजा जी ने कहा कि ये एक यंग वोटर्स का शिफ्ट है, जिस यंग वोटर को बंगाल के बहुत ज्यादा इतिहास के बारे में जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन शायद वो आज की तारीख में देख रहा है कि क्या मेरे लिए जॉब्स हैं या नहीं, वेल प्लेइंग जॉब्स है कि नहीं कलकत्ता में। अब ये देखिए, ये डिबेटेबल इश्यूज हैं कि जहां जहां बीजेपी है वहां वहां बीजेपी की सरकार में आखिर जॉब रेट्स कितनी इंप्रूव हुई हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट्स कितने इंप्रूव हुए हैं। ओडिशा में आज अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम देखते हैं अभी जिस तरह के वाकये हो रहे हैं, कुछ वक्त पहले तक ओडिशा लगातार बहुत अच्छी खबरों के लिए, अच्छी सुर्खियों के लिए वो खबरों में बना हुआ था, पिछले कुछ महीनों से अगर आप देखिए उड़ीसा में जो खबरें लगातार आ रही हैं वो दंगों से जुड़ी हुई हैं, वो महिलाओं के साथ किसी ना किसी तरह सेक्सुअल ऑफेंसेस से जुड़ी हुई हैं, वो राइटिंग के लिए जुड़ी हुई हैं। लेकिन जब लोग वोट करते हैं तो वो नहीं देख रहे हैं कि आगे क्या होगा नहीं होगा। उस वक्त की जो उनकी सिचुएशंस है, मुझे लगता है कि वो कंपेयर कर रहे हैं कि हम कुछ और वक्त दे तृणमूल को या ट्राई कर ले। और एक बहुत दिलचस्प कमेंट मुझे दिया था मनीषा, मैं दुर्गापुर में थी, एक बंदा जो कि सड़क पर कपड़े बेच रहा था, हॉकर था, उसने कहा मुझे तृणमूल से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है क्योंकि मुझे किसी ने आज तक परेशान नहीं किया है, मैं तो अपने कपड़े आराम से जो है आई गो एंड सेल देम। लेकिन आपको समझना चाहिए कि हर राजनीतिक दल और सरकार की जो है ना एक एक्सपायरी डेट होती है, तो सबका किसी ना किसी दिन जो एक्सपायरी डेट आ जाता है, आपको नहीं पता वो। तो there's some very important things I think जो as lessons will come out. We are all wiser on hindsight of course. So
let's quickly go to Amit
से असम के बारे में बात करते हैं। मैप अगर हम देखें बंगाल का, जिसमें देख रहा हूँ तो नॉर्थ का पूरा हिस्सा, नॉर्थ बंगाल और ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ बंगाल पूरी तरह से बीजेपी को गया है,
जो कि क्लियर है। नॉर्थ तो हमें पता ही था, बट पुरुलिया, बांकुरा, झारग्राम भी सबको पता था, पश्चिम मिदनापुर, साउथ 24 परगनास की कुछ सीटें जो बिल्कुल ये हार्टलैंड, जिनको टीएमसी का बिल्कुल गढ़ है, वो सब बिल्कुल सैफरन है।
सेंट्रल का थोड़ा और साउथ बंगाल ही बचा है टीएमसी के पास, एक ये
एग्जैक्टली।
तो असम की भी बात कर लेते हैं, चूंकि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात हुई और 15 साल की ममता बनर्जी के एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बारे में बात हो रही है। तीसरे टर्म पे बीजेपी असम में आई है और असम के नतीजे भी हमारे लिए उतने ही चौंकाने वाले। जिस तरह की हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की अपनी राजनीति है, उसमें भी एक बड़ा हिस्सा पोलराइजेशन का है, हिंदू मुसलमान के नैरेटिव के इर्द गिर्द काफ़ी उनका कैंपेन रहा है, हम देखते हैं। और अभी जो वहाँ पर रुझान है 122 सीटों के 126 में से, उसमें 78 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में है, जिसमें से 3 वो जीत भी चुकी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी 21 के ऊपर अटकी हुई है बहुत देर से, इसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं हो रहा है। तो अमित, सबसे पहले आप अगर हमें थोड़ा सा बता पाए कैसे, अच्छा अभी हमारे प्रोड्यूसर ने बताया कि अमित अच्छा अमित हमारे साथ है। अमित, मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो तीसरा टर्म बीजेपी के पास जा रहा है असम में, इसमें कौन कौन से फैक्टर हैं जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे थे? क्योंकि अगर हम बंगाल में जिस तरह से हम एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं पे भी जहां पे दूसरा टर्म तीसरा टर्म आता है, तो वहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे पार कर पाने में सफल हो गई है?
देखिए, असम में लड़ाई काफी आसान हो जाती है जब कांग्रेस आपका ऑपोजिशन होता है। और मैंने इससे पहले भी जब मैं आया था आपके अंग्रेजी वाले पॉडकास्ट पे, तो मैंने कहा था कि मतलब पिछले 10-12 साल में सबसे, बिहारी में कहते ना, चाट चुनाव था, मतलब कुछ नहीं हो रहा था क्योंकि पता था। और जब आपके पार्टी का सबसे बड़ा लीडर में से एक 10 दिन पहले बोलता है कि भाई साहब हम उस तरफ जा रहे हैं, और आप अपने वर्कर से कह रहे हैं कि काम धाम छोड़ो, पोस्टर फाड़ो ताकि वो प्रद्युत बोरदोलाई दिखे नहीं कहीं कांग्रेस पोस्टर पे, ऐसी पार्टी के साथ के खिलाफ चुनाव जीतना, मतलब जीतना मुश्किल बिल्कुल नहीं। देखिए, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की जहां तक बात आती है ना, तो एक बात याद रखिएगा कि हम असम में, अगर हम, अब देखिए मैं पॉलिटिकली अगर बात करूं तो असम में आई कैन वेरी वेल आर्ग्यू कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के लिए स्पेस भी बहुत ज्यादा है, क्योंकि तरुण गोगोई की सरकार 19 साल थी, ठीक है, उस वक्त एक वायबल ऑपोजिशन नहीं था बीजेपी की तरह। लेकिन अभी मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि 10 साल हुए हैं, पहले 5 साल में तो कोई इनकम्बेंसी नहीं था, ठीक है, 2021 तक तो इनकम्बेंसी की बात ही नहीं उठी थी। 2021 से 26 के बीच में अगर मैं बात करूं तो देखिए, ऑप्टिक्स की बात करें या फिर जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि महिलाओं का समर्थन जो है, अरुणोदय स्कीम जो है, अकाउंट में पैसे आते हैं सबके, ठीक है, सरकार ने यहाँ पर काम किया है। 10 साल पहले जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था तो यहाँ की सड़कें माशाअल्लाह थी। आज दिख रहा है कि या तो सड़कें बन रही है या फिर जहां पर सड़कें टूटी वहां पर कोशिश की जा रही है सड़कें बनाने की। गुवाहाटी में, भले गुवाहाटी में बाढ़ के कारण हालत खराब हो जाती है, लेकिन फ्लाईओवर पे फ्लाईओवर बन रहे हैं। हमारे लोगों को ये सब पसंद है। भले देखिए, इनफैक्ट मैंने यहाँ पे देखा था कि मेरा एक दोस्त था जो मुझे कहता था कि गर्व से कह रहा है कि देखो गुवाहाटी में भी ट्रैफिक जाम होता है, क्योंकि ना इतना पैसा आया है लोगों के हाथ में कि अब सब गाड़ी खरीद रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ट्रैफिक जाम इज अ साइन ऑफ प्रोग्रेस। तो आप इसके खिलाफ ये नहीं कह सकते कि देखो यहाँ पे तो सरकार काम नहीं कर रही, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैज नॉट केप्ट पेस विद प्रोग्रेस। नहीं,
एक क्वेश्चन है,
पैसे हैं तभी पैसे हैं तभी तो गाड़ी खरीद रहा हूँ।
अमित, एक चीज मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, एंड देन वील जस्ट कम टू नीरजा एंड देन कम टू यू अगेन बिकॉज शी हैज टू गो। वन थिंग ऑन, जैसे हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा का जो कैंपेन था, हमारे लिए दिल्ली में बैठे हुए बहुत ही ओडियस कैंपेन था, स्पेशली दैट वीडियो विच दे सेड कि हमको नहीं पता क्यों आया, यू नो, वेरी टेकिंग एम एट वेरी क्लियरली अ मुस्लिम पर्सन। और उनका कहना है कि हम तो बांग्लादेशियों की बात कर रहे हैं, बट सबको पता चल गया था मैसेज क्या है। सो हमारा जो इमेज है वो एक बहुत ही योगी को राइवल करने वाले लीडर जो असम में हैं, बुलडोजर, यू नो। असम में क्या ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है इस जीत की उनकी छवि के लिए, या जैसे आप कह रहे हो कि डेवलपमेंट, असमीज लोग उनको ज्यादा देखते हैं डेवलपमेंट की निगाहों से, वेलफेयर की नजर से, और जैसे आप कह रहे हो उन्नति की नजर से, या आपको लगता है वहां पे ये हार्ड लाइन हिंदुत्व इज अ बिगर ओवरराइडिंग फैक्टर?
देखिए, हार्ड लाइन हिंदुत्व जो कम से कम जो हम मेनलैंड में जो देखते हैं वो तो है नहीं, ठीक है, वो होगा भी नहीं, क्योंकि आसाम जैसे, अब जैसे हार्ड लाइन हिंदुत्व में जैसे आप मीट की बात करें फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आसाम में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मीट खाते हैं लोग, बट हाँ धीरे धीरे जो आपको दिख रहा है, जैसे अब रेस्टोरेंट्स में बीफ नहीं मिलता। 10 साल पहले जब मैं आया था तो मैं सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि आसाम में बीफ नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन आज वो रियलिटी हो गई है। होटल्स में नहीं मिलता है तो आप और जाकर खा नहीं सकते किसी होटल में, एटलीस्ट विद पब्लिक नॉलेज। लेकिन ये याद रखिए कि दिल्ली में जो परसेप्शन है ना, जो आप लोगों को, जैसे वो आप वीडियो देखा था आपने कि वो वीडियो, तो उससे एक चीज मैं इस बारे में, मैं रेड माइक पे भी गया था तो मैंने बोला था कि ये सिर्फ दिल्ली वालों को बुरा लग रहा है, असम में इसके कारण किसी को बुरा नहीं लगा। क्योंकि देखिए बीजेपी का यहाँ पे जो लैंग्वेज है ना, यहाँ पे डायरेक्टली मुस्लिम नहीं बोलते ना, कहीं पे भी डायरेक्टली मुस्लिम नहीं बोलते, वो इलीगल इमिग्रेंट की बात कर रहे हैं। वही मैं अभी थोड़ी देर पहले किसी को बोल रहा था कि आप ये इस तरह से देखिए तो लोगों को एम्पावर किया है, लोगों को बोल दिया तुम डिसाइड करो इलीगल इमिग्रेंट कौन है, क्योंकि सरकार तो कर नहीं पा रही। एनआरसी आपने किया, अब आप एनआरसी को बोलते हैं कि भैया एनआरसी में बेईमानी हुई है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट मैंडेटेड अथॉरिटी थी, उसमें आपको भरोसा नहीं है क्योंकि डेटा आपके हिसाब से आया नहीं, आप बोलते राउंड 2 करेंगे। फॉरेनर्स ट्राइब्यूनल आपने जो, मतलब आपने नहीं, 2007 में कांग्रेस ने जो कोर्ट्स बनाए थे उसमें 1 लाख से ज्यादा केसेस पेंडिंग है, और जो 100 लोग अगर फॉरेनर डिक्लेयर होते हैं, अगर उनके पास पैसे होते हैं वो हाई कोर्ट जाने की, तो 85% टर्नओवर हो जाता है। और ये सब ऑब्जर्वेशन से कोर्ट के, तो ये कहना कि किस बारे में है, मैं आपको एक चीज अगर मैं कहूं बहुत सीधे साधे, तो ये देखिए कि जो भी है ना, हिमंता बिस्वा अपना माना जाता है कि ठीक है, और यही अगर ये प्रोग्रेस नहीं दिलाएंगे तो कौन दिलाएगा? गौरव गोगोई के लिए इज्जत बहुत है, रेस्पेक्ट बहुत है, लेकिन जैसा दिख रहा है शायद वो अपनी ही सीट हार जाएंगे।
जोरहाट में, जो कि
और देखिए जोरहाट तीताबोर जो है वो, मतलब तरुण गोगोई का बहुत बड़ा मतलब एक बेस रहा है। तो इस जगह से अगर आप हार रहे हैं तो ये कहीं ना कहीं, आप ठीक है इसके लिए आप डिलिमिटेशन बोलिए, जो बोलना है, एसआईआर बोलिए, एसआईआर की तो अभी जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ी। आसाम में तो डी वोटर वाला इशू 28 साल पुराना है, 1997 से चल रहा है, तो यहाँ पे तो डिलिजिटिमाइज लोगों को किया ही गया है ना कई सालों से।
Amit, we'll come back to you. Neerja से last words लेते हैं, and then Ruhi has also joined us. We're excited to have her. Big picture. क्या हम बड़ी चीजें ले जा सकते हैं इससे? Future of India, future of infighting within BJP, या succession questions, and Mamta.
और मेरा छोटा सा सवाल इसमें हिमंता का भी है। हिमंता जिस तरह से एक ब्लू आइड बॉय, मतलब पहले अमित शाह के क्लोजेस्ट थे, अब वो आरएसएस के भी उसी तरह से करीबी बनकर उभरे हैं, तो उनका कद कैसे बढ़ते देख रही हैं आप?
देखिए, हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की जो शख्सियत है वो भी एक कारण है इस विक्ट्री का, क्योंकि इन ग्रिप ऑफ द सिचुएशन, टॉल लीडर, हर एक चीज़ को मैनेज करते हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट्स में भी उनकी पैठ है। तो ये जो, और बीजेपी की लीडरशिप ने, दिल्ली वाले ने उनको एक ऑटोनॉमी ऑफ फंक्शनिंग दी है। कदम से कदम मिला के चले हैं वो अमित शाह के, लेकिन एक ऑटोनॉमी दी गई है आप उसको फैशन करने की, स्ट्रैटेजी वगैरह, तो उसका फायदा मिला जो हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स के बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्रियों को नहीं मिला। वो अलग ही ट्रीटमेंट है। तो ये सवाल तो उठता मन में कि बाकी 3 स्टेट्स में लोगों ने चेंज के लिए वोट किया है, असम में नहीं किया है। इनकम्बेंसी के लिए किया है उन्होंने। उसका कारण क्या है? कुछ लोग मानते हैं डिलिमिटेशन जैसे हुआ असम में, वो भी इनको बीजेपी को फेवर किया, पर एक बहुत माइक्रो प्लानिंग जैसे कि बीजेपी करती
करती
है
है, बिल्कुल।
नेशनली, वो हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा भी एक निपुण नेता है, उसमें तो दो राय नहीं है, आपकी डिफरेंसेस हो सकते हैं इस तरह के जो वीडियोस की बात की है। और ये फीलिंग एंटी बांग्लादेशी लीगल माइग्रेंट्स की जो है वो 80 के दशक से, मैं तो जब मूवमेंट हुआ था मैंने कवर किया, और वो लेटेंट या नॉट सो लेटेंट रहा है कांस्टेंट आसाम में। लेकिन टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, द बिग पिक्चर मनीषा, the ramifications for India, either they will feel the need to hang together now and let the Congress lead. उसमें सवाल उठेगा राहुल गांधी की लीडरशिप का. Does he have what it takes to be an alternative, to be seen as an alternative to Narendra Modi? But the desire to have a one-on-one contest in the 2029 elections will be there, and I think that compulsion will stare them in the face. So either this will happen, or the Congress is the one that will go it alone and revive. Let's see what happens. We have to jump in and see what we can do. Secondly, for Mamta herself, I don't see her giving up. That is not her personality. From the woman who jumped on the bonnet of JP's car in the mid-70s and became the darling of Indira Gandhi, to the woman who got out of the Congress, replaced the Congress, today Congress is a virtual zero, and throughout left government, 34 years in power, had till now kept the BJP there. She is not going to give up very easily. That's not her character. So she will have to, they will restrict her to Bengal also. Corruption cases, they've talked about a committee to go into it and so on. Whether usme dhas jayengi wo, or how she sets the agenda for the opposition in Bengal. And it's not going to be easy also for the BJP to rule Bengal. It will require sensitivity of kind to be able to, deliver.
Well, they embrace the fish this time.
Yeah,
so maybe they'll
to
not.
deliver as well as be, mindful of the Bengali character, that is the diversity of India. So on BJP's internal thing, as I said, this victory of Bengal and overall their performance in Assam also will help them quell any dissatisfaction within. And as far as succession अभी 2029 का तो सवाल ही नहीं है. So then let's see, there are many. I mean, Hemant Biswa Sarma, by the way, RSS वाले योगी आदित्यनाथ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के बाद हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा का नाम लेते हैं as far as a future national role is concerned. So to that extent, he is getting accepted.
Right.
Great. Let's go to Amit, and then we'll come to Ruhi in our studio. Amit, what were you most surprised by in this election in terms of people who've lost?
In Assam?
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, in the sense that, see, I can always say that, initially I thought it was a close competition. In the beginning of this year, it did seem like there was an election that was brewing. I'm not going to lie, okay? But first, Mr. Bora and then Mr. Thakur sort of made it clear that, this party has no clue how to fight elections anymore. The same boring script of, we will do this, we will do that. That's what I'm saying. See, you have to fight BJP the only way BJP. That's what I agree with ma'am when she was saying that Mamta is not out. Mamta Banerjee has seen far more dark days than this. That line of Faiz, Dil na umeed to sahi, naakaam hi to hai, lambi hai gam ki shaam, agar shaam hi to hai. That's Mamta Banerjee for you. We don't have that person here. As I said, Gaurav Gogoi is seen as a respectable, honorary leader, a very good son of a very good leader. But he is not somebody who's on the ground. Half the time he's in Delhi. who is, and the people you trust. That's the thing. Congress, BJP will, next 5 years, it's absolutely the same thing. In 2015, 6 months before elections, people jumped and joined the BJP. 10 years later, you are still repeating the same. You still continue to be the biggest supplier of leaders to BJP. That is the Congress way.
So I want to come to Ruhi. She's in our studio now. Ruhi, you're all mic'd up.
Yes, yes.
So one question. You've traveled in West Bengal?
And Assam both.
And Assam both. Great. So you have to tell us. I didn't go to Assam. I was in West Bengal, largely in Kolkata, North 24 Parganas. Two questions. One I have from you is when the BJP is facing anti-incumbency like in Haryana, they are somehow able to
Tide over it.
Similarly in Assam, whatever little dissatisfactions. The opposition's ability to tide over anti-incumbency now is kind of demolished completely, because we were discussing this earlier also. Things that we were hearing about West Bengal, about Mamata Banerjee, we were also hearing in 2021, the same sort of unhappiness. And so one thought that, okay, you're hearing that, but what about the cadre on the ground? Will they be able to translate into a vote for BJP? So why do you think that is inability for the BJP, for the opposition to tide over anti-incumbency, and BJP very conveniently doing it, even though I remember Haryana elections, we were hearing so much of
Haryana and second MP.
Yeah.
Both state was like
even though Mama was well loved in MP, but still, you know. So tell us about that. And then are you surprised by West Bengal? Assam, no one is, but West Bengal, is it surprising? The margin?
Not really, Manisha, because I've consistently maintained this in my analysis since I've come back from Bengal, and while I was in Bengal, there was a very widespread anti-incumbency mood, and this conversation about 2021 also people want to change. I think this was far more pronounced, far more prevalent this time. Everybody was talking about Poribarton, and I think sometimes incumbency runs its course, and that happened with Mamata Banerjee. BJP was waiting in the wings, played its cards well, but this was essentially a referendum on Mamata Banerjee, a vote against the Trinamool Congress more than a vote for the BJP. It was a vote for Poribarton, and the BJP was the obvious Poribarton that people could bring in, right? I think there were many factors, and a lot of them voters were quite animated, vehement about. One was, of course, lack of industry, lack of development, joblessness, cut money, bribery at the grassroots level, corruption at the grassroots level. People were talking about how this is just a perpetuation of the left culture, which they had booted out in 2011, and Mamata had not reimagined her politics. And law and order, the crimes against women became a bit of a conversation point. And I think most importantly, people were tired. I think, we think of anti-incumbency as anger necessarily. It's not always anger. Often it's just disappointment. Often it's just fatigue, right? So a lot of people were just fatigued by a 15-year incumbent, and they didn't mind giving somebody else a chance. And I think it's that sentiment that the BJP needs to worry about a little in the next 5 years, because it wasn't that we want Modi. It was more like we want to see change.
right? ये ना मुझे भी इसी चीज को मैं नीरजा को भी बता रही थी that I think 2021 में मोदी का चांस ज्यादा था on ground, because I think on the back of 2019 I think इस बार इतने लोग ये नहीं बोल रहे थे कि हम मोदी की सरकार चाहते हैं, even though he was the main face.
He was the face,
but I didn't feel like people are thinking about
बीजेपी
Modi.
इस बार मोदी और अमित शाह के अलावा बंगाल में अगर देखें तो बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिकली उन्होंने रिलाई किया बंगाल के लोगों पे.
नहीं, बिल्कुल उन्होंने इलेक्शन को लोकल रखा. They didn't say anything that could hurt Mamata's image, in which the more personal attacks. They were very clever, strategic about their approach in Bengal. I think because they read the mood right. They knew if they played their cards sensibly and they kept a little bit of a low they'd be able to bring in this anti-incumbency vote in their favor. So to answer your question, I am not entirely surprised. The kind of mood for change was a bit reminiscent of UP 2017, where people were talking so much about bringing in a new regime and they were tired of the existing regime. Of course, the difference is there it was just a 5-year regime, here it's a 15-year regime. But I think the mood on the ground was quite clear. The only thing that I wasn't sure of was how the minority vote would play out, because it's a significant 30% lead that Mamata Banerjee begins with, right? So that gives her that edge over her opponents. And data will have to be analyzed to see how this vote has sort of impacted.
I think SIR का भी impact पता चलेगा
gradually. Seat-wise analysis
because 27 lakh voters जो थे, ये अब बहुत
seats
नैरेटिव
में?
चला जाएगा कि बांग्लादेशियों को हटा दिया इसलिए ममता हार गई, बट वो 27 लाख वोटर्स
कौन लोग?
ईसी ने भी बोला है कि वो लोग वही हैं जिनकी कुछ ना कुछ छोटी मोटी डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हैं,
जिनको लॉजिकल
नाम गलत है, कहीं कुछ गलत है, दे आर नॉट बांग्लादेश सिटीजनशिप।
जो उनका जो बांग्लादेशी वाला कॉन्सेप्ट है वो तो बियॉन्ड जो 27 लाख हटे है वो है। 27 लाख में बहुत जेन्युइन वोटर्स हैं। दैट्स द ट्रेविस्टी कि आपने इतना लेट किया है एसआईआर कि किसी को चांस ही नहीं मिला
वोट
redress
देने का
का।
चांस नहीं मिला।
उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है, आई थिंक ये भी एक देखने वाली चीज
लेकिन
है।
मनीषा जो भी एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज अ कन्विंसिंग विन फॉर द बीजेपी एंड आई मीन
अगर वो 3% आगे हैं तो बहुत ही कन्विंसिंग, मतलब
ज्यादा,
अगर ये ट्रेंड अभी तक चल रहा है।
45 और 4% का ऑलमोस्ट अंतर है बंगाल में, जो कि पिछले नतीजों के
और
दिखाई
जो
तो काफी
साइड
बड़ा है।
फ्लिप हुई है वहां पे एसआईआर का उतना इम्पैक्ट था नहीं जो वेस्ट वाले जो भी सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स फ्लिप हुए हैं वहां पे एसआईआर
तो मैप के हिसाब से देखें, अगर जो बहुत कन्विंसिंग विन की बात आप कर रहे हैं, अभी आज के नतीजों के बाद पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी एटलीस्ट साउथ छोड़ दें केवल, तो पैन इंडिया राइट फ्रॉम वेस्टर्न टिप टू ईस्टर्न टिप पूरे कॉरिडोर पे बीजेपी का कब्जा है। वेस्ट में गुजरात से लेके और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सारे 7 सिस्टर में, बिहार के बाद बंगाल और असम ऑलरेडी है। तो अभी पूरा का पूरा ये कॉरिडोर ईस्ट वेस्ट का पूरा सैफरन है, यूपी से लेके बिहार से लेके और उत्तराखंड से लेके बीच में सारे जितने भी स्टेट हैं, तो कोई भी, दिल्ली है, सब हरियाणा है, सारा मिला के राजस्थान, कोई भी स्टेट बचा नहीं। तो इस लिहाज से बीजेपी एक उस टाइम पे अपने सक्सेस के सबसे पीक पे है आज की तारीख में, मतलब पैन इंडिया उसके प्रेजेंस
ये हम हर बार कहते हैं पीक में, उसके बाद कुछ नया स्टेट जीत लेती है बीजेपी।
बंगाल पहली बार जीता है ना, और नहीं, दो जो बड़े स्टेट मोदी के सबसे पीक पे जाने की जो लोकप्रियता का सबसे शिखर था, उसमें भी बीजेपी कभी बिहार नहीं जीत पाई अपने दम पे। बिहार और बंगाल दो सबसे बड़े, और आप ये देखिए कि ये अगर कंप्लीट हो जाता है तो बीजेपी के लिए कितनी कंफर्टेबल सिचुएशन लोकसभा में है अब आज की तारीख में। ये जो पूरा बीच का कॉरिडोर जो इसकी बात हम कर रहे हैं, यहाँ से अकेले में मेजोरिटी नंबर आता है, फिर बाकी सारे स्टेट लोकसभा में जाके इरेलेवेंट हो जाते हैं आपके।
लेकिन लोकसभा में भी देखिए है कुछ साल बचे हैं अब, कैसे ये एंटी इनकम्बेंसी बीजेपी, क्योंकि अब की बार भी लोकसभा में सीट्स तो बीजेपी की पहले से कम आई थी, है ना, तो वो शीन तो एक कम हुआ था, हर जगह कम आई थी, बंगाल में भी कम आई थी आयरॉनिकली, लेकिन
क्योंकि 19 में बीजेपी इस पूरे इलाके में सब जगह 100% लेके आई थी, तो उससे ऊपर जा नहीं सकती
कर सकते हैं वो भी,
उसके आगे जा नहीं सकते थे।
दो चीजें मैं ऐड करना चाहती हूँ, एंड आई वांट योर इंटरवेंशन आल्सो। एक तो जो मुस्लिम वोट कंसोलिडेशन जो हम सोच रहे थे वेस्ट बंगाल में होगा, अब नंबर्स नहीं आए हैं क्लियरली, तो आई डोंट वांट टू से समथिंग वेरी डेफिनेटिव, बट एक सेंस तो था। टीएमसी ये बहुत मैसेजिंग कर रही थी कि भाई ये जो है इसके बाद आपको डिपोर्ट होने वाले हैं, कि एक्चुअली जो एसआईआर हो रहा है वो मुस्लिम्स को डिपोर्ट का प्लान बन रहा है। तो एक्सपेक्टेड था कि बहुत फेयर होगा, और उस फेयर की वजह से जो मुस्लिम्स बिल्कुल टीएमसी के साथ नहीं है वो बिल्कुल एक साथ कंसोलिडेट हो जाएंगे। आई वंडर इफ दैट हैज एक्चुअली हैपेंड एवरीवेयर इन द वे टीएमसी वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग, बिकॉज वी शुड रिमेंबर वन थिंग, दैट चाहे मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया में या पॉपुलर नैरेटिव में बीजेपी भी टीएमसी को मुस्लिम पार्टी बोलते हैं, मुस्लिम्स खुद बहुत नाराज हैं काफ़ी हद तक टीएमसी से, क्योंकि वो करप्शन से डील कर रहे हैं, या वो भी जो सेम प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। और आप हर वक्त आप ये नहीं सोच सकते अपने एग्जिस्टेंशियल क्राइसिस के बारे में, आप ये भी सोचते हैं कि डे टू डे आपका क्या, हु इज हेल्पिंग यू, हु इज नॉट। सो आई रिमेंबर लाइक इन 2021 one of the people in a Nandigram village, Muslim, said that उनको क्यों बोलते हैं मुस्लिम पार्टी, हमारे लिए तो कुछ नहीं करा, जितना भी अम्फान का पैसा आया वो उन्हीं के लोगों को गया है, हमारे पास कुछ नहीं आया है। सो ये एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ होगी कि क्या मुस्लिम एक्चुअली एसआईआर की वजह से वो कंसोलिडेशन हुआ है जो टीएमसी एक्सपेक्ट कर रही थी या नहीं, और एक बर्डन भी सिर्फ मुस्लिम्स पे कि वो ही बीजेपी से लड़े, हिंदुत्व पे लड़े, वो तो कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं है। दूसरी चीज़ जो मैं आई वांट योर ओपिनियन ऑन इट, नीलांजन से भी मैंने पूछा, मैं बार बार यही बोल रही हूँ कि एक चीज़ होती है जो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी जो आपने कहा, सबको वो फील होती है, और वो मुझे उतनी ज़्यादा भी नहीं लगी 2021 से, उतनी ही लगी जितनी तब थी। लेकिन ये सवाल हमेशा आ जा रहा था कि भाई बीजेपी का संगठन बहुत जगहों में जहाँ पे उन्हें क्लियरली लाइक साउथ 24 परगनास में जाके जीत रहे हैं, काफ़ी वीक है, तो कैसे ये चेंज होगा लास्ट में, जो वो वर्कर करता है, बूथ तक ले जाता है आपको, ये do you think central police की जो deployment हुई है, that led to the BJP voter which otherwise would have said, okay, maybe it's not safe to go out and vote, to really come out and feel safe?
You know, I have a bit of a contrarian view. I know a lot of people say Bengal में voters बोल नहीं रहे हैं. A famous pollster has not even done exit polls saying कि Bengal में बोल नहीं रहे हैं. I traveled quite extensively in the state. People were speaking, and people were speaking far more openly than they have earlier, because there was a very massive mood to bring about some change. It's a very simple thing. आप रोक सकते हो लोगों को, लोग डर सकते हैं, लेकिन जब एक तरफ की ज्यादा बाढ़ निकल रही है तो फिर लोग डरना बंद कर देते हैं. So one was the central forces deployment, of course, and the second was that people were quite determined to go and vote. Right? They wanted to vote for change and they were quite determined. And because so mmany people around, so many people said कि आप कहीं पे भी पूछ लो लोग change का कह रहे हैं. That's why the fear was less. Because people knew कि बहुत लोग चारों तरफ similar विचारधारा रख रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए उनका डर थोड़ा कम था. I think that's been a major factor. People have gone out and voted, and जहाँ ज़्यादा अगर लोग दिख रहे हैं तो आप कितनों को रोक सकते हैं? How many? Why would people be scared?
And I agree with you on one thing. I mean, compared to everyone else in the country, I do think people in West Bengal talk a little less. Compared
they
to
do.
say when you go to UP, they'll give you a pravachan.
They do.
But you're right that compared to 2021, younger people were speaking out more openly about education, one, government schools. The fact that if you compared Kolkata to every other big city in the country, we are, we don't have anywhere to go, our friends have to leave, there's no work here. So I think comparison to other metropolitan cities, like where are we today? The sense of stagnation, the young people are openly talking about that, I feel.
Even in rural Bengal, so I usually do, if I find a larger trend, I usually do short videos. Very few people said no to coming on camera. Very few people. If you go and see my social media also, you'll see so many people openly saying that they want change. They are tired of the TMC. Only maybe 3-4 people said हमारा चेहरा छुपा दो, उनका चेहरा ब्लर हुआ है. उसके अलावा 2-4 लोगों ने बोला होगा कि हम नहीं बोलना चाहते. बाकी लोग बहुत, they were very willing to speak. I think
एक और चीज मनीषा, रूही, मेरा है सवाल, मतलब इफ यू रिमेम्बर पिछले इलेक्शन में हम बाकी जितने भी इलेक्शन होते थे इसमें योगी आदित्यनाथ को बहुत प्रोमिनेंटली यूज, हालांकि पोलराइजेशन था यहाँ पर और हिंदू मुस्लिम इसमें बहुत यूज करती रही बीजेपी. बंगाल उसका एक बड़ा फर्टाइल ग्राउंड उसकी पॉलिटिक्स के लिए रहा है फिर भी. लेकिन इस बार जैसे हर बार कुछ ना कुछ बहुत वायरल होता था योगी आदित्यनाथ का, इस पूरे इलेक्शन बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिकली है या कैलकुलेटेड है या फिर अनजाने में ऐसा, इस बार एक भी रील वायरल कोई क्लिप योगी आदित्यनाथ का बहुत ही जो ब्लेटेंट होता था, जो अटैक होते थे मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के ऊपर, गाय या इन सब चीजों से रिलेटेड, कोई भी सिंगल रील या क्लिप कुछ भी वायरल नहीं हुआ योगी आदित्यनाथ का. नहीं तो बीजेपी का जैसे ट्रम्प कार्ड होता था, बीच में अचानक से इग्नाइट करने के लिए बीजेपी लॉन्च कर दी थी
योगी आदित्यनाथ की हेडलाइन के दिन खत्म. नाउ द न्यू क्लेमेंट इज हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा.
He was there at the rallies in West Bengal.
He is beating Yogi Adityanath hollow in communal polarization, dog whistling. उनका एजेंडा ही ये है. चलिए, I'll come to Assam later. But yeah, you're right. BJP played its cards smartly in Bengal. मैं यही बोल रही हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत ही low profile strategic campaign रखा, because they saw fertile ground. That's why they didn't think they needed to whip up communal sentiment. They knew कि anti incumbency vote है, उसको आप टैप करो. आपको कोई जरूरत नहीं है इस तरह की बातें करने की, which could potentially backfire. So why take that chance? So they were very smart about how they planned their campaign in this election. As for Assam, I think a lot of people have, so I'm half Assamese, it's my mother tongue. So I feel there is a bit of a cursory understanding sometimes outside of Assam of how that state functions. I've consistently said that Hemant Biswa Sarma's communal talk is not for Assam. It has zero takers in Assam. वहाँ की ये fault line ही नहीं है, वहाँ की fault line ethnicity की है. उतना ही anger used to be against Hindu Bengalis, उतना ही anger used to be against Marwaris, Biharis, outsiders. Anti-Assamese ethnicity, linguistic fault line. Nobody in Assam is talking about Hindu Muslim. Nobody in Assam is talking about कि अच्छा हमारे CM तो देखिए हिंदू सनातन धर्म को आगे लेके जाएंगे. It's purely based on his performance. And there has been work that has happened in Assam. It's visible, tangible work which matters to people. And that's what the voter is voting around. So clearly the chief minister's talk, the kind of bitter conversation that he does, is to become a national leader, to become a national headline, and to be able to have some perhaps competition with Yogi Adityanath, right? Because you have who are the tall BJP chief ministers you can think of now? Fadnavis, yes, but Fadnavis is slightly low profile in the way he talks. It's Yogi Adityanath and Himanta Biswa Sarma. So coming from a very small state that doesn't capture the nation's imagination, he has managed to become a national name.
Yeah, but would it be correct to say that his rhetoric, I mean, जब आप मियाँ बोलते हो तो Assam में aren't they understanding this as Muslim?
They are understanding it as Muslim Bangladeshis. They are not understanding it as Muslims.
Not as Muslim Assamese.
No, and that will never happen. I hope it doesn't happen because that has not been the ethos of the state. उनको Bengali Hindus who have come from outside के against भी उतनी ही नाराजगी थी जितनी Muslim outsiders Bengalis के against थी, Muslim speaking Bengalis. So Bengali speaking Muslims. So it's not seen as a Hindu versus. So many voters actually on the ground, to be fair, have said कि चीफ मिनिस्टर को ऐसी बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए, उनको हिंदू मुस्लिम की बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए, लेकिन काम उनका अच्छा है तो हम उनको वोट देंगे.
वेलफेयर एक उनके उस पे जाता है जो न्यूमरस स्कीम्स थी स्पेशली फॉर
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
की बात. तो अब हम ऑलमोस्ट पूरे टेन्योर में सुना है ये कि फ्लाईओवर्स बन रहे हैं, रोड्स बन रहे हैं, और जो चीजें वहाँ पे नहीं थी जिससे वो और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के काफी इलाके वंचित हैं, वो अब लोगों को लग रहा है कि डेवलपमेंट. डिड यू फाइंड वेस्ट बंगाल टू बी पोलराइज्ड as an election?
Slightly more than Assam. In fact, बंगाल में कई लोगों ने बोला कि हिंदू धर्म को बचाना है, सनातन हिंदू धर्म को बचाना है. तो जो बीजेपी का जो कम्युनल ट्वीक टू दिस इमिग्रेंट इशू है, टू दिस आउटसाइडर इशू है, उसका रेजोनेंस, जो कम्युनल रेजोनेंस है, वो बंगाल में ज्यादा है एज कम्पेयर टू असम, क्योंकि बंगाल में कभी एथनिसिटी का इशू था नहीं. They are also Bengali speaking, you're also Bengali speaking. Assam में एथनिसिटी का इशू था. So yes, बंगाल में मुझे लगता है कि there was an extent of polarization, but मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि वो main reason है बीजेपी की जीत का. Give the devil credit where due.
I'm wondering about exit polls actually. So at least in West Bengal, most of them seem to have gotten it right. And Access that didn't release the numbers. Now we need to know what the numbers were. because if no one was speaking, so वो भी एक इंटरेस्टिंग.
हालांकि 194 तो किसी ने नहीं कहा था, तो वो जो आए हैं वो गलत ही है. 160 तक बहुत सारे लोगों का प्रेडिक्शन था.
देखिए थोड़ा ना 10-15 सीट ऊपर नीचे का फिर कोई मुश्किल होता है. वैसे एक्चुअली पोलस्टर्स का तो काम है टू प्रेडिक्ट, बट थोड़ा इन अ स्टेट वेयर एज यू सेड पीपल टॉक लेस देन अदर स्टेट्स, मे बी समटाइम्स यू गेट मिसलेड.
पूजा हमारे साथ है. पूजा, इससे पहले हम जो केरल और तमिलनाडु की बात करेंगे, पुडुचेरी की बात करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले ही आपने सुना और देख रहे हैं कैसे वेस्ट बंगाल के जो नतीजे हैं, असम के जो नतीजे हैं. और स्पेसिफिक अगर मैं बात करूं इसमें, तो आखिर में मनीषा ने जिक्र किया एग्जिट पोल के. सारे एग्जिट पोल ऑलमोस्ट फेल हो गए. कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के ही नजरिए से अगर हम देखें तो इन दोनों में अगर असम और वेस्ट बंगाल के नतीजों पर क्योंकि वेस्ट बंगाल के बारे में माना जा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक बड़ा वो हासिल किया है, जो कि बड़ा अचीवमेंट है बीजेपी के लिए लंबे समय से. और फिर हम तमिलनाडु की बात करेंगे और उसके बाद केरल की. पूजा,
इससे पहले कि मैं स्पेसिफिक राज्यों पे कमेंट करूं, मेरा ये मानना है, तो ये एग्जिट पोल्स जो होते हैं मुझे अभी तक समझ में नहीं आया क्यों करते हैं, क्योंकि उसके 2-4 दिन में वैसे रिजल्ट्स तो आ ही जाते हैं, और जिनको सही मिला वो बोलते हैं हमने सही किया. टीआरपी बढ़ाने के अलावा और जो कमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट है, जो टीआरपी के साथ जो एड्स वगैरह मिलते हैं न्यूज चैनल्स को, सेफोलॉजिस्ट को जितना जो भी मिलता है, उसके अलावा क्या फायदा मुझे अभी तक समझ में नहीं आया. मैं इसीलिए कह रही हूँ क्योंकि आप जहाँ पे भी देखो, जैसे तमिलनाडु में हो गया, एडीएम के बारे में कोई बात नहीं कर रहा था क्योंकि वो साइलेंट वोटर्स थे. सब डर के मारे या टीवी के बोल रहे थे या डीएम के बोल रहे थे. जो इकोसिस्टम बनाते हैं लोग, उसी जरिए बात करते हैं. एग्जिट पोल्स में भी लोग वो जो एक हर्ड मेंटालिटी होता है उसी हिसाब से बात करते हैं. तमिलनाडु में भी यही देखा, केरला में भी वही देखा हमने, क्योंकि जो लोग शायद जाके यूडीएफ या उनके कांग्रेस या उनके एलाइज को जिन्होंने वोट दिया है, वो भी जब हम कैमरा पे उनसे पूछ रहे थे, वो बोल रहे थे एलडीएफ, क्योंकि एक डर का माहौल पैदा हो गया है और किसी को एक डर रहता है कि अच्छा हमने ऑन कैमरा कुछ बोल दिया या ऑन रिकॉर्ड कुछ बोल दिया, अगर वो गलत हो गया तो फिर क्या होगा. दैट इज माई लिमिटेड पॉइंट. आई थिंक बंगाल, केरला और तमिलनाडु में एक कॉमनैलिटी है, चेंज. जो अलग अलग भाषाओं में सब लोगों ने बोला है, परिवर्तन इन बंगाली एंड मातरम इन तमिल. तो सबको आई थिंक एक फटीक सी हो गई थी, जो असम में हमको नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है. हमको अभी चेंज चाहिए। इसमें वेस्ट बंगाल में तो फोर्थ टाइम है, तो there were issues that they could speak about. तमिलनाडु में आप देखोगे तो it was just the buzzword was change. केरला में भी वही 10 साल के बाद. So I think that seems to be the pattern, the theme of these elections.
तो हमारे द न्यूज़ मिनट के साथी हैं शबीर ने अकेले ये जोखिम उठाया था, एक खतरा उठाया था, और वो अकेले थे जिन्होंने कहा था कि टीवी के सरकार भी बना सकती है तमिलनाडु
व्हाट्सएप में उनका एग्जिट पोल बिल्कुल सही था, जो हमें मिला था।
तो मुझे लग रहा है कि आज पूजा और धन्या ये सारे लोग मिलके शबीर को पार्टी केक वेक काटेंगे, पार्टी देंगे। पर
अरे बिल्कुल हमने शबीर को काफी ट्रोल किया इंटरनली।
मुझे लग रहा है कि आज
शबीर के बाद 5 साल तक शबीर हमें ट्रोल करेंगे।
बिल्कुल।
तो he stuck his neck out and he was proven right.
Yes. तो मुझे यही इससे बातचीत में तमिलनाडु के बारे में शुरू करना चाह रहा हूँ। टीवी को पढ़ने में लोग चूक गए, पोलस्टर भी चूक गए, जर्नलिस्ट भी ज्यादातर चूक गए। हाँ, एक्सेस एक एक्सेस था जो कि उसको पढ़ पाने में लोगों के कामयाब रहा। तो वो बात आपकी सही है कि बहुत सारे पोस्टर क्यों काम करते हैं, शायद उसके कॉमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट्स बहुत ज्यादा हैं, लेकिन फिर भी ये जब नतीजे आ रहे हैं और लग रहा है, और साथ में एडीएमके के भी फेवर में जो नंबर्स आ रहे हैं वो भी कम चौंकाने वाले नहीं, वो भी काफ़ी सरप्राइजिंग है। और सब मिलाकर डीएमके इस समय, एक समय डीएमके तीसरे नंबर पर थी, अभी फिर से वो दूसरे नंबर पर है, और एडीएमके 50 सीटों पर लीड के साथ तीसरे नंबर पर है, लेकिन फिर भी उसके नंबर्स काफ़ी वो हैं, और कोई भी एडीएमके को यहाँ तक नहीं मान रहा था। तो मैं इन दोनों एडीएमके और टीवीके के नज़रिए से पूजा जानना चाहूँगा कि ये नतीजे अब आप लोग कैसे देख रहे हैं इसको।
आई थिंक एक चीज तो हम बोल सकते हैं कि इट इज अ रिटर्न ऑफ पर्सनालिटी पॉलिटिक्स, अगर आप देखोगे तो, क्योंकि एक जयललिता और करुणानिधि के डिमाइस के बाद, उनके गुजरने के बाद कोई एक बड़ा लीडर नहीं था जो मतलब कैरिस्मेटिक लीडर, जो मतलब मास लीडर है, लोगों को इकट्ठा कर सके, लोगों को मूव कर सके, इधर से उधर स्वे कर सके। आई थिंक वही एक अंडरलाइंग फैक्टर है, क्योंकि आप अगर उनके मैनिफेस्टो देखोगे, टीवीके का जो मैनिफेस्टो है उसमें कुछ खास अलग नहीं है। जो द्रविडियन पॉलिटिक्स आप देखोगे, वेलफेयरिज्म जो बहुत सेंट्रल है द्रविडियन पॉलिटिक्स में, वही उन्होंने भी आगे बढ़ा। इनफैक्ट दोनों पार्टी से ज्यादा उन्होंने अनाउंस किया है। एक मैं सुन रही थी, कोई एक एनालिस्ट ने बोला था कि अगर वो सब उनको अभी इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, सो ही नीड अराउंड 3.5 लाख करोड़ टू बिगिन विद। कहाँ से लाएंगे? तो उन्होंने ना मीडिया से इंटरेक्ट किया, उनका कम्युनिकेशन वन वे था। उनके स्पीचेस आप देखोगे तो बहुत रेटरिक से भरा हुआ था, एकदम मूवी सीन्स के जैसे लग रहे थे, और लोग भी उसी तरीके से रिएक्ट कर रहे थे। वो जो भी बोल रहे, किसी ने सवाल नहीं पूछा उनसे, कैसे करोगे, चेंज बोल रहे हो आप सब कुछ बदल दोगे, कैसे बदलोगे, क्या बदलोगे, किसी ने सवाल नहीं पूछा। सबने यही बोला कि हम उनको एक चांस देंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो डोमिनेंस था एडीएमके और डीएमके का काफी 5-6 दशकों से जो हो रहा है, वो उससे लोग तंग आ चुके थे, उनको एक चेंज चाहिए था। और उनमें अभी एक मिला जो एक्टर उनके हिसाब से सब सैक्रिफाइस करके आया, क्योंकि सब लोग बोल रहे थे कि 200 करोड़ कमा सकते थे एक साल में, वो छोड़ के हमारे सेवा के लिए आए हैं, हमारा बनता है कि इतना तो हम करें, एक बार चांस थे उनको। दैट वाज द थीम, दैट वाज लाइक अ स्क्रिप्ट मैंने सबके मुंह से सुना। सो आई थिंक as far as pollsters are concerned, why did they get it wrong apart from all the other structural problems that are there? मुझे लगता है कि it was untested territory, uncharted territory. हमें भी बहुत मुश्किल हुई जब लोगों से बात करें, क्योंकि बहुत सारे बच्चे थे जो मतलब जिनका वोट भी नहीं है, जो आके चिल्लाते। So it was a very high decibel campaign. तो हमें समझ में नहीं आया कितने लोग एक्चुअली जाके वोट करेंगे, या सिर्फ क्योंकि विजय एक बहुत पॉपुलर एक्टर है उस वजह से इतना एक ऑरा है। पर व्हाट वर्कड इन विजय's फेवर, मैं तो ये बोलूंगी, he was an enigma. He kept his cards very close to his chest. मैनिफेस्टो और जैसे मैंने बोला एक वन वे कम्युनिकेशन के अलावा इंटरव्यूज नहीं दिया उन्होंने। किसी को पता नहीं एडवाइस कौन है, वो क्या करने वाले। अभी भी हमें ये भी नहीं पता कि कैबिनेट में जो आएंगे मिनिस्टर्स, अगर उनकी सरकार बनेगी तो कौन। हम बैठ के गूगल कर रहे, ढूंढ रहे लोगों को कि ये कहाँ थे, क्या कर रहे थे। तो विजय के अलावा टीवीके में कोई और हाई प्रोफाइल लोग नहीं है। वो उनका द्रविडियन पॉलिटिक्स है, तो कैसा दिखेगा वो वो सब कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है। एडीएमके की बात करो तो दे वांटेड एन अलायंस विद विजय, उन्होंने कोशिश भी किया पर लास्ट मोमेंट में नहीं हो पाया। लोग यही बोल रहे थे कि एनी अलायंस विद बीजेपी इन तमिलनाडु, हमने भी ये बोला है, एनी अलायंस विद बीजेपी इन तमिलनाडु विल बी काउंटर प्रोडक्टिव। उस हिसाब से एडीएम के अलायंस को इससे बहुत कम मिलना चाहिए था। तो शायद एक टेक अवे ये भी हो सकता कि पीपल आर नॉट एज अवर्स टू बीजेपी एज दे यूज्ड टू बी। मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगी कि एक्सेप्ट करने लगे हैं लोग, पर शायद अभी थोड़ा टर्मोइल हो रहा है, थोड़ा सेटल होने के बाद समझ में आएगा कि एडीएम के कैंडिडेट्स को क्यों इतना नंबर्स मिले।
The big question in Bengal is also who will be the chief minister.
I think they'll have to
Clear,
make
Shubhendu
I think
Adhikari?
they'll have to make Shubhendu purely because अगर आप ग्राउंड पे किसी से भी पूछते, of course मोदी is the main face, पर आप किसी से पूछते तो they would कि आप सीएम का फेस नहीं, आप फिर भी क्यों बीजेपी को करना चाहते हैं, तो they would say कि
शुभेंदु।
हाँ कि नहीं शुभेंदु ही है शायद, वो तो देखेंगे मोदी जी बना
चक्रवर्ती तो नहीं हो
देंगे।
जाएंगे?
शुभेंदु
We will all do some
हेमंता
discord
बिस्वा
on
शर्मा
that.
को टक्कर दे सकते हैं in his rhetoric.
हेमंत
at
बिस्वा
least.
शर्मा को टक्कर देना बहुत मुश्किल है, I can tell you, he's a
पर
very
आज
different
का
kind of
स्टेटमेंट बहुत ही
politician.
पोलराइजिंग था शुरुआत में कि
हाँ,
हमारा हिंदू सारा
हाँ।
इकट्ठा हो गया। पहला स्टेटमेंट हमारा सारा
पूरी
हिंदू
तरह से
इकट्ठा हो गया,
he
बहुत
said
ही
कि
पोलराइजिंग।
हिंदू वोट कंसोलिडेट हमारे
हमने
पीछे,
अपना
उन्होंने
कर
ऑलरेडी
लिया,
कर
वो
दिया
देख
ये
लिया,
हिंदू
हम
मुस्लिम।
जीत जाएंगे।
बट क्लियरली कंसोलिडेशन हुआ है हिंदू वोट का, मतलब ये जो आपको अगर 44% मिल रहा है तो ओवरवेलमिंगली।
बट इसको आप कैसे व्यू करते हैं, दैट मैटर्स ना मनीषा। मुझे नहीं लगता ये हिंदू वोट कंसोलिडेशन है, दिस इज अ वोट कंसोलिडेशन फॉर चेंज। अब आप इसको ऑब्वियसली मुस्लिम से नहीं ही वोट करेंगे तो मुस्लिम वोट आपके पीछे नहीं कंसोलिडेट होगा। अब इसको अगर आप कम्युनल एंगल से देखेंगे देन यू आर स्टार्टिंग ऑफ विद द रॉन्ग point ना। आप nobody has voted for you only because you're a Hindu party, they voted for you because they want something tangible, they want a change in the state। अब अगर आप इसको हिंदुत्व डिलीवर करने का मैंडेट देखेंगे तो फिर तो आपका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट ही प्रॉब्लमेटिक है।
SIR लेकिन जो एटलीस्ट इन वेस्ट बंगाल बांग्लादेशी, एक तो हम उन लोगों से बात कर रहे थे जो सफर करे SIR में, तो उनके लिए तो ऑब्वियसली SIR एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम।
और वो तो वैसे उनका वोट था भी नहीं।
हाँ, जो एजुकेशन में भी जो लोग थे, लेकिन जो लोग इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुए वो साइजेबल चंक है। उनके लिए बांग्लादेशी इलीगल इमिग्रेंट्स is an issue in West Bengal, unlike in Assam, like you said.
So Assam, Bangladeshi immigrants are an issue. West Bengal, it's more of a Muslim immigrants are an issue. I think that's the thing. Immigrants too are an issue in Assam also.
So in that sense, there would have been, I'm saying in West Bengal, there would have been polarization in the sense that finally illegal immigrants coming in from Bangladesh have been fixed.
Correct.
For the people who were not impacted by SIR.
हाँ, so those who were not, so SIR का on the impact on the ground is very layered, right? Those who were not impacted were not even talking about it. किसी जिनको impact नहीं हुआ, किसी ने उठ के नहीं बोला कि अच्छा SIR हुआ है उसकी वजह से ये हुआ है। Only those who were impacted were talking about it, and in that only those from the minority community were resentful, because I met many people who were saying कि हमारी Hindus, हमारी wife का नाम नहीं आया नहीं है, but they were not particularly angry. But minority community naturally, you can't blame them, was डाउटिंग द इंटेंट ऑफ द बीजेपी ना। जब पार्टी का ही मैंडेट ही हिंदुत्व मैंडेट है तो आप माइनॉरिटी होगे तो
टीएमसी की भी इसमें बहुत क्लियर मैसेजिंग थी कि अभी इसके बाद आपको डिपोर्ट करेंगे। अभी ये पहला है आपको हटाना रोल से, उसके आगे आपको डिपोर्ट किया जाएगा। सो आई थिंक दैट मैसेजिंग एवरीवन गॉट। शबीर,
यस, शबीर भी हमारे साथ।
कांग्रेचुलेशंस फर्स्टली।
थैंक यू मनीषा।
तो आज पार्टी मिलेगी
ना डांस?
ना, मैं तो प्रदीप गुप्ता नहीं हूँ डांस करने के लिए।
अच्छा, अभी पूजा से हमारी बात हो रही थी तो मेरे दिमाग में दो सवाल आए थे, लेकिन अब क्योंकि शबीर भी हमारे साथ है तो शबीर से ही पूछ लेता हूँ। टीवी की और विजय का तो सरप्राइजिंग है और दिख रहा है नंबर। मैं एडीएमके के नज़रिए से थोड़ा सा मुझे बताएं आप कि शबीर जो वो भी कोई लीडरशिप ऐसी नहीं है, कोई बहुत ज़्यादा जो लोगों को अट्रैक्ट कर सके, कोई सुपरस्टार या पावर उस तरह की नहीं है। जयललिता के जाने के बाद से पार्टी बहुत बिखरे बिखरे हालत में थी और उसके बाद भी, इसके बावजूद इस बार जो परफॉर्मेंस है ठीक ठाक अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करने में कामयाब रही है। तो एडीएमके के इस रिसर्जेंस में आप किसकी भूमिका देख रहे हैं, क्या किसका रोल देखते हैं?
नहीं, बस एक ही आदमी का रोल है, वो है एडपाड़ी के पळनिस्वामी। उसको पता था कि वो हार रहा है, लेकिन उसने इतनी कोशिश की, अपनी जान लगा दी इस इलेक्शन में जीतने के लिए, तो उसका तो थोड़ा बहुत रिजल्ट्स और थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट है। आपको पहले से पता होगा कि एआईएडीएमके का जो सपोर्ट बेस है वो है वेस्टर्न रीजन्स ऑफ तमिलनाडु। वहां पे कास्ट के आधार पर एआईएडीएमके का एक बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग बेस है और मिनिमम उनको मिनिमम 60 सीट्स उधर से मिल सकते हैं। तो उसके आधार पर एआईएडीएमके ऑलरेडी थोड़ा बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट था, लेकिन एआईएडीएमके का प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो बीजेपी के साथ उनका जो गठबंधन है वो एक फैक्टर जो है वो बीजेपी को पुल डाउन कर रहा था। अगर आप देखेंगे डीएमके का जो कैंपेन है वो कैंपेन सारा सब एंटी बीजेपी प्लैंक पे ही हो रहा था। 2019 इलेक्शंस को लेके, 2021 इलेक्शंस को लेके, 2024 इलेक्शंस को लेके, सारे सब इलेक्शन जो भी हुए उसमें एआईएडीएमके का जो टारगेट है वो है बीजेपी फैक्टर जो उसको पीछे खींच रहा था। लेकिन इस इलेक्शन में एआईएडीएमके को भी पता था कि उनका जो मोमेंटम जो है वो उनके साथ नहीं है, उनके पक्ष में वो मोमेंटम नहीं था, उनको पता है। क्योंकि अप्रैल में जब अमित शाह जी, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी चेन्नई आए थे, सडनली दे अनाउंस्ड दैट दे आर गोइंग टू फॉर्म एन अलायंस, तो एनडीए अलायंस वाज बैक ऑन ट्रैक। बट उसके बावजूद भी एआईएडीएमके और एनडीए अलायंस का जो मोमेंटम था वो ग्राउंड में उतना ट्रैक्शन नहीं ले रहा था। लेकिन अभी ये जो इलेक्शन है, अभी एक 10 दिन बाद ये इलेक्शन होता तो ये रिजल्ट्स भी बहुत अलग आते। डीएमके को बहुत पीछे जाना पड़ता होता और एआईएडीएमके का थोड़ा नंबर्स इंक्रीज होने का चांसेस है, क्योंकि एआईएडीएमके का वो जो कैंपेन है, ईपीएस का कैंपेन, ही वाज द ओनली पर्सन हु वाज कैंपेनिंग थ्रू आउट द स्टेट। उसका सेकेंड रन लीडर्स कोई भी नहीं थे। There were no alliance partners who were coming here and campaigning for him. प्राइम मिनिस्टर का कैंपेन था, बट प्राइम मिनिस्टर का कैंपेन तो आपको पता ही है, वेस्ट बंगाल में जितना उन्होंने फोकस किया उतना तो तमिलनाडु में फोकस नहीं किया। एक दो बार गृह मंत्री अमित शाह आए थे, उनका भी कैंपेन उतना ज्यादा टेक ऑफ नहीं हुआ। 5-6 चीफ मिनिस्टर्स आए थे बीजेपी रूल स्टेट में। ये जो टीवी के और विजय की हवा में वो चीफ मिनिस्टर्स का कैंपेन भी किसी को रजिस्टर ही नहीं हुआ। लोग को पता भी नहीं चला कि बीजेपी रूल स्टेट से चीफ मिनिस्टर्स आए थे। तो माहौल कुछ कंप्लीटली अलग था। तो ईपीएस का कैंपेन कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा इट स्टार्टेड वर्किंग, बट इट वाज नॉट इनफ। सो द बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो इज दैट दे आर नॉट गोइंग बिलो 45 और 50 सीट्स। वही नंबर था उनका उनके ओपिनियन पोल्स और उनके प्री पोल सर्वे में भी। आई थिंक दे आर होल्डिंग टू दैट नंबर एंड दैट इज प्रिडोमिनेंटली बिकॉज उनका जो स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है वो वेस्टर्न रीजन, वो उनको वो सीट्स रिटर्न कर रहा है। वो कास्ट के आधार पर करता है, जाति के आधार पर वो होता है। तो वो कन्वर्शन तो ईपीएस को, एआईएडीएमके को उसका फायदा तो मिला है।
एक और सवाल बस में, वो क्या चीज़ थी जो टीवी के और विजय के बारे में जिसको आप देख पा रहे थे, समझ पा रहे थे, और ज़्यादातर पोलस्टर या बहुत सारे जर्नलिस्ट जो है वो समझ नहीं पाए, किसी ने भी इस तरह से उनको नहीं आंका इतना मेन कंटेंडर के तौर पर? वो क्या फैक्टर्स थे?
जी बस एक फैक्टर था, वो है ऑल्टरनेटिव। यहाँ 2 द्रविडियन पार्टीज का रूल चल रहा है तमिलनाडु में। इट्स अ बाइपोलर कॉन्टेस्ट, डीएमके या एडीएमके, एडीएमके या डीएमके। तो ऐसा ही कुछ माहौल है। और तमिलनाडु में आफ्टर द डिमाइज ऑफ बोथ लीडर्स, जयललिता और करुणानिधि, कई तरह का एक लीडरशिप वैक्यूम है। वो लीडरशिप वैक्यूम को एमके स्टालिन ने थोड़ा बहुत फिल किया। ईपीएस लीडरशिप वैक्यूम को फिल करने के लिए ट्राई कर रहे थे, बट उतना ज्यादा नहीं हुआ। तो एक करिश्मेटिक फिगर, एक स्टार पावर के साथ एक बंदा आ रहा है और वो कैंपेन कर रहा है, और उसको ये 2 द्रविडियन पार्टीज उसको आने नहीं दे रहे हैं। लाइक दैट इज द परसेप्शन दैट वाज कन्वेड टू द पीपल के जितने भी हर्डल्स इन्होंने क्रिएट किए बोथ डीएमके और एडीएमके, वो विजय को एक सिंपैथी फैक्टर जैसा मिल गया और पीपल स्टार्टेड सीइंग हिम एज एन ऑल्टरनेटिव। और हालांकि बात यह है कि विजय का कैंपेन भी जो है, इट वाज अ वेरी कैलकुलेटेड मूव, अ वेरी वेल थॉट स्ट्रेटजी। विजय ने अपने आप को ये नहीं बताया कि मैं डीएमके और एआईएडीएमके को इधर फाइट कर रहा हूं, मेरा टारगेट बस डीएमके है, मैं डीएमके को फाइट कर रहा हूं, मुझे डीएमके को हराना है, मैं डीएमके को फाइट करूंगा। एआईएडीएमके के बारे में उसने कुछ नहीं बोला, कुछ नहीं बताया। बीजेपी के बारे में उसने कुछ नहीं बताया। वो स्ट्रैटेजी आई थिंक इट हैज वर्क, बिकॉज तमिलनाडु में जो है वो एक फैक्टर है कि एक है डीएमके और एक है एंटी डीएमके। आप अगर आप डीएमके के पक्ष में हो या डीएमके के खिलाफ हो, यही जो बाइनरी है वो तमिलनाडु पॉलिटिक्स है। तो इसको सही तरह से समझ के विजय ने उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी को कॉइन किया था, एंड दैट स्ट्रैटेजी हैज वर्क फॉर विजय। उन्होंने एआईएडीएमके का पोजीशन ले लिया। ही वाज सीन एज अ कंटेंडर फॉर Dravidian parties, particularly the DMK.
Okay, Shabir, sorry. I'm just going to cut you in because Ruhi is here with us only for 10 minutes. So we just want to get her closing thoughts and then we'll come back to you. So hold that thought on Vijay.
Also on Kerala result.
Yes. So Ruhi, Election Commission website, it's a conclusive wave election that's gone in favor of BJP. You can clearly say that now. 45% BJP vote share. 40 TMC, which is 5% more, which is stunning. It's not close in any sense. And compared to their own 10% last time, it's a conclusive, victory. Now, two things. One, once somebody comes to power in West Bengal, they don't go out very soon. Many reasons for that, but also they deploy the same tactics of the person that they've defeated. Left was there, TMC use the same tactics of left to stay in power. BJP will likely do the same. So, what can we foresee? Secondly, I asked this to Nirja also. There was this whole, at least opposition, even within the BJP, within the RSS, there was this thing about 2029. Is it going to be Modi or not? Are there going to be like succession battles within the BJP? There's always this Yogi versus Amit Shah thing that we are told. Does this put to rest all of that? Modi and Amit Shah's leadership is what is still taking BJP in uncharted territories like West Bengal. So is that kind of settled with this?
To answer your first question, I think the culture in West Bengal is slowly changing. Left ruled for over 30 years. Mamata managed only 15 years. So clearly, आसानी से जाने नहीं वाले का time span कम होता जा रहा है. So I think
मिनिमम 10 साल रख लेते
हैं। In fact, एक जर्नलिस्ट ने मुझे बोला भी कि हम तो पार्टी सोसाइटी है, we tolerate people for a long time.
I think on a serious note, I think West Bengal electorate is evolving because you see what's happening around you also, right? You're no longer living in a bubble. You don't live in a cocoon. In today's times, you're very connected to the rest of the country. You see what's happening everywhere, and that's why the electorate expectations also grow very fast now across states. That's something you're seeing across India. So I don't think this trend ki आ गए हैं तो रहेंगे ही, will continue like that. Plus, Mamata managed to rout the left fully, right? There's nothing left of the left in Bengal. But Mamata is not the left. Mamata is not the Congress. She is a street fighter. She is a politician who knows her politics, who's connected to the voter. Even today, I don't think voters in Bengal dislike her. They were upset with her government, with her party, with her cadres, but Didi is Didi. BJP can ill afford to take her for granted, or the fact that it has won this election with a decisive mandate for granted. उनको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, उनको results दिखाने पड़ेंगे, उनको ममता को चुप कराने के लिए as an opposition leader दिखाना पड़ेगा कि उन्होंने काम किया है जो ममता ने नहीं किया। तो अगर वही tactics वो अपनाएंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं कहानी आगे जाके बदल सकती है। And I think नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह उतने शातिर नेता है जो ये बात समझते हैं। देखिए, आप असम में भी हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा क्यों इतना काम कर रहे हैं अगर हिंदू मुस्लिम से जीत सकते तो क्योंकि उनको पता है कि काम करना जरूरी है। तो ये चीज इनको बंगाल में भी मुझे लगता है समझ में आएगी। दूसरी बात, यस, देखिए, आई डोंट थिंक देयर वाज एवर अ चैलेंज टू नरेंद्र मोदीज लीडरशिप। ऑफ कोर्स टेंशंस वी ऑल सॉ लोकसभा में भी क्या हुआ बिटवीन योगी आदित्यनाथ एंड अमित शाह एंड मोदी ऑन वन साइड, लेकिन कहीं ऐसा नहीं था कि आप नरेंद्र मोदी को चैलेंज कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि आज भी बीजेपी से सिनोनिमस अक्रॉस इंडिया जो नाम हैं, जैसे आपने बताया वेस्ट से लेकर ईस्ट तक जो बीजेपी का है, तेलंगाना में, जब मैं लोकसभा के टाइम तेलंगाना में गई थी जहां बीजेपी डबल इट्स टैली, वहां लोग जो बीजेपी को सपोर्ट करते हैं मोदी मोदी करते हैं। तो कहीं पे ये बात सोचना कि नरेंद्र मोदी को टिल ही वांट्स टू बी इन पावर देयर इज अ चैलेंज
नहीं हो सकता,
वो नहीं है। तो ये जो भी सोचते हैं ऐसा, वो ऐसा नहीं है। Only thing I will say is that Vijay, although I don't follow Tamil Nadu politics as closely as Shabir, of course, but Vijay, it tells you one thing, कि it's possible, ये जो टीना फैक्टर है कि नेशनल लेवल पे क्या करेंगे, राहुल गांधी तो ऐसे नेता है कि it's a possibility to bring down established giants if you can capture the people's imagination. Aam Aadmi Party did that.
Yeah.
Vijay has done it. So there is a lesson for all political parties that आप ऐसे बैठ नहीं सकते हैं कि भाई कोई और है नहीं, कोई कभी भी आके can steal the thunder from right under your
एक
nose.
चीज एक्चुअली ये बहुत पॉजिटिव है इन रिजल्ट्स में हम देखें तो वो है कि एक व्हाट शबीर वाज सेइंग कि 2 ही लोग का ऑप्शन था, अब लोग बोल रहे हैं नहीं तीसरे को भी देंगे. एंड व्हाट रूही इज सेइंग दैट इन वेस्ट बंगाल it's not going to be just कि अब आगे तो आए रहो. There is this sense कि यार we can change you.
लोग
Again,
change
if
हो
we
रहे
want to.
हैं. People are changing. Electorate is changing. Bengal is changing.
एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा है पूजा, SIR तो तमिलनाडु और केरल में भी हुआ था, वहां पर इसका कोई इम्पैक्ट अभी तो खैर हम इसमें नंबर्स में नहीं देख सकते. क्विक एक जवाब, SIR का इम्पैक्ट वहां के नतीजों पर कुछ रहा? सबीर यू कैन आल्सो ऐड.
SIR का तमिलनाडु और वेस्ट बंगाल में थोड़ा ज्यादा उनकी प्रेपरेशन ज्यादा थी. आप अगर तमिलनाडु में देखोगे डीएम के ग्रास रूट वर्कर्स जो है वो पहले से फील्ड में थे, तो वो बहुत सारे वोटर्स को उनके जो वोट बैंक है उनको वापस एनरोल करने में काफी सक्सेसफुल हुए थे. केरला में इतना ज्यादा हमने नहीं देखा इम्पैक्ट. तो जितना वेस्ट बंगाल में हमने देखा उतने डिलीशंस भी नहीं देखे और उतना कंफ्यूजन भी नहीं था.
राइट. शबीर
जी, एसआर को लेके यहाँ थोड़ा बहुत पार्टीज लाइक डीएमके बहुत तैयार थी. उनका जो वर्क है, डीएमके का जो वर्क है एसआर में, बोल सकते हैं कि वो एक रिमार्केबल वर्क था. उनके पास ग्राउंड लेवल प्रेजेंस था, बूथ वर्कर्स थे, बूथ लेवल कमिटीज उन्होंने बनाए और एसआर के लिए उनके लगभग 10,000 एडवोकेट थ्रू आउट द स्टेट वर्क कर रहे थे. तो एसआर में उनको पता है कि उतना ज्यादा गड़बड़ जो बंगाल में हुआ या बिहार में हुआ वैसा गड़बड़ तो तमिलनाडु में नहीं हुआ. इवन ड्यूरिंग वोटिंग हमें भी उतने ज्यादा कंप्लेंट्स नहीं थे कि हमारा वोट डिलीशन हो गया है, हमारा वोट बदल गया है, मेरा वोट नहीं है, ऐसे तो कोई कंप्लेंट्स नहीं है. तो थोड़ा बहुत वो ग्राउंड प्रेजेंस डीएमके और एआईएडीएमके का जो ग्राउंड प्रेजेंस है वो एसआईआर को हैंडल करने में, टैकल करने में थोड़ा उन्होंने भी उनकी सारी कोशिश लगा दी थी.
सो आई थिंक एसआईआर का इम्पैक्ट तो हम लोग बंगाल में अब बहुत ग्रैनुलर जब आएगी सारी डिटेल्स तभी पता चलेगा. बट एक चीज जैसे कि अब सिर्फ 4 सीट्स ईसी ने अभी डिक्लेयर करी. ऑफ कोर्स ट्रेंड्स एंड लीड्स वी नो, बट जैसे मोंटेश्वर है एक असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी जहाँ से बीजेपी जीत रही है और ये टीएमसी के साथ थी सीट और 30,000 के मार्जिन से. वहाँ पे जो लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसीज के डिलीशन थे वो 23,000 थे. सो ऐसा कहाँ हुआ है, कितना चिप हुआ है वो हमें ग्रैन्युलरली पता चलेगा. बट बिफोर वी
समझ में आएगा कि चुनाव आयोग ने कितना रोल निभाया है.
पर ये फिर बोलेंगे कि एक्चुअली ऑफ कोर्स सारा डेटा से ही हम बताएंगे, बट ये जो 45% है वो थोड़ा हर कुछ हुआ है हेल्प करने के लिए. आई डोंट थिंक इट कैन बी इफ द टीएमसी कम्स टुमारो एंड सेज कि इट इज जस्ट एसआईआर. इट्स नॉट. इट आई एम श्योर एसआईआर हैज हैड एन इम्पैक्ट क्योंकि स्केल इतना बड़ा था डिलीशंस का. और सिर्फ लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिमिनेंसी, चाहे आप मान लो कि बाकी जो डिलीशंस हैं वो सही हैं, वो होने चाहिए थे, लेकिन 27 लाख वाले तो नहीं है सही. तो उनका 27 लाख है ह्यूज नंबर्स में क्या कैसा इम्पैक्ट है वो अलग चीज़ है. बट 45% वोट शेयर लेना मतलब कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी बहुत क्लियरली, जो कि मतलब मुझे वेव इलेक्शन में इसलिए कह रही हूँ बिकॉज मैंने रिपब्लिक टीवी के एंकर हैं आपके फॉर्मर फ्रेंड्स पूजा, चौंटू पान है वो, और हमने उनका बड़े मजेदार एक शो भी करा ताराकेश्वर से जहाँ पहले स्वपन दास गुप्ता थे. हाँ, उनको अरेस्ट किया गया था. इनफैक्ट संदेश खाली के टाइम वो बहुत उन्होंने ममता बनर्जी गवर्नमेंट को बहुत.
किसी ने उसमें अभी लाइव कमेंट बॉक्स में मिला चौंटू पान से बात करो. मैंने
नहीं तो क्योंकि मैंने उनका पूरा दिन फॉलो करा और लिटरली उनके कैंपेन में कोई भी नहीं था. तो ये तो एक वेव इलेक्शन ही हो सकता है कि लोग कमल को वोट कर रहे हैं बहुत क्लियरली, और वो उनका मैसेज भी यही था कि 5 कमल. सो व्हेन वी वुड आस्क पीपल समटाइम्स कि ये कौन है, दे वुडंट नो कि ये चौंटू पान है, बट क्लियरली इट्स अ वेव इलेक्शन इन दैट सेंस. इफ a Shantu Pan, former Republic anchor, is winning. No such luck for you, Pooja and Shabir. You continue to remain journalists with News Minute and cannot win elections. Very bad. But okay, to wrap this up, I think we can come to Pooja and then Shabir. most surprising thing that you found in this election? I know journalists go on the ground and we come back with impressions, but results always surprise us. We're always like, oh wow, I didn't see this coming. So any, oh wow, I didn't see this coming moment for you? And the big message to you, to your mind for the India Alliance? Because South is still where they feel कि भाई अभी ये तो हमारे पास ही है. So with these results,
will be an India alliance by the end of today, Manisha, honestly. Because picking up that end of today, Congress will be in formal conversation probably with TVK. And if that was to happen, they will walk out of the DMK alliance.
But do they have numbers, Congress?
Sorry? They have 4 people as of now. But TVK will fall short of only a few people. So he will look at smaller parties too. And in Tamil Nadu, Congress is a small party in that sense.
Yeah.
So the conversations have started. Whether it will fructify or not is something we'll see. So I don't know if there will be an India alliance. As far as the wow factor is concerned, I think in both Tamil Nadu and Kerala, one aspect we saw in common was this larger than life people, because most of the cabinet, in both the states have been routed. Most of the ministers have. So I think when they superficially, they want a complete rehaul of the system. Whether it'll be for better or not, but change is something different, and I think surprising.
Shabir, surprising. Oh wow.
मनीषा मेरा तो कोई yes.
हाँ?
तो मनीषा मेरा तो कोई surprising factor नहीं. I saw what is there on ground और थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया था कि TVK is surging ahead and every other political party जो भी है वो underestimate कर रहा है TVK का जो ground presence है, उसका जो support base है. All said and done, Vijay is from the film industry. तो film industry का थोड़ा बहुत दबदबा तमिलनाडु पॉलिटिक्स में रहता ही है. और विजय जैसा एक बहुत बड़ा स्टार, एक मेगा स्टार अगर वो आ रहा है तो उसको सारे सब लोग they started comparing him with Vijaykanth, Rajnikant, Kamal Hassan and all that, but Vijay is bigger than that, and I think that is something that they didn't want to acknowledge. And secondly, underestimating a political party और ये DMK का जो ecosystem है, they started belittling and ridiculing his supporters, his fan base, कई तरह के names they started dropping and all that became an issue. But I would say that in both Tamil Nadu and Kerala, or in all these elections, what we see is जितना भी anti-incumbency हो, जो incumbent government है, उसका perception wise, थोड़ा बहुत they show an inflated image of these political parties or the leaders. ये जो strategist का काम है, they use social media, they create a lot of noise. उसके बाद they use traditional media, उसमें भी बहुत सारा noise होता है. तो आप लोगों को ये लगता है कि मीडिया तो completely कुछ और बता रही है, हमारे जो issues हैं, हमारा जो problems है, वो कोई नहीं बात कर रहा है.
एक चीज मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ.
That is one thing. ये जो strategist है ना, जो सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के साथ टाइप करके रखते हैं, वो स्ट्रैटेजीज कुछ और ही बताते हैं लोग को. और कई बार ये वर्क भी हो जाता है, लेकिन आई थिंक वन इलेक्शन में ये हो सकता है, लेकिन दूसरे इलेक्शन में लोग भी समझते हैं कि हमारी समस्या कोई नहीं बात कर रहा है, हमारी समस्या जो बात कर रहा है मैं उसको वोट डालूंगी. तो वहां ऐसे लीडर्स आ जाते हैं.
One quick thing I want you to come in, Shabir. One is like the people saying कि भाई this is ultimately a good thing for BJP in Tamil Nadu, because that thing of Dravidian politics now doesn't seem to have that hold. कि भाई you have a third option coming in, so that will warm up people for a fourth option like a BJP. How correct is that? Is it too early to say that? And secondly, in terms of, one more question I want to add and then you give me an answer on both these. What does Vijay stand for in terms of Tamil exceptionalism, Dravidian ideology? Where do you place him?
See, Manisha, Vijay is also a Dravidian party. Vijay कुछ अलग नहीं बोल रहा है. Vijay is not saying that I'll bring spiritual politics in Tamil Nadu like what Rajnikant said. Vijay he identifies himself as another Dravidian party. His roots are Dravidian. That is what Vijay is trying to portray. उसके जो icons हैं, he has iconized Periyar. Periyar is the founder of the Dravidian movement in Tamil Nadu. He is an icon. So Periyar is one of the leading figures of Vijay's party. He has iconized Ambedkar, Kamarajar, and then two women leaders, Velu Nachiyar and Anjalai Ammal. These are all leaders who have been identified with the social justice plan. यहाँ का जो politics है, उसके साथ ही वो मिलजुल के, these people have been identified. तो Vijay is not going to create a space for BJP. अभी ये election में देख लो आप, कन्याकुमारी, which is known as BJP stronghold, वहाँ पे सारे seats में BJP third position में है. The contest is between DMK and TVK. BJP is not winning anywhere. BJP का Union Minister L. Murugan is not winning from Avinashi constituency. जो BJP का politics जो है, वो एक 20-30 साल पीछे चलेगा because of Vijay's emergence. And I think if Vijay is on the right track, anti-BJP track, probably he'll become a rallying force in Tamil Nadu, and he will become an anti-BJP coalition ka. He is the one who will be heading the anti-BJP coalition. Earlier it was DMK. Now I think Vijay has the opportunity. If Vijay falls short of the numbers, if he is not able to cross the majority mark, Congress has 4 MLAs, CPM has maybe 2 or 3 MLAs. So all these MLAs, VCK, and all the other parties will come and join with Vijay to ensure that they keep BJP out of Tamil Nadu. So I think that's the larger agenda which will come handy for Vijay if he is falling short of the majority mark. And there have been several attempts in the past where top leaders of BJP have been trying to meet Vijay. They have been wanting to hold talks with Vijay. They have been inviting him to join the NDA alliance. But Vijay has been categorically very clear that मैं कुछ भी करूंगा, लेकिन मैं बीजेपी के साथ कोई गठबंधन नहीं करूंगा, कोई अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं करूंगा. I think that is one of the reasons why his movie got blocked and he was facing a lot of other issues. तो बात तो बहुत सीधी है कि anti-BJP plank is still there, it's still relevant, and any party which is going to join hands with the BJP or which is going to allow BJP to come inside Tamil Nadu, probably people will not like it. I think the mandate is clearly not for that. And if Vijay is going to take a very drastic step from what he has said earlier during his campaign, I think then he will have to do a lot of answering. But I think Vijay will not do that because his team, his party men are all very clear that BJP के साथ कोई वास्ता नहीं रखना चाहिए. अगर BJP के साथ, if you identify yourself, then your survival, your future, all of that becomes questionable. You cannot be a one election phenomenon, right? If Vijay wants to survive in politics for longer, then he has to agree and accept the ideology that Tamil Nadu represents.
Great. Thanks, Pooja and Shabir, for joining us. Thank you so much, and we shall be
Thank you, Manisha.
looking forward to more reporting from you guys from the south. So, Atul, what's the final election numbers looking like? West Bengal is clear. I'm on the EC website right now.
तो 2 घंटों के बीच में कुछ बहुत ज्यादा बदला नहीं है. जो हम जितने देर से हम लोग ये बातचीत की है इस दौरान, असम में अभी भी 122 सीटों के रुझान आए हैं. इसमें से 71 सीटों पर बीजेपी आगे है, जिसमें से 11 वो जीत चुकी है. और कांग्रेस के सीटों में 2 की कमी आई है. जब हमने बातचीत शुरू की थी तब वो 21 पर थे, अब वो 19 सीटों पर आगे हैं. तो ये नंबर थोड़ा अभी बदल सकता है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इसमें साफ बढ़त है और उनको बहुमत मिलता हुआ दिख रहा है. केरल में 140 सीटों में से 126 के रुझान हैं और इसमें से कांग्रेस को 31 में बढ़त है. 32 सीटें वो जीत चुकी है. CPM 9 सीटों पर आगे है, 17 सीटें वो जीत चुकी है. और IUML जो कि कांग्रेस की सहयोगी पार्टी इंडियन यूनियन मुस्लिम लीग, वो 14 सीटों पर अभी बढ़त बनाए हुए और 8 सीटों पर वो जीत हासिल कर चुकी. CPI 3 पर आगे है, 5 जीत चुकी है. पुदुचेरी में AINRC 1 पर आगे है और 9 सीटें वो जीत चुकी है. बीजेपी 3 पर आगे है, 2 सीटें जीत चुकी है. और इंडिपेंडेंट 3 जीत चुके हैं. DMK को 1 सीट मिली है और 1 सीट पर वो आगे है. कांग्रेस 1 सीट जीत चुकी है. तमिलनाडु 234 में से 221 के नतीजे सामने हैं, रुझान सामने हैं जिसमें से टीवी के 105 पर लीड कर रही है, 2 वो जीत चुकी है अगर ये ट्रेंड रहा तो, यानी 107-8 के आसपास वो जा रहे हैं। डीएमके 55 सीटों पर आगे है, 3 वो जीत चुकी है। एडीएमके 47 सीटों पर आगे है। कांग्रेस पार्टी 4 पर आगे है, 1 जीत चुकी है। पीएमके 4 पर आगे है। और वेस्ट बंगाल आखिर में 292 का रुझान आ चुका है, 294 में 2 सीटों का रुझान भी आना बाकी है। बीजेपी 194, 4 सीटें वो जीत चुकी है। और तृणमूल कांग्रेस 88 पर आगे है, 1 सीट जीत चुकी है। तो काफी नंबर्स गिर रहे हैं अभी तृणमूल के। कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ 2 सीटों पर लीड है और अभी और कोई नतीजे इसके पक्ष में नहीं आए हैं। एजेयूपी 2 सीटों पर आगे है और सीपीएम 1 सीट पर आगे है। तो ये अब तक के जो नंबर्स है बता रहे हैं।
बिग हेडलाइन ऑफ द इलेक्शन इज ऑब्वियसली वेस्ट बंगाल।
Yes.
आई थिंक सबसे ज्यादा, बिकॉज जितने भी सीट्स हो फाइनली अगर आपके पास 45% वोट आ रहा है तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा विक्ट्री है। और अब 2024 के जो रिजल्ट्स आए थे जिसमें बीजेपी को फुल मेजोरिटी कन्वीनियंट ऑन इट्स ओन नहीं मिली थी, वो बिल्कुल चेंज हो गए हैं। क्योंकि उसके बाद लगातार सारे स्टेट इलेक्शंस ये लोग जीते हैं। वेस्ट बंगाल स्पेशली जीतना एक बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट है। जो मैं समझना चाहूंगी आगे नंबर्स से, एक्सपर्ट से, जो पॉलिटिकल एनालिसिस और नंबर्स क्लोजली देख रहे हैं कि 2024 से लेके अब तक क्या चेंज हुआ है। बिकॉज 2024 लोकसभा में ममता बिल्कुल स्ट्रांगली आ गई थी वापस, कंट्रोल ले लिया था उन्होंने। 19 में 21 में क्लोज था लेकिन फिर भी ममता आ गई थी। तो विद इन दैट जो चेंज आया है 45% का, और बीजेपी इसको ऑब्वियसली एसआईआर से एक्सप्लेन करेगी कि बहुत सारे फेक वोटर्स थे, छापा होता था, ये सब हमने रोका है। हमने सीआरपीएफ को डिप्लॉय करा है ताकि टीएमसी के जो गुंडा एलिमेंट हैं वो लोगों को डराए नहीं। लेकिन एक क्लियर एंटी ममता सेंटिमेंट विद इन फ्रॉम 2024 टू 2026 कैसे फ्लिप हुआ, आई थिंक ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग
राइट विंग पॉलिटिक्स के लिए भी मनीषा, मतलब ये जो दक्षिणपंथी पॉलिटिक्स भारत देश की रही है, भारत की, उसमें पश्चिम बंगाल नॉर्थ में देखें, साउथ में तो बहुत सारे स्टेट हैं जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी उस तरह से नहीं कामयाब हो पाई है। वहाँ की दक्षिणपंथी और आरएसएस की जो हिंदुत्व वाली पॉलिटिक्स है वो उस तरह से कामयाब नहीं है, कर्नाटक छोड़ दें तो। उस लिहाज से नॉर्थ में वेस्ट बंगाल एक बड़ा फ्रंटियर था, एक बड़ा उनके लिए अड़ंगा था, जो कि अभी तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भी नहीं। तो उस लिहाज से भी ये जीत जो पूरी हिंदुत्व की पॉलिटिक्स है, राइट विंग पॉलिटिक्स है, उसके लिए बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट है ये।
और जो हम देखे थे जब लेफ्ट हारा था तो कैसे ऑन मास लेफ्ट कार्डर या तो बीजेपी चला गया था काफी हद तक, और टीएमसी का भी। तो वो ये भी बहुत ममता बनर्जी के सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज रहेगा कि आपका कार्डर, आपका पार्टी कितना आपके साथ रह पाएगा अगले 4 सालों में। क्योंकि चाहे उनके वोट शेयर 40 है, 5% कम है, सीट्स उनकी अभी वैसा राउट नहीं है, बट फिर भी जैसे इस राज्य की पॉलिटिक्स रही है तो ये देखने में बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि कैसे वो रोक पाए अपने कार्डर को।
अगले 4-5 साल में देखने को मिल सकती है
मेरे ख्याल से। अभी ऑलरेडी हमें काफी न्यूज आ रहा है वायलेंस कुछ
इन द सेंस, मारधाड़ इन द सेंस कि सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के इस्तेमाल करने में, करप्शन चार्जेस, ये जेल भेजना, ये सारी चीजें, बहुत सारी चीजें देखने को मिल सकती है।
ये सारा चीजें काफी। और इलेक्शन से पहले हमने देखा था आईपैक का जो पूरा हुआ था, ईडी रेड, जेलिंग, काफी सारे केसेस भी खुले। तो वो सब अब काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा देखने के लिए। और इंडिया के लिए भी क्या है अब आगे, आई थिंक दैट्स ऑल्सो एन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग टू नोट। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्टेइंग विद अस दिस इलेक्शन. Let me remind you, all our election coverage from Assam to West Bengal to Puducherry to Tamil Nadu to Kerala was all ad-free. We did not take a single ad money to give you all the ground reporting that we did, conversations that we got from you from all these states. I hope you checked out everything that we did on our YouTube channel of News Minute and Newslaundry. Thank you so much for supporting our work. Whether what the exact seats are, you're going to have detailed pieces on newslaundry.com and on News Minute by tomorrow as everything solidifies. So do keep tracking us and keep following us. Thank you so much again for supporting us. Please subscribe to Newslaundry. The QR code is in front of you. If you guys believe in the work that we do, if you guys believe in the ground reporting that we did for you, and you find some value in whatever we've done this election, do continue to support us. Thanks so much. And we shall have the results, final tally on Newslaundry and News Minute website by the evening and by tomorrow morning also if they change.
Across the world, we've seen what happens when news is left to those in power.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school? That was done by Iran.
आज आपकी दुकान में ही चला लेता हूँ.
Conflict, violence, and abandoning democratic principles is all very clear now.
The crisis is here, playing out in front of our eyes. For years, television news channels chased one thing: ratings, at the cost of journalism.
Republic TV, of course, by far the leader in
India's #1 English channel. The government says ratings are the problem. They are. We have said so for many years. But that raises a bigger question.
Who will pay for journalism that simply tells the truth? It cannot be advertisers or political patrons. It certainly cannot be billionaires with interests to protect, which are often the same as governments.
It can only be you. The News Minute and Newslaundry exist because thousands of people like you choose to support independent journalism. You have more power than you think.
Show your love and support by subscribing to Newslaundry and the News Minute.
തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പിന്റെ കേളികൊട്ടുയർന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. സ്ഥാനാർത്ഥികൾ ഇരുപക്ഷവും അണിനിരന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആ പ്രകടന പത്രിക നടപ്പിലാക്കാനുള്ള ആർജവത്വം ഏതേത് മുന്നണികൾക്കാണുള്ളത് എന്ന് വ്യക്തമായി പരിശോധിച്ചും മാത്രമേ ഇനിമേൽ ഈ സമുദായം വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ സന്നദ്ധമാവുകയുള്ളൂ എന്ന് മൂന്ന് മുന്നണികളോടും മുന്നറിയിപ്പ് തരാനാണ് ഈ സമ്മേളനം ഇവിടെ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്.
The man making this strong statement is Joseph Pamplani, Archbishop of Talasheri Diocese of Kerala's Syro Malabar Church. And he is not alone. Even before elections were officially announced, political leaders across parties were reaching out, trying to gain what is called the Christian vote. But how real is this idea of a unified Christian vote?
We are at a rally of Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister and BJP leader in the Barpeta region of Assam. We've been following him. Yesterday we were at a Himanta event in Hoja in central Assam. Now we are in lower Assam. At these gatherings, Himanta Biswa Sarma says that his search for a successive term is a done deal because of all the extraordinary work he's done. But there is a darker side to the Himanta mandate, the manner in which he and the BJP have weaponized the idea of illegal immigration. Now, illegal immigration has always been a hot button, a sensitive subject in Assam, the fear that millions of Bangladeshis, Hindus and Muslims will come into the state and alter its culture and its population.